William M. Brawley Jr., Commissioners Floyd B. McKissick, Tommy Tucker, and Donald Vanderbart. On June 6, 2025, the Commission issued an order in docket number E-100 sub 208, which is known as the Large Electric Load Additions docket, that, among other things, scheduled a technical conference for today, October 14, 2025, at 1:00 p.m. for the Commission to receive oral presentations from parties to the docket and to ask questions of the parties. The start time of the technical conference was later changed to 9:30 a.m. On June 6, 2025, the order specifically limited participation in the technical conference to the parties that filed petitions to intervene on or before Thursday, August 21, 2025. Interveners were allowed to file comments on or before August 21, 2025, and electric public utilities were allowed to file reply comments on or before Thursday, September 4, 2025. Intervening parties were required to file lists of individuals who would appear at the technical conference on or before September 8, 2025, and their presentation materials on or before October 10, 2025. The intervening parties participating in today's technical conference will appear in the order listed as follows: the Carolina Clean Energy Business Association, the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates, the Carolina Utility Customers Association, Inc., Cypress Creek Renewables, the Data Center Coalition, the Environmental Defense Fund, Google, the North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, SACE, the Sierra Club, and Vote Solar, which are collectively known as SACE et al., the SERC Reliability Corporation, and Tyler Norris, who is not a formal intervener but has been granted amicus curiae status by the Commission. Tomorrow, beginning at 9:30 a.m., the technical conference will continue and the remaining parties will appear as follows: Virginia Electric and Power Company, doing business as Dominion Energy North Carolina, Duke Energy Carolinas LLC, and Duke Energy Progress LLC, and the public staff. On September 16, 2025, the Commission issued a procedural order specifying the amount of time that each participating entity or entities participating as a consolidated group shall be afforded to make their presentations. On September 22, 2025, the Commission issued an order allowing participation of the SERC Reliability Corporation at the technical conference and updating the schedule. The Commission will adhere strictly to the time limits outlined in the Commission's orders. As previously noted in the September 16, 2025 order, the Commission stated that each party's allocated time will include questions from the Commission. The Commission therefore asks that each participating party pay close attention to the time that they are allowed and leave time for Commission questions. I will also be monitoring the time and will let each participating party know if the allotted time has expired. I want to remind all parties that this is a technical conference and an information gathering docket. This is not an evidentiary proceeding, and as such, the presenters will not be subject to cross-examination. I urge all participants to avoid discussion of specific matters that are pending before the Commission, including, but not limited to, the recently filed Carbon Plan Integrated Resource Plan. Let's begin with counsel for the parties introducing themselves, beginning with Duke and Dominion. Please be sure to come to a microphone as you introduce yourselves.
Morning, Commissioners. Jack Durack on behalf of Duke Energy Progress, Duke Energy Carolinas. Thanks for this opportunity.
Good morning.
Good morning. Andrea Kells with McGuire Woods, appearing on behalf of Dominion Energy North Carolina.
Good morning. So if the intervening parties, and including Tyler Norris, can come to a microphone and introduce yourself.
I'm John Burns, General Counsel for Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. Good morning, Commissioners. Ben Snowden with the law firm of Fox Rothschild here on behalf of Cypress Creek Renewables.
Good morning, Commissioners. Peter Ledford of the law firm Warden Smith on behalf of the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates 1, 2, and 3, and the Carolina Utility Customers Association.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nick Jimenez with the Southern Environmental Law Center on behalf of the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, the Sierra Club, and Vote Solar, known as SACE et al. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tim Dodge, appearing on behalf of North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Somolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Heather Fennell of Brooks Pierce. I'm here representing Google.
Good morning, Grace Sires for the law firm of Fox Rothschild on behalf of Microsoft Corporation.
Morning, Commissioners. Robert Josie with the law firm Nelson Mullins on behalf of the Data Center Coalition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Felling. I'm joined by Zeke Creech. We're with the public staff on behalf of the using and consuming public.
Good morning. I'm Stoney Martin on behalf of the SERC Reliability Corporation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ishan Jatwa, joined with Cypress Creek Renewables.
Good morning, Greg Gebhardt with Cypress Creek Renewables.
Commissioner, just to clarify, Mr. Jaithwa and Mr. Gephardt are Cypress Creek's witnesses, not counsel.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ben Smith from Kilpatrick Townsend Stockton on behalf of Environmental Defense Fund.
Okay. Is there anyone else who needs to make an appearance? Okay. With that, we'll begin with the presentation from the Carolina Clean Energy Business Association. And as each party makes their presentation, before doing so, if the attorney could again introduce him or herself and then introduce the participating witnesses. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Burns.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is John Burns for CCEBA, the Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. We are certainly happy to be here today and appreciate this opportunity to address these important issues. With us today on behalf of CCEBA are two witnesses, Casey Collins, who is the Director of Utility and Energy Services at Duke University, a member of CCEBA, and Michael Hegarty, who is a principal with the Brattle Group. You will hear first from Mr. Collins, who will address issues from the customer's perspective, and then Mr. Hegarty will follow up with a presentation related to some solutions for those issues. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman and Madam Presiding Chair, members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this technical conference. As introduced, my name is Casey Collins. I'm here on behalf of the Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Excuse me, Mr. Collins, if you make sure the mic is closer to you than you might expect it.
Very good. Better?
Yeah,
Thank you. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering from NC State. I'm a registered professional engineer and a certified energy manager, and I've spent nearly 20 years working with energy systems in the built environment. I currently serve as Director of Utility and Energy Services at Duke University, where I oversee operations, maintenance, energy management, and automation systems for a district energy utility serving over 22 million square feet of our campus, which is larger than many of the municipal or cooperative utilities in our state. I'm here as a customer, an engineer, a practitioner in the energy sector. While I certainly don't have the authority to speak wholly for Duke University or health system as an institution, I do bring the perspective of someone who manages a complex microgrid and teaches a team to focus on nuance and detail, not on sound bites. In our work, we practice what we call extreme ownership. Every operational decision and investment choice carries consequences, and we take responsibility for both the risks and the results. Including both Duke University and the School of Medicine and Duke Hospital, our Durham campus draws over 85 megawatts in the Carolinas. Across our entire enterprise, that number exceeds 100 megawatts. Within 30 years, we reasonably forecast that that load number may rise to 130 megawatts. With our large load experience in mind and a few lessons learned along the way, I ask a hypothetical. What if we were to rebuild Duke University today? What would we expect of a modern utility partnership, one to which we pay an 8-figure sum of money each year? We'd expect the ability to procure renewable or zero carbon energy, to retain the full environmental benefits and credits that accompany those purchases. That additionality matters tremendously to large energy consumers such as us. We'd expect transparency in the transaction before, during, and after, including visibility into required grid upgrades, marginal cost data, and if possible, near real-time emissions data. We'd expect a shared appreciation for risk, ensuring that our clean energy choices don't unfairly burden our customers, other customers who are indeed our neighbors. And we'd expect some degree of choice and competition because we believe that innovation follows where customers are empowered to participate. In my view, there are several questions at the heart of this docket. First, how should the Carolinas plan for generation resources over the next 5 to 15 years, the window before which Duke Energy has indicated small modular reactors may become viable? That near-term period coincides with steep load growth and increasingly long lead times for critical equipment. As an example, I offer that many of our own projects now face delivery times exceeding 120 weeks for critical items such as transformers, switchgear, and generation assets. Secondly, how might we incentivize high system load factors? That is, fully utilizing assets rather than overbuilding capacity that sits idle for much of its operational life. That is a costly inefficiency that ultimately does not serve North Carolina. Thirdly, how might we balance the economic value of these new large loads with the risk to the rate base? Fuel cost volatility and early construction costs often fall solely on the existing customers, with limited incentive for utilities to manage those risks effectively. And finally, how might these near-term decisions remain aligned with the Commission's approval of the Carolinas Resource Plan and our state's commitment to net zero emissions by 2050? Institutions like Duke University and members of the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association share that long-term vision and value collaborative problem solving to get there. Whether you're a university, a data center operator, a manufacturer, the fundamentals are all similar. We all need reliable power, which should be the baseline expectation of any customer. We need energy sourcing options that align with missions and values. We need transparency in pricing and carbon data and grid planning. And we need partnership, not just a one-size-fits-all regulation, working with utilities to innovate, invest, and grow responsibly. Large customers are not just consumers of power. We're ready to co-invest in resilience and decarbonization when given a seat at the table. The outcomes of this docket no doubt shape North Carolina's economy and our energy systems for decades. The potential load growth from AI-driven data centers and electrified industries as a whole will dwarf anything that we have experienced before. The idea that a single site of a large load customer addition could rival or exceed 3 Duke University campuses is indeed remarkable. It's a novel challenge that requires novel regulation and open creative partnerships between regulators, utilities, and large customers. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, your attention, and your service. And as long as it has nothing to do with a request for basketball tickets, I welcome your questions, or if you prefer, I will yield to my colleague.
We will ask questions at the end of the entire presentation.
Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on this timely topic about large load additions. My name is Michael Haggerty, and I'm a principal at the Brattle Group. I have 13 years of experience working in the power sector on behalf of generation and transmission developers, electric utilities, state commissions, and other stakeholders. I focus primarily on transmission and generation resource planning and new generation interconnection processes. Here in North Carolina, I've participated in the 2 most recent Duke resource planning dockets and the Carolinas Transmission Planning Collaborative planning process over the past 5 years. My work outside of North Carolina recently has included supporting Wisconsin Electric with their resource planning to serve 3 gigawatts of new data center loads and analyzing generation resource needs for data center developers in the Western U.S. I'm speaking today on behalf of CCEBA with a focus on solutions for how North Carolina can best position itself to be an attractive location for siting large load customers. I have 4, let's see if this works here. There we go. Thank you. I have 4 main points to emphasize today. First, large load additions, such as data centers and manufacturing sites, create new challenges to power system planning and regulations. Large loads are coming online much faster than growth over the past 20+ years, with more demand growth in the next 5 to 10 years than previously projected over decades. This creates an immediate need for efficiently interconnecting load and adding new resources. Importantly, though, a lot is currently unknown about data center power demands and usage patterns beyond the requested peak demand that you tend to hear about. This makes it challenging to identify least cost, least risk resources and threatens to overbuild the system. It's also important to understand that we are in a period of significant development of new AI tools and competition amongst firms to create new capabilities. This growth of compute needed during this phase is likely more than will be needed once models reach maturity and consolidation occurs amongst tech companies. So this is something for us to need to think about over time about what is needed today, but also what is needed in the future. My second point is that speed to market is a primary concern for large load customers, as well as access to reliable, low cost, and clean energy. Co-locating data centers with new generation facilities and energy parks has become a primary strategy for bringing facilities on quickly. You may have recently seen this was the case in Memphis, where the XAI data center Colossus 1 and 2 was constructed with its own on-site generation to accelerate development. North Carolina must adapt to the changing market to compete for these opportunities with other locations. Third, we are seeing several creative solutions across the country for how to improve the processes for bringing new resources and new load onto the system, as well as maximizing the capability of the existing system. This includes new interconnection processes, improved transmission planning, and new tariffs such as clean energy transition tariffs. And finally, solar and storage are low risk, cost-effective, and clean energy resources that are available today to support a reliable power system that serves large load additions in North Carolina. See if this works this time. Great. So now diving into some solutions, the idea of energy parks has become an important aspect of accommodating large loads into the power systems. When I say energy parks, I'm referring to new large loads that come online with co-located or adjacent generation resources intended to serve that load. Nearly all new data center projects we have worked on recently at Brattle have included a significant amount of co-located behind the meter generation to allow data centers to come online faster. Energy parks can accelerate interconnection and reduce costs when both the load and the generation are studied together instead of studied separately, as it is currently done. So if an energy park today comes to a new system and is proposed, the load will go through necessary studies without consideration of the new generation. And separately, the new generation will go through its needed reliability studies without the load. However, the net impact of the two may be zero or close to zero to the existing system. So when studied together, this will reduce the costs, and speed up the time in which it takes to develop these resources. We have seen and ourselves have developed several new processes across the country that allow combined energy parks to go through the interconnection process more quickly. I highlighted 3 here on this slide that I'll briefly summarize. In Texas, which is, you may know, already known for its fast generation interconnection process, ERCOT recently adopted market reforms that allow energy park integration, as I described. Texas also requires data centers to be curtailed before other customers during emergency events. North of Texas in the Southwest Power Pool, they've developed a proposal for a 90-day process for interconnection of high-impact large load, HIL, that comes in 2 flavors. A conditional process known as CHILL that allows new loads to come online with curtailable service and work towards firm service within 5 years. And then 2 is referred to as HILGA, that simultaneously studies new load and generation also in a 90-day period. Then the third example that my colleagues recently developed and proposed in PJM is called Big PAL. A lot of good acronyms are coming out around this area. That targets a 90-day interconnection process as well for load that comes online with a mix of co-located generation as well as curtailable load that ensures a net zero impact from a capacity standpoint and reduces the potential for withdrawals during reliability events. I highlight each of these proposals to demonstrate that the regulatory innovation that is currently occurring to allow energy parks to come online faster in these regions as desired by large load customers. To give you a quick example of how this works, and you might need to refer to the materials in front of you because I know the screen here is a bit far, but I'll walk you through it pretty quickly here of how energy park interconnection reduces the cost. In the blue box, you can see on the left and the right, that includes a 500 megawatt load co-located with 160 megawatts of new generation. On the left side, it shows what happens when you have an energy park interconnection, and the right side during the existing load-only studies. During reliability studies, power system engineers study whether the system can serve this new load under contingencies, such as shown here, the loss of the generation shown on both sides with the big X, red X on the left side. So they're studying, can we serve this 500 megawatt load without that generation tripping? On the left side, when the generator trips, the new load is served by a combination of the 160 megawatts on site and 340 megawatts from the existing system. And as the yellow circle indicates, the existing system is able to serve that load when you consider the co-located gen. On the right side, you can see there's a missing line between the generators, the new generators and the new load. If that's not considered, you now have to draw in these studies more power from the existing system that triggers an upgrade. So to summarize here, on the left side, you can, once those resources at load and generation are built, they can start operating. On the right side, you have to wait for that upgrade to occur, which can be both costly and slow down the process of interconnection. If you have any questions about that, I know that was fast, please let me know. Another set of solutions that I want to highlight that North Carolina should pursue are ways to maximize the use of the existing system. Utilities will be able to accommodate new demand more effectively and timely by taking advantage of the existing system first, reducing the need to build new generation and transmission. These solutions fall into two buckets. The first two bullets here have to do with rate design and utility programs on the demand side of the equation. Utilities should continue to identify cost-effective demand-side resources, such as energy efficiency and virtual power plants, that do not require long interconnection studies and network upgrades and can be deployed quickly. In addition, utility rate structures can play a role in reducing peak demand of the system by providing price signals for customers to reduce their load. Both of these actions will free up peaking generation capacity to serve new load in a timely manner. The next two solutions then are focused on transmission planning. While continuing to implement proactive transmission planning through the CTPC MVST process, which is ongoing, nearer term approaches to increasing the capacity of the existing system include, and the third bullet point there, utilizing grid enhancing technologies and implementing remedial action schemes or RAS to increase the utilization of existing wires while remaining highly reliable. And then the last bullet has to do with when transmission is needed, targeting opportunities to upsize the voltage and capacity of existing lines on existing right-of-ways, thus reducing the time needed to develop greenfield transmission projects. All right, so what can North Carolina and the NCUC do to best position the state for new large load customers? And to make the power system resources and regulations a real competitive advantage over other locations. This summarizes some of the points I've made before, but just want to emphasize, one, that it's important to develop co-located energy park interconnection processes that will reduce time and cost of interconnecting large loads. Two, expanding large load options to procure clean energy resources through the utilities or directly from generators, such as through a clean energy transition tariff or updates to the existing Green Source Advantage program. Third, increasing utilization of the existing transmission system with GETs and RAS, and identifying near-term opportunities to upsize existing assets. And fourth and fifth are reviewing existing rate offerings and demand-side programs to identify ways to reduce load during high load periods. In addition to these items that I mentioned here, and something I didn't put on the slide, is continuing to seek better and more granular information from potential large load customers to define their power needs, both now and in the future. So the utilities can effectively study their impacts on the system and provide cost-effective, low-risk resources to serve load. On that last point, So I highlight the role that solar and storage can play to serve these new loads. Undoubtedly, a mix of resources will be needed in the future to serve rising demand. The IRP dockets will cover this in detail, but there are several aspects of solar and storage that demonstrate that they are a key part of the solution. As we've seen in Duke's load forecasts, large loads will increase the average load factor of the system, with total energy rising by 36% compared to 18% for the peak demands. That means that we need to build resources to both meet the higher peak demand, as well as add to the system resources that meet that additional energy growth. Solar and storage will play a key role supporting both aspects. A few points specifically to highlight on the role of solar and storage. First is that even after accounting for changes in federal policy, Duke's updated portfolios identify over 10 gigawatts of solar and storage as cost-effective through the mid-2030s. Second, there's significant experience building solar and storage here in North Carolina, with 2.3 gigawatts currently under construction and another 6 gigawatts in the interconnection study process. Third, the solar and storage plus solar plus storage capacity is built and owned both by competitive developers and utilities in North Carolina, bringing competition to generation development. Solar produces energy here in North Carolina, and so requires local infrastructure to reach customers that can be proactively planned to reduce its cost. And finally, solar and storage can be built faster than nuclear and gas, especially with the supply chain issues that we're currently seeing for gas turbines. So to summarize my key points, one, large load additions present new challenges that require new solutions. Two, North Carolina must keep pace with other locations that are working to accommodate new loads. And third, solar and storage will play a key role in serving large load customers. Thank you for the time today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collins and Mr. Haggerty. I'm going to ask some questions. It looks like we have about 10 minutes. I have a number of questions. I'm going to move as quickly as I can. So hopefully there'll be some opportunity for questions from the other commissioners. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Haggerty. I'm going to mostly focus on some of the information in your comments that was not provided in your oral presentation. But before I turn to that, your energy park discussion. Is there a difference between the term energy park and co-location of generation on the customer side? Is there a difference, or is it just a different description or semantics?
It's a different description. It's a new term that's being used with the amount of co-located generation load that's coming online.
Okay. And in regard to your discussion about energy park interconnection, and I'm going to refer you to, I'll tell you what you said in your comments, so you don't need to turn to it. But you talked about, before I go to that question, in regard to energy park interconnection, you referenced ERCOT, SPP, and PJM. Has energy park interconnection been approved in those jurisdictions, or has it just been simply proposed in those jurisdictions?
I believe the revision in ERCOT has been finalized. I'd have to double check on that though. The SPP proposal came out in the spring. It slowed down a bit. Stakeholders want a little more time on it. I believe that's been filed with FERC, so it's not yet been approved. And PJM currently is going through its own process to identify solutions. They had developed a solution that got kind of panned by stakeholders, and so that they're now bringing in new solutions.
Okay.
So this is being considered really across the country currently.
Yeah, and to make sure I understood your answer, did you say that ERCOT has or has not yet approved energy park interconnection? Is that a jurisdiction that we can look to an approved interconnection process, or is that pending as well?
I would have to double check. I think it went through. I don't know if their revision needs to go get approved by the PUCT, but I would have to double check.
Mm-hmm. And in North Carolina, if Duke and Dominion and the North Carolina Commission were to consider the what you describe as being a speedy process of energy park interconnection, are there barriers in North Carolina that would prevent that from being implemented in North Carolina?
Well, I think the interconnection studies as defined today does not accommodate studying generation with the load. So currently load and generation are studied separately. So I think that'd be a change in the reliability study process that the utilities complete. So that would, I don't think there would be any limitation to doing so in terms of regulation or statute. But it would be a new process that would have to be developed.
And that would also require changes to the interconnection procedures as well. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and then moving on to your comments, this is referenced on page 7 of your comments. And Mr. Burns?
Yes, Madam Presiding Chair, I just wanted to note that these two gentlemen did not write those comments. They are here in support of them, and they're offering their own testimony and answers to your questions. But I did want to let them know that you're referring to the comments filed by council and by CCEBA, not necessarily by them. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and ask the questions and tell you what was stated in the comments, and you can answer to the best that you can. If you can't answer, let me know. But on page 7 of CCEBA's comments, it states that the commission and the public staff have no visibility into alternate arrangements that customers may have sought but were not allowed. And so I wanted some clarification about the alternate arrangements that CCEBA customers are interested in. Are these all low or zero carbon generation resources, if you know?
I do not know.
Okay. And then are you familiar with information in CCEBA's comments about the customer identified resource option that was approved by the Georgia Public Service Commission? Are you familiar with that program?
Vaguely,
okay,
but not in detail.
Okay, so my question, if you know the answer, is the customer resource option that was approved by the Georgia Commission allows data centers or large loads to procure from renewable resources that were identified or requested by the customer. And are there differences between that customer identified resource and what we have in North Carolina with our Green Source program, or the most recent version is a GSA Choice program? If you're familiar with those two programs.
Again, at a high level, I'm familiar with it, but a lot of those programs are really, the details really matter. So I don't know enough about those details to comment.
Okay, then I'll just move quickly. Can you talk at a high level? The comments talk about trade-offs between what data center loads are willing to do for faster access to the grid, particularly in regard to flexible load management and demand response. Can you speak at all about what those trade-offs are in your knowledge about what data centers in practice are willing to do to achieve faster service?
Sure. I think this is an area that continues to be developed and understood. These are a very different type of customer than a lot of existing electricity customers. They're competing kind of to win the AI future and are less cost sensitive. I think eventually as they develop and become, businesses will become more cost sensitive, but in the near term, they are, in my experience, seeking to ensure that they have access to power as needed. And a lot of that power is needed in order to continue to innovate and demonstrate that they have the highest value and quality product out there. I have seen data centers that have said that they'd be willing to curtail to a certain extent, but there's also a lot of limited information about when that could occur, how they do so. So it's something that I've sought in a lot of the projects I'm on, pushing for data centers to provide more information. But it seems like that's something that they themselves are still figuring out. And I think others today could probably speak more to that.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Collins, 2 questions for you. So Duke University has its own climate and sustainability goals that are similar to some of the goals from the data centers. And do you have an opinion, or how should the commission address or account for these commitments within the statewide resource planning construct that we have? How should that be incorporated into the IRP process that we're currently undergoing.
Yeah, thank you. I think, fundamentally, the desire for clean energy comes from the fact that that is a major part of the carbon footprint of any of these organizations, ours included. And so, as I stated in my comments, excuse me, programs that incentivize bring your own generation or customer choice around that with retention of the environmental attributes is essential for certainly new loads who view the ability to access clean energy as essential to their business activities.
Okay. And then my last question for you, Mr. Collins, is in the comments, there was discussion about demand side management for large load customers. And then just for the commission's information, do you know whether Duke University has participated in the non-residential DSM rider? Our records indicate that 11 accounts with Duke University have chosen to opt out of the DSM rider. And can you just confirm if this is correct and then provide an explanation about why Duke University has opted out of these riders?
Yeah, certainly, indeed. We have participated in the past in some of the EE riders where there is economic benefit. Right now, we do not see any economic benefit or any other benefit to participation there. And some of that is quite simply the value delivered is not worth the cost or the cost plus the risk. That is a possibility with some program changes. I know there are currently some evolution in those programs from the utilities. But that's where to date our decisions have come from.
Okay, thank you. We're basically out of time, but I do want to take just a minute if Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimwright. Just for clarification, the presenter schedule that we received for CEBA or most of the other presenters is for 30 minutes. And Mr. Haggerty ran up to about 4 minutes before his time was up. And then we don't have much time for commission questions. Or would it be too hard to request that they would condense it now and in the future their presentation so that we have 4 or 5 minutes at the end of their presentation to be able to ask questions so we can stay on schedule?
Yeah. Commissioner Tucker, I will make that request, but please go ahead and ask the questions that you have. And I believe Commissioner Vanderbart has some questions.
Yeah, very well. I guess, Mr. Collins, my question is for you. You mentioned renewable, you mentioned clean energy numerous times. How many rooftop solar units are on the Duke University buildings?
That's a good question, sir. We have just shy of about 1 megawatt of capacity. If I'm honest with you, the architecture and the tree canopy and just the general architectural nature of our campus does limit the amount that we're able to build on site. Even if we were to maximize our rooftop solar potential, that would not come close to supplying our energy needs.
Oh, okay. And then, of course, in your comments, you mentioned wind, and of course, in the Carolina Resource Plan, wind is not so much high on the level of, being able to accommodate that at this time, based on what Duke's findings were. Has there been any consideration by Duke University, and this wouldn't interfere with your your treetop coverage, either attached to or freestanding wind turbines on the Duke University campus so that there could be renewable energy generated from there to be consistent with what your comments are? No's an okay answer.
The answer is no, and it's
okay. Well, we got to talk both sides of the street here. I'm just asking.
Yeah, there is not, as my understanding, there is not a sufficient wind resource in Durham, in our part of Durham, that would make that turbine operation justifiable.
Okay, well, if you put them up high enough, there's a lot of wind up there. You fly some, I'm sure you can understand. Okay, well, that's all the questions I have, Commissioner Kimwright.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Vanderbart?
Just one real quick question for Mr. Collins. Do you know how much backup emergency generation Duke University has on its campus?
Yes, sir. In excess of 35 megawatts.
And that's fueled by what?
Right now, diesel.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Collins and Mr. Haggerty. You may step down, and we appreciate your presentations. And we will proceed with, Mr. Ledford will proceed with SIGFR.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. On Friday, SIGFR notified the commission that it would not be presenting a witness, but that I would be present today in case the commission had any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ledford. I do have a few questions for you in regard to your presentation for SIGFR. And I'm going to, again, ask some questions from the comments that were filed on behalf of SIGFR. And in SIGFR's comments, they state that, or your position is that there's no need for any major changes to the cost allocation methodology and the rate designs at this time. And then on page 5 of your comments, SIGFR's position is that the commission should, instead of making any changes now, take a check and adjust approach to monitor developments and then revisit the issue as necessary. So my question is what needs to occur for SIGFR to believe that changes to rate design or changes to the cost allocation methodology are necessary and should be pursued by the commission?
Well, at this point, I don't believe we've seen any evidence that there are these cost shifts occurring. And the utilities, but Duke in particular, will be coming in routinely every 3 years for multi-year rate plans. So we would look to those filings to see if there's evidence of cost shifts or any other burdens to that would necessitate new rate schedules, new rate designs.
So is it SIGFR's position that the appropriate proceeding or forum for making a determination about updated rate design or updated cost methodology would be in a rate case proceeding as opposed to the CPIRP proceeding or a separate docket? Or do you have a position about what the appropriate forum would be to consider those types of changes?
To the extent rate design, rate allocation, cost allocation are being discussed, those are traditionally rate case items that would be handled in a traditional rate case, a traditional general rate case, or a multi-year rate proceeding as the laws have evolved. We certainly think that proceeding where there's sworn testimony under oath with opportunity for cross-examination is the bare minimum for a discussion of those items.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ledford, SIGFR's members, many of them would be considered to be large load customers. Is my understanding correct?
That depends on the definition the commission adopts of what is a large load customer, but yes.
Okay. And what is your position, or what is SIGFR's position about whether large load customers, SIGFR's members, should be treated differently by the commission or by Duke and Dominion than data centers? Should they be in separate categories treated differently, or should there be no difference between difference in characterization of the large load customers?
SIGFR has a very diverse membership that incorporates various large load industries ranging from traditional manufacturing to tech companies to advanced manufacturing. And at this point, SIGFR's membership is diverse and incorporates both of those categories of customers.
So is it SIGFR's position or your position that what should control in regard to what is considered to be a large load customer should simply be the megawatt size? Is that correct, or should different characteristics be considered by the commission?
At this point in time, we've seen no evidence that anything other than a megawatt threshold is necessary.
Okay. And in the comments, SIGFR stated that the commission should not at this time impose or require reliability requirements on the large load customers. And instead of imposing any types of reliability requirements, should just monitor the grid in regard to power quality at this time. And before I ask the question, are you aware of the reliability risks that have been identified by FERC with respect to data centers, are you familiar with the NERC's report in regard to those reliability risks?
Yes, I've reviewed the NERC reports.
Okay. And so in light of the reliability risks that NERC has highlighted, can you talk a little bit about SIGFR's position about why the commission should not be proactive and consider specifications or requirements to ensure reliability of the grid, since it is a concern of NERC and there have been reliability risks in other parts of the country from data centers?
I think there's a twofold answer to that question. The first is that the commission doesn't have baseline power quality data for the grid. That's something that SIGFR and Duke Energy settled on in the last performance-based regulation rate cases involving the deployment of power quality meters. That information is simply not there. The commission is focused on SAIDI and SAIFI. Those require an interruption of more than 5 minutes. That does not account for momentary interruptions, anything like that. So quite simply, the commission does not have the baseline data to figure out how it should be regulating any large load customers. Secondly, I think there's a legal issue to the commission's ability to go behind the meter to to regulate customers as opposed to the broad regulation that it has for public utilities. And I don't think this is the appropriate proceeding for that sort of legal argument.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ledford. And one follow-up question. In regard to the power quality monitoring that you just mentioned, can you give an update to the commission about the status of where SIGFR and Duke are in regard to getting that baseline for power quality?
SIGFR and Duke are still working collaboratively, but we've run into some issues with getting meters deployed, and other parties were not a fan of that settlement.
Okay, thank you. So let me check. That's all the questions I have. Let me check to see if my fellow commissioners have any questions. Okay. Mr. Ledford, thank you. So let's move to CUCA. And so before I add, many of my questions were going to be identical to what I asked for SIGFR. So to move this along pretty quickly, are any of your responses for CUCA different than what you provided for SIGFR?
I would just note that the membership of the two organizations does differ slightly, so, but otherwise their positions are largely the same as reflected in the fact they filed joint comments.
Mm-hmm. That's all the questions I have then. Let me check to see if there's any additional questions. Mr. Ledford, thank you very much. That is all the questions for SIGFR and CUCA.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we will move to Cypress Creek Renewables.
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Kimmelwright. Again, my name is Ben Snowd with Fox Rothschild here on behalf of Cypress Creek Renewables. I would like to introduce our two witnesses, Mr. Greg Gephardt, who is the Director of Regulatory Affairs for the Southeast, and Ishan Jaitwa, who is the Vice President of Data Centers and Utility for Cypress Creek. I'm going to bring their name tags up.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. As Ben said, my name is Greg Gephardt. In addition to serving as the Director of Government and Regulatory Affairs for the Southeast, I'm also a Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army Reserve, having received a Bachelor of Science from the United States Military Academy at West Point and an MBA from Florida International University. We thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning. And as Ben also alluded to, I'm joined by my colleague, Ishan.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Ishan Jaitwa. I've recently joined Cypress Creek Renewables to head their data center and utility practice. Former Amazon Web Services, head of machine learning and AI data centers, infrastructure side of it. I've been in the energy industry for about 15 plus years now, have had my bachelor's and master's in energy entrepreneurship and controls, and master's from University of Chicago, both. And I'm excited to be here.
So this morning, we have a slide deck. I believe it's 6 or 7 slides. No, as the father of a teenage daughter, I didn't put 6 and 7 together. I apologize for that. So first, we'll go over our experience at Cypress Creek. Founded over a decade ago, Cypress Creek Renewables is a leading U.S. developer, owner, and operator of energy infrastructure. We are a vertically integrated platform across greenfield development, interconnection, engineering, finance, construction, and long-term operations. Cypress Creek has a deep Southeast footprint and a proven record of delivering projects in Duke Energy territories and across neighboring markets. In the Carolinas alone, Cypress Creek owns and operates more than 250 solar projects with 1.2 gigawatts already in service, plus an additional 800 megawatts operated for third parties. Cypress is prepared to meet the demand for the next generation of energy in North and South Carolina today. Additionally, we currently employ nearly 150 fellow North Carolinians and are proud of our 24/7 control center at our East Coast headquarters in Durham. There, we operate one of the few NERC-compliant control centers in the country. Cypress Creek maintains deep relationships across the Carolinas, from rural communities to state leadership in Raleigh. In partnership with local governments, we have successfully secured the land use approval for more than 1 gig of projects across 50+ counties. Over the past 4 years alone, Cypress has secured more than 800 megawatts with Duke Energy under multiple commercial structures, including power purchase agreements and asset transfers. Our integrated platform underpins this performance. A dedicated site acquisition team uses proprietary siting tools to identify high probability projects. Our grid analytics team prioritizes opportunities that minimize grid impacts and have reasonable interconnection costs. And our community engagement specialists build durable local support to achieve zoning success. Operations feedback informs project design for long-term reliability and cost control, while a seasoned supply chain function is positioned to capture any available incentives. As you can see here from the map, our largest concentration of projects is in the Carolinas. And as I noted, we are one of the few companies in the private sector that operate a NERC-compliant control center, and that is located at our Durham headquarters. Ishan?
Yeah. Like everywhere else in the United States, right? North Carolina's energy landscape is rapidly evolving, and as electricity demand rises sharply from data center growth, manufacturing expansion, and broader electrification, the market is simultaneously seeing a record solar deployment and the acceleration adoption of battery energy storage systems paired with low carbon solutions like gas technologies. These trends position our state to meet this new load with cleaner, more reliable, cost-effective, low-carbon solutions. We commend this commission and Duke Energy for recognizing the cost advantages, reliability benefits, and system flexibility that battery energy storage systems provide. The commission's approval of a plan that includes more than 1 gig of new storage over the next 6 years demonstrates a pragmatic and a forward-thinking commitment to ensuring that North Carolina remains both energy secure and economically competitive. Right.
North Carolina stands at a defining moment. Over the past 15 years, the North Carolina General Assembly has laid the groundwork for today's success by shaping tax policy, regulatory reforms, and energy goals that have fostered business confidence and encouraged investment. And I had the pleasure of working with several of the commissioners in that endeavor. The same economic strengths that have attracted investment for decades, North Carolina's skilled workforce, our academic research institutions, and business-friendly policies are now intersecting with a once-in-a-generation wave of large load demand. One of, if not the most important factor in nearly every one of these large load investments in our state is energy, specifically access to firm, affordable, and scalable power. Economic developers note that site selection increasingly hinges on whether the right energy solutions can be delivered. Projects worth billions of dollars and thousands of jobs will go to the states with the strongest energy availability strategies that can guarantee low-cost, reliable energy. These customers, whether they be hyperscale data centers, advanced manufacturers, universities, or research institutions are also looking for certainty by which a utility and its regulators can commit to serving new load. Today, the competitive landscape among states is being redrawn around which states can deliver speed to power, transparency in process, and predictability in cost. So the regulatory innovation for competitiveness. Utilities must have the ability to procure a diverse mix of resources that ensures reliability across all conditions, while at the same time encouraging private investment in solar, storage, and other projects that can strengthen the grid and deliver capacity more quickly. When regulation strikes this balance between utility-led reliability anchored by private sector innovation, North Carolina can both safeguard its grid and capture the transformative economic development opportunities ahead. Once again, we commend Duke Energy for the many innovative programs they've introduced in the past, such as the GSA and their updated non-residential power share load curtailment and non-residential storage demand response program, and encourage the Commission to continue to explore whether or not these programs are able to meet the unique challenges posed by all large load customers. As you've heard from a previous speaker, markets like SPP and PJM are already evolving to reduce friction for large loads. Whether it be Hilga, Chill, or Big Pow, SPP now offers a 90-day study path known as Chill for loads that aren't immediately eligible for firm service. PJM is fast-tracking stakeholder efforts and awaits FERC guidance to clarify co-location rules as well. North Carolina would benefit from adopting similar mechanisms, accelerated study timelines, conditional service pathways, and clear tariff rules around co-located assets to enable timely, reliable, and cost-effective capacity for large customers. Other states have already moved in this direction. Georgia's Public Service Commission, for example, has authorized new power usage terms for large load customers, which includes a process that matches verified customers with new dispatchable capacity under clear regulatory oversight. This kind of transparency and coordination ensures reliability and cost protection while giving large load customers confidence that firm supply will be available on defined timelines. These models make clear that states and regions are competing not just on price per kilowatt hour, but on proactive regulatory planning certainty, how quickly and confidently regulators and utilities can move from interest to interconnection. So what is our perspective and our role at Cypress Creek? From our perspective, meeting North Carolina's expected increased load growth requires an all-of-the-above approach. We support every form, I say that again, every form of generation that contributes to solving this challenge. Solar paired with storage offers low-cost, scalable additions that can be deployed quickly. Natural gas provides flexible capacity to meet peaking needs. Nuclear, both our existing fleet and emerging SMR technology, serves as a firm zero-carbon backbone. Pump storage hydro facilities provide large-scale, longer-term operational flexibility. The point is not to choose one technology over another, but to ensure the right mix is available when and where customers need it. Cypress Creek's proven experience integrating solar and dispatchable battery storage solutions, most recently and at commercial scale in Texas, shows our commitment to bringing reliability, dispatchable clean energy to large customers. In North Carolina specifically, our proven ability to obtain land positions and grid-adjacent sites across the state offer ready-to-go options for co-location or hybrid resource deployment under an accelerated model. So recommendations. We respectfully encourage the Commission to continue to stress the importance of proactive utility planning by ensuring that utilities not only welcome new capacity requests, but actively plan for them. That means identifying where demand is coming, building in flexibility, and partnering with private developers who can bring forward hybrid solutions on faster timelines. Potential options include establishing a large load pathway modeled after SPP's chill policy, launching a procurement model after Georgia Power's large load agreement, or formalizing independent power producer partnerships for co-location sites where solar, storage, and firm resources can serve concentrated load. And finally, adopting a policy similar to SPPs, which allows near-term or conditional service for qualifying customers. We encourage the Commission to support a balanced portfolio that uses each resource for what it does best. A diverse mix of technologies will strengthen reliability, reduce fuel risk, and demonstrate that North Carolina remains committed to delivering affordable and reliable energy to support continued economic growth.
Thank you. The state is at an inflection point, and the Commission has the opportunity to continue to lead. The energy regulation decisions will determine whether North Carolina continues to be the top destination for large load customers, as we have seen in the recent past. We commend, respect, and appreciate Duke Energy's economic development team for acknowledging this unique opportunity as well. While this is a unique opportunity, it does pose potential significant challenges. Serving these customers at reasonable cost and reasonable time frame while ensuring reliability and protecting other ratepayers and customers will require innovation and cooperation between utilities, regulators, customers, suppliers, developers, and everybody. It's not the exact same value chain it used to be in the past. Cypress Creek is committed to being a part of the solution, partnering with utilities, policymakers, and businesses to deliver reliable, affordable, and power for all North Carolinians.
Those are the end of our comments. Commissioner Tucker, I hope we remain within the time frame. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. I have a couple of questions. Mr. Gebhardt, I think most of them will be directed to you, but whoever is best able to answer the questions. And some of my questions, again, are going to reference the comments that were filed to try to get some more specifics. And hopefully you've had a chance to read the comments and can answer as best as you can in regard to the comments. But the first question, Mr. Gebhardt, relates to, you talked about, did you hear the question that I asked Mr. Haggerty about the customer identified resource option that was approved by the Georgia Utilities Commission? And you referenced customer programs in Georgia that had been approved by the Georgia Commission, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did hear the question.
Okay. And so my question is, can you talk a little bit more about that customer identified resource option, which allows the large loads to basically self-select renewable resources to provide power to the large load customers? I assume you're aware that we have approved a Green Source Advantage program and a GSA Choice program in North Carolina. Are there issues with our current GSA Choice program that would make moving to something like the CIR option important? Are there differences? Are there deficiencies in our GSA Choice that would make it so it would not be utilized in the way the CIR option would be?
Commissioner Kemmerer, I'm not intimately familiar with the CIR program in Georgia. What I will say, however, of interest and note to us at Cypress Creek is specifically that, the customers that want to use or that are using more than 100 megawatts, they can be billed in a way that ensures protection to residential ratepayers and other ratepayers, and they burden the risk and not the residential ratepayers. That is what is of most interest to us at Cypress Creek.
Okay, thank you. And then what I'm going to focus on next is issues and then proposed solutions that Cypress Creek had mentioned. So during your presentation, you talked very briefly about what Cypress Creek is doing to identify sites for generation that would be located close or adjacent to where the large load customers are going to be located. Can you provide some more information about what Cypress Creek is doing about that? And have you actually identified specific sites and what's happening with that?
If it's all right, ma'am, I'd like to defer to Ishan.
Okay.
Sure, thank you. I think the goal here is to make sure that every site selection process that Cypress Creek is following is in par and collaboration with the end customer as well. So similar methods and similar parameters that a hyperscaler would be looking at or an AI inference company would be looking at, along with the utility in any region. Cypress Creek is following exactly the same process so that the probability of getting a site that makes sense is highly improved from where it used to be in the past. So it's not different from any customers that we are working with.
And for what Cypress Creek is doing, that would, one of your solutions would be, I think you talked about having a bridge to power option. Is that what you're talking about when you're referencing identifying sites that would be located very close to where the large load customers are located? Is that the bridge to power option?
That is.
Okay. And in regard to the bridge to power option, so my understanding is that the large load customer would enter, it is currently not permitted except outside of the GSA program. But the bridge to power program that you're envisioning would be that the large load customer would enter into a PPA with Cypress Creek or another independent power producer. Is that correct?
I think there could be multiple different options there. The goal is two things. One, speed to power and offering the flexibility, but making sure that you're working directly with the utility in that region. The goal is not to do anything different than how a utility works and partner with them directly.
Partner directly with the utility, so it would not be a PPA directly with the large load customer. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I think the goal is it could be either or based on where it matters the best, what solves the best purpose.
Mm-hmm. And in your comments, there was some discussion about how the bridge to power option would be a solution to be able to provide power more quickly to a large load customer until the utility would be able to bring on sufficient generation resources to serve the entire power requirements for the large load customer. And so if this is an interim solution, what happens to the PPA or to the generation once the utility has sufficient resources to provide the electricity to the large load customer?
I think going back to my previous comment, making sure that we are partnering with the utility on day one is super critical. That either doesn't matter what the bridge solution, how it is actually executed, the long-term solution is always with the utility. So making sure that there are no stranded assets that anybody else has to bear the risk, and private equity-based companies like ourselves come in and help to mitigate some of those risks in the early phases. That's kind of the goal to begin with.
And are there changes that are needed to the interconnection procedures or to our regulatory construct in order to enable this bridge to power option, if you know?
I'll defer to Greg.
Mm-hmm.
I think, as a previous speaker noted, just the speed of the interconnection process. As I stated in my comments, the states that are going to win here are going to be the ones that solve this the quickest. So we would just, if there were any way to speed up the interconnection process, that would significantly help. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in the comments, you talked about that there are options, for example, net metering and standby tariffs for customers for self-supply. And I guess first, are you aware of any data centers that are in North Carolina or that are going to be coming to North Carolina that are interested in self-supply or co-location?
I'm not aware of any today, but in my understanding of the industry, a lot of these hyperscalers are very interested in co-location, co-generation. But I'm not aware of any in North Carolina that are currently planning on doing that.
Okay. And is co-location an option if the data centers are interested in co-location? Is that something that Cypress Creek would be interested in filling in that role to be to provide generation as for co-location?
Absolutely. And if I could go back to a question that you asked, Ishan, ma'am, one of the benefits of a co-location cogeneration strategy is, you mentioned the PPA. I'm not an expert on power purchase agreements, but as Ishan stated, in collaboration with the utility, we can solve this problem, and then the generation source on site becomes a grid asset to the utility, once it's constructed.
And help me understand, I think Duke mentioned in its comments that there really is generally not interest from the large load customers in co-location. Do you know why the data centers are not pursuing co-location?
I cannot speak to why they are not pursuing co-location in North Carolina. Ishan, do you?
I think I don't think it's a state question. I think from a customer's perspective, the goal is getting capacity faster and flexible from a contract perspective. There have been many contracts in the last 2 years since the AI started, and there are rate cases and available information where they have been interested in showing openness to bring their own load, which is one way of doing the same thing, which is getting the power faster. So I don't think it's about they're not interested or interested. It depends on the type of customer you're talking to, and every hyperscaler is also very different in how they approach it.
Okay. And I have one more question, and I want to make sure there's time for questions from the commissioners. But you talked about that we need to have more innovation to solve some of these problems. And you talked specifically about net metering, innovation for net metering. What are the issues with our current net metering policy that prevents net metering from being some part of a solution for these large load customers?
I did not write that comment, so I'm going to defer to you.
Okay, if you know, if you don't know, that is fine, because I know you did not write the comments. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, let me check to see if there's any questions from the commissioners. Okay, Commissioner Tucker.
I promised I wasn't going to ask many questions today, Commissioner Kimwright, but I just, Ms. Chair, I'm sorry. Yes, relevant. Mr. Gebhardt, you talked about you have if I recall correctly, you stated 150 employees in North Carolina.
Yes, sir. Plus or minus. Yes, sir.
Yeah. We have a lot of solar installations in my county that I represented when I was in the Senate. Saw lots of activity when they were being built. See no employment activity to speak of than a pickup truck at the solar installation once in a while. How many jobs are we talking about when solar installations are put in? What's required after that? That's that question. And then the second question is, I know the state, when I was in the legislature, we did about $1.5 billion in tax credits, which was favorable for the solar industry. Why is, looking at your map, I see Michigan, I guess that's Michigan, but most of your concentration is in North Carolina. Is that because of the legislation in 2007 moving forward? And why is the concentration there so much?
Sir, to your last question first, yes, that is fair. The construct and the incentives in the state led to the proliferation of PURPA facilities qualifying facilities across North Carolina. So yes, that is why. Your first question, sir, about the jobs, that is a fair question. When the solar farms are constructed, obviously they provide hundreds of jobs, but as you noted, those are temporary. Currently at Cypress Creek, I believe all of our new utility scale solar facilities in North Carolina employ 4 full-time staff to oversee that. But in addition to that, sir, we hire local contractors, to do the landscaping and the maintenance of the facility. So those aren't direct jobs with Cypress Creek. We are pouring that money back into the local community through local contracts.
Okay, thank you. Is that where they put the sheep inside the fence to eat the grass under the solar panel?
That is one of the things that we do, sir. Yes.
I couldn't resist that. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Commissioner Kimwright.
Well, we actually have another minute or two, so I have one more question for you. You talked about needing innovative solutions at this time. And what about the non-residential power pair program? Are you familiar with that power pair program that the commission approved in the 2024 CPIRP order? And before I ask the question, are you familiar with the non-residential power pair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about whether, when you're talking about innovative solutions, would the Power Pair program, is that a type of program or solution that you're envisioning that could help address some of the issues with the large load customers that are coming into North Carolina?
Yes, ma'am. That's precisely the type of program that we're describing. Not exclusive, right? But that is a great start. Yes, ma'am.
So we've got Power Pair program. You've talked about the Bridge to Power program. I don't think you specifically mentioned, maybe you did in your comments about the GSA Choice program, but maybe needing some updates to it. Are there any other specific programs that you would request that the commission consider or approve?
No specific programs, ma'am. Just would ask that the commission continue in the spirit of collaboration amongst all parties involved. North Carolina has a rich history of bringing many diverse institutions, organizations, and individuals to the table to solve complex problems like this.
Okay. Commissioner Vanderbart.
Just one quick question. Thanks. You all are, it's an impressive presentation. I appreciate the fact that you all are cognizant of the way that solar and battery storage fits into the rest of the system. Have you all, and of course, one of those that are the most readily available of what I call dispatchable sources is natural gas. Have you all looked at all at how the addition of large load facilities may impact North Carolina's ability to deliver gas physically into the state as gas is added, combustion turbines are added in concert with your facilities? Are there some tightening concerns there?
Great question, Commissioner. I think going back, there is no one way of solving this problem right now. And it's not a problem, it's an opportunity that we see coming from my previous life as well, starting these teams at AWS. We are actively working with different players in the value chain for firm supply as well to kind of understand how we can help remove some of those roadblocks from a timing perspective, but also from a flexibility perspective. So I don't have a direct answer of exactly what needs to happen to solve the problem, but I do know that we are working with these partners and players to see how we can enable them to get things done faster here.
And if I may, Commissioner Vanderbart, thank you for allowing us to address that question. I will say we are very cognizant that whether it's a large load AI data center that's looking for co-location, co-generation, or other advanced manufacturing, we are very cognizant of the availability of gas in North Carolina. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentations. It is 10:48. We are going to take our morning break. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back on the record at 11:03. Thank you. with the Data Center Coalition.
Yes, good morning again, Commissioners. Robert Josie with the law firm Nelson Mullins on behalf of the Data Center Coalition. Mr. Lucas Fikes, Director of Energy Policy for the Data Center Coalition, will be presenting this morning.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Lucas Fikes. I'm the Director of Energy Policy with the Data Center Coalition. I lead all of our state regulatory efforts. And as you all probably know, we are seeing cases and state regulatory proceedings crop up all over the country dealing with this moment that we find ourselves in with new large load growth, especially focused on data centers. DCC has participated in regulatory proceedings across the nation, including Ohio, Virginia, Michigan, Missouri, Kansas, Arizona, Oregon, Illinois, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and now North Carolina. At a high level, DCC is the voice of the data center industry, primarily focused on advocacy and education on behalf of the industry. We advocate for a business climate, policies, and investments that continue to support U.S. data center development and competitiveness. We're also here to serve as an informational resource for elected officials, regulators, utilities, communities, and other stakeholders. We currently represent 35 different data center owners and operators, as well as companies that lease large amounts of data center capacity, which is over 50 megawatts. As you can see, we represent some of the very largest tech companies and smaller companies that serve those projects and their needs. We also have smaller companies that are typically multi-tenant facilities, that is, those leasing service space within their facilities to one or more tenants. At a high level, our members are building, owning, and operating data centers. I assume you're familiar with what data centers tend to look like and what they provide, but at a very high level, they offer access to power for their customers and improve efficiency. These large facilities emerge to allow more secure and efficient national computing. They provide fiber access, global connectivity, and numerous on-site security measures. Depending on the region and jurisdiction, they also focus on sustainability and procuring clean power. We have two types of data center companies within our membership. One group includes enterprise or hyperscale facilities that build facilities for their own operations. Largest companies like Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and even Visa make up these hyperscale facilities. Fun fact, we had learned from Visa, they conduct credit card transactions through their data centers, processing roughly 30,000 credit card swipes per second. So it goes to the value of data centers in all of our everyday life. The other important group is made up of multi-tenant build-to-suit companies. Some of these companies build one large facility adjacent to a Fortune 500 company and lease the facility out, while others serve as multi-tenant providers with up to 200 different tenants. Essentially, within these multi-tenant facilities, you have lockers of server equipment leased to various companies. An important point regarding energy is that for self-performing facilities, like the hyperscale facilities, energy costs are a line item in their operating expenditures. Whereas for multi-tenant facilities or build-to-suit companies, energy costs are passed through to the end user customer leasing that server space. Both models are essential. The hyperscale centers cover enormous demand for internal operations, while the multi-tenant centers offer flexibility for many business types. If you haven't toured one before, on the outside, a data center can resemble a very large warehouse. Inside, however, you'll find spaces similar to those in a commercial office building, kitchens, meeting spaces, conference rooms, and robust security measures. Typically, there's a fence perimeter with a gate check, along with interior security provisions, especially closer to the computing equipment. Some facilities use thumb or ocular scans in addition to badges to secure access to server rooms. These centers are highly dependent on reliable power, which has become central to the discussion of national data center growth. The servers support essential digital services that have become the backbone of our daily lives and modern economy: banking, medical records, storage, telehealth, online stock trading, video conferencing for meetings, online education, entertainment, and flight operations all go through data centers. To keep these services online, data centers require 24/7 power with contractual obligations for up to 99.999% uptime. Otherwise, they incur financial penalties. Accordingly, you'll also see on-site generation, mostly in the form of diesel backup generators, ready to activate in the event of an outage from the local utility. Cooling units, often found on the roofs, are another critical component. Servers can heat up quickly without proper cooling. Studies show that server rooms can increase by 1 degree per minute, potentially leading to outages and server failures. Given the cost of this equipment, substantial efforts are made to maximize cooling efficiency. Much research is focused on reducing the energy use required for cooling. Air cooling remains the most common method, while some locations use water as the primary cooling mechanism. New technologies, such as liquid cooling, which submerges server infrastructure in coolant, and direct-to-chip cooling, which circulates coolants directly onto the chip, are emerging, although they are not yet widely deployed. So, why are data centers so crucial? They're a cornerstone of our modern economy, fueling everything from technology startups to major financial institutions. Data center development is a significant driver of the modern economy. We often hear discussions about reshoring and onshoring manufacturing because robotics and advanced manufacturing processes depend on the digital infrastructure provided by our members. Data centers are expected to be the backbone for managed charging of electric vehicles and battery resource management, as well as for supporting autonomous driving. Additionally, data centers are increasingly the largest customers for semiconductor and chip manufacturers. There are very large proposals in North Carolina and other states representing significant capital investments. We've seen projects above $1 billion, and now there are larger campus-style projects in the $10 to $12 billion range. With recent announcements, including from the White House, it appears we're poised for even more significant national development. Tax revenue is another big factor. Data centers drive local and national budgets by generating significant tax impacts, which in turn support public services and infrastructure development. Data center development also generates substantial tax revenue, and I'll share those specific numbers shortly. Although data centers may create fewer direct jobs compared to average manufacturing facilities, the broader ecosystem, comprising suppliers, service providers, equipment vendors, technicians, construction workers, and others, creates significant employment. Every data center job creates multiple additional roles in the broader economy. In fact, for every direct job, there can be up to 6 additional jobs generated in supporting industries such as construction, IT services, and maintenance. So the ripple effect of data center development is vast, impacting job growth, revenue generation, and long-term economic stability. The common question we hear is whether this growth is real. With connected devices, the internet is increasingly integral to everything we do. For example, streaming video now supports entertainment, even if the common joke is that data centers support videos of cats and dogs. Our entertainment preferences have shifted from antenna to cable and satellite dishes to now online streaming. There are also industrial and business uses. Virtual and augmented reality are being used in industrial applications, and e-commerce relies on data center development. Machine learning and artificial intelligence also play a significant role in the industry. One point that's often lost in the discussion about AI is that, especially following the pandemic, we increasingly rely on cloud-based applications. Much of the data center development to date reflects this shift to the cloud, which will continue to support AI applications as they become overlaid with cloud-based processes. Autonomous driving is another factor. Several U.S. cities now have taxis or rideshare vehicles that operate autonomously during testing. The sensors on those vehicles generate a significant amount of real-time data that requires extensive processing. Remote work and online learning are also expanding. It seems you can now get a certificate or pursue professional development on almost anything over the internet. Again, a function that is supported by data centers. Flight operations are another consideration, which are heavily dependent on data center infrastructure. If there's an issue with computing, software, or data center infrastructure, flight operations can be significantly impacted. Lastly, consider the national security implications and uses of data center development. Much of the data center development on the East Coast, particularly in Virginia, supports our national security and defense activities. There's a national security imperative to ensure domestic data center development and to keep AI development onshore. If the US does not build, the US does not compete with countries like China. There are forecasts showing rapid growth in electricity consumption driven by data centers. Now, DCC does not conduct our own forecasting, but as referenced in this slide, a forecast from McKinsey & Company projects that data center demand will reach 80 gigawatts by 2030, which is up from 25 gigawatts last year, with construction spending increasing accordingly. For reference, the US accounts for roughly 40% of the global data center market, though figures vary based on data from different countries. Data centers have become central to our daily lives and modern economy. One way to understand this is by considering your own data center use. On average, households now have many connected devices. On average, based on a Deloitte study that was put out earlier this year, the average US household has 21 connected devices. Though I have to admit, with a 6 and a 9-year-old, and both my wife and I both working remotely from home, I think we have quickly exceeded 30 devices within our household, and I would not be surprised if many of the people in this room are under the same situation. All of this device use is going to generate twice as much data over the next 10 years as it did in the past 5. So we're generating twice the amount of data in half the time. This requires additional digital infrastructure. The last compounding factor is that only 2/3 of the global population is currently connected to the internet. Approximately 5.4 billion people, or 67% of the global population, are online today. This represents an increase of 45% since 2018. 2.6 billion people are not yet connected to the internet. We can expect the next third to come online in the next couple of decades, which will require even more data center infrastructure to support. This slide illustrates the constant global nature of data generation and processing. Every minute around the clock, people and businesses are creating and transmitting enormous amounts of data. For example, hundreds of millions of emails sent, social media posts made, and online transactions are processed each minute. Streaming services like Netflix, YouTube, and TikTok collectively consume terabytes of data every few seconds. Business platforms such as Teams, Zoom, and Google Cloud handle millions of logins and file transfers each minute. The point here is to make tangible what 24/7 demand really means. Data centers are the physical infrastructure that keeps these digital services operating without interruption. This demand does not fluctuate like traditional industrial usage. It's continuous, predictable, and growing. That makes data centers particularly valuable for grid planning, as their load is steady and they can help utilities balance demand. In other words, data centers never sleep, and their operational reliability requirements drive the need for resilient, well-planned energy systems. This slide shows how the explosion of connected devices, quote unquote, the Internet of Things, is driving exponential growth in data generation. IoT analytics research projects billions of new connected devices coming online by the end of the decade. These include everyday products like smart thermostats, security systems, electric vehicles, and industrial sensors. Each device collects, transmits, and stores data in real time, which must be processed through data centers. Today, there are roughly 16 to 17 billion active IoT devices. By 2030, that number is expected to exceed 30 billion, nearly doubling global connectivity. The implication is clear. As the number of devices grows, data creation increases exponentially. Another way to look at it is household broadband consumption. 2018, it was below 300 gigabytes per month. By the end of 2023, it had reached nearly 600 gigabytes per month. We're consuming and using the internet more than ever, supporting various functions in the economy. In healthcare, the pandemic drove a tremendous push to telehealth. Hospitals are generating more medical data than ever before, and they need to store and access it quickly and securely to ensure quality patient care. In 2023, the data center industry directly supported over 600,000 jobs, which is a 51% increase since 2017. When you include related roles and indirect effects, total employment across the sector nears 4.7 million jobs. Total labor income reached $404 billion in 2023, representing a 93% increase from 2017. And during that same time period, data centers contributed 3.5 trillion to US GDP. Finally, 2023 alone, data centers generated 162.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, which is roughly 146% higher than 2017. Now, turning our attention to North Carolina, this slide represents the local impact. The data center sector supported 15,270 direct jobs in North Carolina. With respect to total employment, including direct, indirect, and induced employment, the data center industry supported 130,500 jobs. This ripple effect beyond direct employment includes an estimated $17.268 billion towards North Carolina's GDP in 2023. This also supports $939 million in state and local tax revenues in 2023, when including direct, indirect, and induced effects. These numbers reinforce how data centers stimulate local economies, providing jobs, generating tax revenue, and driving further investments in the region. So in the comments that we had submitted, DCC provided several recommendations. The first of which is the need for transparent, data-driven load forecasting. This commission should require electric public utilities to use standardized methodologies, share underlying assumptions, and reconcile near-term customer demand with long-term planning models. In situations where customer demand exceeds supply, utilities and the Utility Commission should endeavor to find equitable and fair solutions to meet customer demand to the fullest extent possible. Second is the need for cost-based, non-discriminatory design within existing tariffs. Should ensure that large load rate provisions reflect cost causation, avoid cross subsidies, and include reciprocal utility obligations such as clear interconnection timelines. Third, there should be flexible and clearly stated contract terms that balance risk. Should allow tailored exit fees, reasonable load ramp schedules, and flexible collateral options so utilities recover prudent costs while customers can scale responsibly. Contract terms should be shared with prospective customers in writing as early as practicable in the customer site evaluation process. Load ramp schedules are also important. Should allow multi-year ramps, typically 3 to 5 years, so utilities can stage infrastructure and customers can scale responsibly. Participation by large loads in curtailment or flexibility programs should remain voluntary. Exit fees should be tied to unrecovered utility investment and permit capacity transfers to the next in-queue customer, so stranded asset risk stays low. With respect to collateral flexibility, the Commission should focus on offering multiple security forms, including parental guarantees, letters of credit, surety bonds, or cash, and they should phase collateral down as project risk declines over time. And then finally, there should be clearly stated contract terms that are shared with customers as soon as practicable. Complete initial drafts of all required utility agreements, such as letters of agreement and electric service agreements, should be shared with the prospective customer as soon as practicable. Such drafts should avoid vague terms and open-ended obligations to the extent possible. Thank you for your time and welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a number of questions, and then I assume that my fellow commissioners do as well. Before I start asking the questions, have you had an opportunity to read the comments that were filed in this docket on behalf of the Data Center Coalition?
I have.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to step back and acknowledge that the Data Center Coalition members, I recognize, are diverse. You have the hyperscalers, and then you have the, as you describe them, the multi-tenant and build-to-suit. So the questions I'm going to be asking, I'd like for you to answer as best as you can, knowing that there are diverse perspectives and interests among your members. But so my first question is just very general. Why have the members of DCC chosen to locate in Duke's service territory? And what has been appealing or beneficial that has made them want to locate here in North Carolina?
So I will preface my response to this by saying I do not follow individual data center projects other than what's in the media. We don't confer with members on that. And honestly, membership is diverse. I will say at this point, all along the East Coast, data centers are looking to locate. I think the close proximity to Virginia is one factor, but also the regulatory climate as well, which you all have a big part in. So data centers are looking to locate just about everywhere in the country at this point, but particularly on the East Coast is important due to cross-Atlantic cables and other access to Africa and to Europe and other markets as well.
And can you expand a bit on the regulatory climate? What is it about the regulatory climate that the data centers view as beneficial in North Carolina?
I think access to power is important. Capacity restraints is also an important factor as well. Permitting requirements play into that also. So it's an all of the above approach for data centers. I will say again, I'm not affiliated with any specific company. We do have a very broad membership with diverse business models and approaches. But my understanding is that there are several members that are very interested in North Carolina, although the specifics of why I have not discussed with them.
And following up to something that you mentioned just a minute ago, you mentioned that the Data Center Coalition members are looking to locate data centers throughout the country. And then one of your slides talked about forecasting. And one of the challenges, I think, for Duke Energy, the public staff, and the commission is we need to have accurate forecasting. I mean, it's critical so that we make sure that we have the generation resources and the transmission upgrades that are necessary to provide the power to the data centers. But we also want to make sure that we're not over forecasting and then overbuilding the system for load that doesn't actually show up. So what can the DCC or the individual data centers, what can they do to assist Duke Energy and the commission with more accurate forecasting?
Sure. So kind of four main points here. And I will say load forecasting is a fundamental element of getting it right and making sure that we're not overbuilding or underbuilding for that matter. One thing that we have been an advocate for in multiple jurisdictions is commercial readiness verification for large load additions. This could include attestations to executive service agreements, proof of site control, representation of permitting progress or other objective milestones for inclusion in load forecasting to make sure that those projects are verifiable and are actually going to come online. Another indication for that commercial readiness is the track record of the individual data center that's looking to operate here. Do they have a long track record of data center development or not? That can all go into whether they would be included in any load forecast. Transparency of forecast assumptions is the second point. Utilities commission should be required to publicly disclose the key assumptions, data sources, and validation processes underlying both its base forecast and the supplemental inputs, which would enable stakeholders to engage more effectively and improve accountability in planning processes. Next would be reporting standardization. The commission should direct entities to develop clear and enforceable standards for how member utilities report anticipated load additions, including data quality, documentation, information about associated transmission needs, including supplemental projects and regular revalidation. Common framework would reduce uncertainties and improve the comparability of load inputs. And then finally, forecast review and backcasting analysis. Utilities should conduct annual assessments comparing past forecasts to actual outcomes, backcasting to identify sources of error and improve future performance. With these, these are kind of best practices we have for forecasting and we've developed amongst our members. And we think by implementing these procedures would benefit all customers and help to right-size load forecasting.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I think those are good points to help to ensure that we have more accurate forecasting as data centers shop multiple sites in multiple jurisdictions. But just to be, I may have not focused in on something that you might have said, but what in particular can the data centers themselves do? What more can they do to ensure, and I'm not talking about what Duke or the commission can do, but what can data centers do to help to ensure that the load forecasting is correct? What is their responsibility that we could expect of them to help with accurate load forecast?
So my understanding is right now, data centers will submit a load forecast to the utilities, and then they don't know what happens after that. So I think increased communication is really important, making sure that there's constant communication with the utilities and data centers. Business can change, things change, inputs can change, and to make sure that those are being communicated in a succinct way to the utilities so that if forecasts need to be changed, they can be. And I think transparency is the other side of the coin there. Need to make sure that data centers have better visibility into what's going on with the load forecasting, standardization amongst different utilities, let's say within PJM or another RTO ISO can help that as well. But really, again, it's increased communication, collaboration, and transparency are the three-legged stool for improving that from the data center perspective.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to another issue that I think is of particular interest of the commission, which is, if we want to call it co-location, self-generation, self-supply. I think all those terms mean the same thing. In Duke's comments, I asked this question earlier to another witness. They said that currently there's not been any significant or real interest from the data centers in bringing their own load or co-location. Is that correct? And if so, why is that?
I don't know that it's correct. I can't speak, again, directly to the communication between Duke and data center customers. What I can speak to is what I'm hearing from our broader membership. And it really is about optionality. You know, we're in a moment right now where we're seeing timelines for interconnection in certain jurisdiction going from the 2 to 3 years that it takes to build a data center to upwards of 7 to 10 years to get power. So stranded assets on the data center side requires solutions. And one of those solutions from an optionality perspective has been co-location with load. And so again, you had alluded to this earlier, and this will be a common theme throughout my comments. We have a diversity of business models within our association. It's the struggle that we have every single day trying to come up with voice and best practices that represent the broader industry. So if I can share with you some of the best practices that we've come up with co-location, I think that would help to answer your question. I'll try to be relatively succinct here.
And as you share the best practices, can you identify which jurisdiction or state that's currently being implemented in, if you can?
This would be best practices from a national perspective, not necessarily in the individual state. So first would be open access. Data center operators should have the option to co-locate new facilities next to power generation sources and behind the meter arrangements in accordance with applicable regulations. This would promote competition and efficiency, particularly as transmission and interconnection challenges intensify in key markets. Number 2 is grid impact assessment. Before co-location occurs, regulators, transmission owners, and operators should conduct an assessment to determine potential impacts on local grid infrastructure, stability, and reliability. This helps to ensure that co-location does not negatively affect the grid or other customers. 3 is ratepayer protection. DCC supports just and reasonable cost allocation where data centers are allocated their fair share of system costs. Costs directly associated with co-location arrangements, including any required transmission upgrades to facilitate that arrangement, must be allocated fairly to the parties involved in the co-location agreement to prevent shifting undue costs onto ratepayers. 4 is community engagement. Data center operators should engage with local communities and stakeholders to ensure that co-location projects align with community needs and values. This would include addressing concerns and providing clear information on project benefits. 5 is collaboration and innovation. DCC encourages collaboration between data center operators, power generators, utilities, regulators, and other stakeholders to explore innovative solutions that optimize the benefits of co-location while minimizing its impacts. And then finally, number 6, environmental considerations. Data centers should strive to mitigate any increase in grid level emissions resulting from co-location.
Okay. And so just a kind of a very direct question about co-location. Data centers are what we hear is that speed to market is critical for data centers. Are we going to see more interest and more data centers pursuing co-location to enable them to have the generation that they need so that they can come online more quickly? Is that something that we're likely to see, or is this a concept that has that is not likely to be implemented throughout the country and in North Carolina? We're trying to understand from a practical perspective, is it going to happen, or is this not a realistic possibility?
To provide a quick answer as requested, I would say yes. This is where the industry is trending right now. But again, I've been with DCC for 1.5 years now. I've heard all along that the priority of membership is clean, firm energy from the local utility. But again, as we're seeing, speed to market is key. It is the pacing challenge that we face as an industry right now. So due to that, we are looking at other options. Co-location is one of those options, and from our view, should be available as an additional option.
And then another option that you talked about in the comments that would kind of help with or enable the speed to market for the data centers is the bridge to power option. You're familiar with that, right?
Bring your own generation.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what I asked this question of an earlier witness, but what happens with the bridge to power? This is a bridge program until the utility has sufficient generation to supply the full electricity demands at the data center. What happens to the generator that is providing that bridge amount of power once the utility can supply the 100% of the data center's electricity needs? What happens at that point? Because we're concerned also about stranded assets.
I don't have a direct answer to that question. I will say that, again, they're looking at the bridge to power or bring your own generation as a bridge until they get interconnected to the local utility. My understanding is that in North Carolina, there may be some restrictions on the ability to net meter that power as well and put it back into the grid. That may be one way to address it. But I would say, the growth is real, and that power, whether it's used for their day-to-day facility operation or whether it's used as backup generation, it still provides significant value. So I would not anticipate there being any major stranded asset risks, but need utility rate structures and commission decisions to help for that evolving landscape as well.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to load flexibility and demand response for the data centers. And I, again, recognize that your members have different interests and different demands. But in one of your recommendations at the end of your slide presentation stated that the recommendation would be that the demand response and load flexibility be voluntary and voluntary only. So I want to get a little bit more information about that. Aren't most data centers already planning to have some sort of backup generation like diesel generators?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the majority of data centers currently have diesel backup generators as their secondary option for power.
And are the diesel generators, are they expected to be used only in emergency situations, or could they also be utilized for critical times on the grid for demand response requests?
So there are some limitations for all the data centers, especially those with diesel backup generators. Under the Rice rule, there's only so many hours per year that they're able to run. So unless there is some evolution of permitting requirements, the ability to run those diesel backup generators regularly for normal daily use of the data centers is very much restricted. I will also say you are correct. Our members, membership or the industry is not monolithic. different data centers have different business models, different operations. Some are more able to integrate battery storage or other backup solutions. To my knowledge, there aren't that many of them on the table right now, but there are many companies that are looking to advance technology that could support that backup. I will say, my understanding is at least some of our hyperscalers are much better situated to flex the compute load so that they could participate in these demand response or load flexibility programs. But I'll also say, the vast majority of our members, which are multi-tenant members, they have their own limitations on what they can do. One, they don't have access to the computing infrastructure, so they can't flex that computing load. Two, they have contractual obligations of, the 5 nines, 99.99% uptime that they have to maintain. And then three, as I already mentioned, there are significant limitations in air permitting and otherwise as to how much they can run those diesel backup generators. And I'll caveat to say that the more data centers are running those diesel backup generators, the more pushback they're going to get from local communities as well. As soon as those diesel backup generators are turned on, if they have communities that are in close proximity to the data centers, they're taking decibel readings. They are very concerned about the noise pollution and other things that can come from those diesel backup generators, which is why they are used in limited fashion. And again, that's on top of my original 3 points that I'd made.
And for backup generation, we have diesel generators. You mentioned battery storage. Is there any other technology that's currently available that data centers are utilizing for backup generation other than those two?
It takes time to plan these things, and really this load flexibility and demand response issue is a relatively new one. And I know it's being focused on in the media and otherwise. Again, I think it's important to make sure that those programs are voluntary, so you're not trying to fit a square peg through a round hole, essentially, with data centers. I think that, from my perspective, if those voluntary programs have incentives that can increase speed to market for data centers, you're going to get more participation. But again, there has to be some reciprocal value for the data centers that are participating in those programs. I'll also note, we had a roundtable discussion with some of our members and then some of EEI members at their National Key Accounts conference here a couple weeks ago. Timing is also very important. It takes 5 years worth of planning to put the right infrastructure in place to be able to respond to any sort of mandatory demand response or load flexibility programs. And so it's important that data centers, as they're building out their individual facilities, have an understanding of what will be expected of them so that they can cater those facilities to whatever those requirements would be. So again, the industry is not monolithic. There are multiple different data center models, and some are better situated for load flexibility demand response programs than others are. Others may be able to get on board, but it is going to take time in planning to do so.
And one more question in regard to the backup generation and diesel generators. There's emissions that are associated with backup generation from diesel. In your comments, the DCC stated that many of its companies, data center companies, have clean energy goals. How is that reconciled, the clean energy goals and then emissions from backup generators? How is that going to be accomplished or considered, meeting the clean energy goals with further emissions from diesel?
I think there's a lot of planning that goes into that behind the scenes. Again, some of our members have very, very advanced and extreme sustainability goals, requirements for clean energy. They're going to have a different approach than some other members may. But again, optionality and looking for solutions across the board is very important here. There's been a lot of media about behind the meter generation or others using natural gas or using other forms to kind of provide that backup generation or even regular day-to-day activity generation. Again, it's really difficult for me because I don't have visibility into any individual projects. So I'm reading a lot of this in the media, and even in our discussions with members through our work group process and otherwise, getting insight into individual plans is very limited.
And I'm going to just ask one more question because I'm sure that some of the commissioners have questions. But what I think you can understand from my questions that one of the issues that the commission is particularly interested in is load flexibility and demand response to benefit the grid. And are you familiar with the proposal that PJM made to the Data Center Coalition in regard to load flexibility? Are you familiar with that proposal and the Data Center Coalition's response to PJM's proposal? And if you are, I'd like to better understand the DCC's response to PJM's proposal, if you're familiar with it.
So I am very focused on leading all of our state regulatory engagements and have not been engaged intimately in the PJM work. So it would be difficult for me to speak to that response.
Okay. Oh, and one last question. Duke has proposed so its proposal is a load of 100 megawatts or greater as being the appropriate threshold. Do you have a response about whether that is the appropriate megawatt threshold for its contracts for large loads?
So we have gotten comfortable with the idea of 100 megawatts being the threshold. A recent unanimous settlement that we were a party to in the Evergy, Kansas large load power service tariff had a 100 megawatt threshold. The same threshold, I think, in the unanimous settlement we participated in, or we signed on to in the I&M proceeding in Indiana, that had a 75 megawatt threshold with, I think, 150 aggregated. And forgive me if I'm forgetting the exact details of that stipulation as it was about a year ago. I think, generally speaking, best practices, we like to see it in the 50 to 100 megawatt range because the lower it is, the more other industrial customers, and it's not so much a data center de facto tariff. We have major issues with singling out customers when the service for providing electricity to those customers is the same. So anywhere from 50 megawatts to 100 megawatts, depending on the entire package of terms and conditions that are in that tariff, is something that we have gotten comfortable with. I don't know that I would identify 100 megawatts as being the gold standard or the specific threshold. It really would depend on the individual utility jurisdiction from my perspective.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. Let me check to see if there's additional questions. Commissioner McKissick.
Just a couple of questions. Sure. You've heard a lot about co-location today. And of course, you have a variety of entities that you represent. But to what extent are they actually utilizing co-location as a tool? I mean, if you had to say percentage-wise, how many of them are actually going out there and building data centers using co-location today? What percentage of them are doing it? And you can talk about the ones that are proprietary versus ones that are kind of speculative with multi-user. And likewise, if you want to, or if you're able to identify it by, the number of megawatts, the kind of size of these facilities. Do you have any idea anecdotally what that looks like today?
In general conversations, I know that a number of our members are considering co-location as an option, but I don't have the insight into individual projects or planning to be able to put any sort of percentage on the amount of that are looking at co-location as an option in any individual utility territory.
And how about battery storage? I mean, are you able to comment upon that? Because obviously that provides some flexibility.
Again, I can say that it's something that's under consideration by a number of our members, but I do not have a lot of insight into individual projects. We're more nationally focused. I know members are considering battery storage as one of the options that are available to address this speed to market issue. But again, it would be really difficult for me to put an exact number or percentage on that.
All right, and you also discuss, having tailored exit fees that are appropriate. Can you speak to what you feel or what you believe are appropriate type of mechanisms to tailor exit fees? Obviously, it would differ based upon location and jurisdiction, but what thoughts do you have about how that might be done?
So typically, and exit fees are another one of the mechanisms that really is reliant on the larger package of where any individual settlement would last. But typically, you would not be able to exit the market until a certain time frame. So let's say 5 years into the contract, and then the exit fees in a lot of the jurisdictions are tied to whatever that incremental cost is to the utility, or that remaining cost, to ensure that there's no cross subsidization onto any other rate classes. So if there's a 12-year contract and you've got you can't notice your ability to exit until, let's say, 3 years or whatever, then the exit fee would be tied to the remainder of that contract.
And in looking at these contract terms, say they're 12, 15 years, there is an exit fee attached. I mean, the company actually exits after that 12, 15 years. Obviously, there's still cost to be borne upon the system that can impact those that are still paying rates, at that point in time, whether there's additional capacity, obviously, that's been built up. I mean, how are you envisioning that might be handled if it's a contract type negotiation?
So the exit fees should be tied to the cost of the build out of both transmission infrastructure and generation infrastructure to serve those data center customers. Again, it really does tie into the contract length. It ties into what the minimum demand charge is. It ties into the upfront payments that were made by data centers for substations, transformers, things like that are upfront. But the idea behind exit fees is to ensure that there is some mechanism that can make sure that the utility can recoup the cost needed to serve the customer. And the underlying reasoning for that is that all of our members are committed to paying their full cost of service. And so if they need to exit early, business models change, circumstances can change. If they exit early, we are trying to make sure that there is some mechanism to ensure that they can still pay the incremental cost to serve those customers.
Now, in terms of large low growth tariffs that are out there today in different jurisdictions, you identified Indiana as being one example. I mean, are there certain ones that you would identify as being ones that you think are perhaps better than others in the way that they are structured, the way they're designed, or perhaps whether they even incentivize, load flexibility, perhaps?
So there are two that I would point to you. And again, these are both settlements, and no settlement is perfect for any party. There's a lot of negotiations that go into it and compromise. But I would point the commission to the I&M settlement, which was unanimous, included clean energy groups, included Consumers Council, included the utility, included commission staff. That I&M settlement, again, is not a perfect representation of what we would like to see, but it is an example of compromise. I would also point you to the Evergy, Kansas settlement, which is different in construct, but again, demonstrates that compromise. That includes, they have significant clean energy provisions in there. But generally speaking, the three-legged stool of minimum demand charges, extended contract lengths, and non-onerous or non-punitive collateral requirements are the three things that we're looking at as being, as really making sure you're solving for the problem that we see right now, which in my mind is, as you mentioned, stranded assets, and then also speculative load requests as well. And that those three mechanisms combined together are both represented in the Evergy, Kansas settlement and the I&M settlement, and happy to have my counsel provide you with those settlements and those case numbers if it's helpful.
Okay. And of course, Commissioner Kammerer mentioned, the fact that data centers frequently want to know 2 to 3 years they can be online within that building window to, get the facility built. But that also perhaps means that data centers are looking at more than one jurisdiction at a time to help get them there. Now, based upon your knowledge, how many of the data centers that you're working with, and you can, again, break it out, whether you're talking about the hyperscalers or the smaller ones that are more speculative in nature, how many of them are actually looking at multiple sites at any given time, waiting for the first one to come through that becomes viable, that allows them to move forward expeditiously? I'm trying to get a sense of how, I mean, I gather there's a lot of this speculation going on, and of course, it's impacting low growth projections along the way, and multiple locations are looking at potentially the same potential generators coming in. So how much of that, explain to me the environment that we are in and how that's functioning as a practical matter based upon the clients that are part of your data center coalition.
So I would say that it is not as widespread as people may think, but from a business perspective, as speed to market is the pacing challenge of our industry, that there are certain data center owners and operators that are looking at multiple markets. Now, the other side of the coin there is that we do not have land developers within our membership. And I know that a lot of the speculation comes from land development entities that are looking to kind of benefit off the value of data centers and the value of having land that's interconnected to the utility. But I will also say, back to my earlier point about commercial readiness verification for load forecasting, that is the solution to making sure that these speculative requests are not included in overall load forecasting, and that we're not overbuilding and in turn having stranded assets as a result. So I would point back to the load verification process. And then, as we're getting new terms and conditions and things like that are in tariffs and otherwise, that also reduces the likelihood of speculation or the likelihood of individual data centers looking at multiple different markets. So I can't put in, again, I know you're asking for an exact number or percentage
or some
of
idea.
what,
Yeah.
I can't say because I have zero insight into what markets individual members are looking at. The only thing that I know is if they have an interest in Evergy, Kansas, they would like to see DCC intervene in a state regulatory proceeding there, or in Duke, North Carolina. That's where I get the interest, is like, hey, we're looking at this market. We would like for you to intervene and make sure that wherever the commission lands is reasonable and equitable and fair. I do not have any insight at all into where our members are looking to locate with individual projects before those projects are I guess, available through media or otherwise. And we have strict antitrust policy requirements within our organization that restrict the discussion of individual projects or business approaches. So very limited on that. There may be others here today that could speak to that.
Sure, sure. And I guess the last question is simply this. Based upon the mix of members that you have, knowing they have different perspectives, and some are larger, some are smaller, some are these speculative operators, I mean, would you prefer an environment where there was more regulatory certainty with a large low growth tariff, as opposed to these contractual negotiations that have to take place within an environment that does not have some type of large load type tariff policy or program?
Yes, I can say that certainty is very important. Understanding, having visibility into what the terms and conditions are, and if those are tariffed, that is advantageous. But whether it's individual large load tariffs or separate tariffs outside of, the current paradigm or current tariffs that are on the books, I can't really speak to that. But what I can say is that certainty is very important for planning and operational purposes. And we are leaning in as an organization, and many of our members are individually leaning in support of taking traditional terms that were usually in ESAs and putting those into tariff requirements that are fair and equitable.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimwright. Mr. Fox, good to have you here today. Thank you for your answers to your questions. I just have a couple. First of all, I would imagine that the data centers are looking at North Carolina because of our structure. Perhaps the restriction that you alluded to earlier for co-location of facilities may not fit some of the business models, but Duke has one of the lowest KW rates in the country. So I think that would be favorable in the business environment, being number one in the U.S. as far as business would help. And we want the data centers here, provided we can provide the capital. I was last week with a number of commissioners from other states, and in your comments, you mentioned a plethora of states, and then you went back and mentioned Indiana. Are you aware that Google signed a $1 billion deal in Indiana recently?
Not specifically.
Okay. How about, are you aware that Google signed a $4 billion deal on the Arkansas-Tennessee line?
I'm not aware of that one either.
Okay, all right. Well, I was with a couple of hyperscalers last week. They did not imply that they would do any co-locating of their own facilities in North Carolina. But they did talk about a percentage of investment, and you made the statement that I think, and don't let me put words in your mouth, that they want to pay the full cost of what the generation requirements are for the data center. Is that a correct statement?
They want to pay their full cost of service and are willing to do so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a percentage in mind that they would pay up to, or 100% is the number?
You know, I think in that idea, it's very important to note that as new infrastructure is built out for data centers, there are other benefits that go to other customer classes. So we would leave it to regulators like yourselves and to utilities to handle that that cost allocation piece. But it should be fairly and equitably distributed under the current paradigm of cost allocation and how it's approached within any individual utility or state.
Well, with Duke and with the public staff and with the commission, we're always concerned about the impact it has on ratepayers. This particular hyperscaler said that they would not pay 100% of the cost, but they would pay up to 75 to 80% of the cost. Is that a number that you've heard in the mix of your group that they're willing to do? Surely y'all discuss that in your meetings in the Data Center Coalition.
I don't have a specific number to put on it. I would say that it really is dependent on the individual utility archetype and the types of service. It's also dependent on the upfront costs that the data centers pay, whether that's for substations, transformers, other upfront costs to help. But at a very high level, from a best practices approach, we want to pay our full cost of service. We want to limit any cross subsidization for residential ratepayers. And there's a lot of literature out there right now, and that's come out over the last 6 months or so, that really points to data centers not only paying their full cost of service to date. I would point you to the JLARC study that was done in Virginia, which said that data center customers to date had been paying their full cost of service. The Arizona Corporation Commission had a similar finding. We've also heard from Chair DeFrank out of the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission. He filed some testimony here a couple weeks ago that really painted a broad picture of, while an individual data center can use the amount of energy as maybe a small town or a city, the amount of infrastructure required to support that one customer versus the entire city or otherwise, poles, transmission lines, it's significantly reduced. So not only that, but adding on new large load like data centers helps flatten the demand curve, make it more predictable, and ultimately can put downward pressure on rates for other customers. The issues we're trying to address, to be very clear, are the stranded asset issue and the speculatory request issue. If we have things in place that can address those two major concerns, the cost allocation piece and the ability to put downward pressure on rates for all other customers will solve itself, from my perspective.
Okay, I was with the Arizona commissioners last week, and they cited some of the same things you're talking about, but I was pleased to hear that the data centers are going to be willing to pay up to 75 or 80% of the cost, because we have a tremendous push not to put the data center load on the backs of ratepayers and that they're willing to pay. So I was pleased to hear that they were willing to pay in generation costs, storage costs, et cetera. So that's a good thing. Let me, just one more question.
Sure.
In your comments, you talked about, I think you used the economic contribution of the U.S. data centers 2025 impact study. That would have been on page 6, I believe. Anyway, take for granted I just read it, so I'm not that smart. But the fact of the matter is, it states that data centers have created roughly 15,000 jobs in North Carolina with ancillary jobs of about 87,000. And granted, the taxes and everything that it brings, where did those numbers come from? This question is the same thing along the lines I asked Cypress Renewables about. Once you build a solar farm, after the construction jobs are gone, who's out there that requires a job? Why would we want or pursue, wait a minute, let me back up. You stated the Toyota battery, or in the comments, it's about the Toyota battery factory. We talked about the VinFirst Vietnamese company coming to North Carolina. Say they got 500 24/7 jobs, and we got a data center that runs 24/7. You certainly are not going to impact or have the same number of jobs in your data centers that they do at a full-fledged factory. Why would we chase a data center load versus your a Toyota battery factory with 500 jobs? Other than revenue for due, tax base, et cetera, all the things that you mentioned. I mean, where we're sitting, you know, I'm just thinking about, you know, the guy out there in rural North Carolina that needs a good paying job. Why wouldn't we go after that load and kind of sidestep some of the data centers, since you may have 40 or 50 people on a 24/7 basis that's maintaining the data center versus that? What do you think about that?
So let me, there was a lot there. So let me
Yeah,
back
it's a
up just
ton.
little
It was a
bit.
ton.
So-
That's the way I do things.
No, you're fine. And so the economic numbers that were in our slides and also in our comments, they come from a PricewaterhouseCoopers report that was commissioned by the Data Center Coalition. We had done the report. It was earlier this year. It was updated for all 50 states. And what that report shows is that for every one direct job at a data center facility, that there are 6 other jobs that are created in the broader ecosystem. I would also note that, you know, whereas we are in this new paradigm and we're moving into the modern economy, which we are, as we're reshoring, advanced manufacturing and others, location close to data centers and latency is important for those operations as well. So as you bring in data centers to North Carolina, you're also going to bring in other operations that depend on data centers and depend on reducing that latency, that data transfer time for advanced robotics used in advanced manufacturing, for the different equipment that's used in the battery facilities and otherwise. So it's difficult to look at it in isolation. But what I can say is, based on what we've heard from members, based on what we've heard from outside sources as well, as you increase the data center density in your territory, that also makes that territory to be more, more advantageous for other companies to locate in near proximity to those data centers.
Okay, the study by Price Waterhouse, or the impact study by the data centers, that was paid by the Data Center Coalition to generate those numbers?
It was an independent study that was commissioned by DCC. Yes.
Okay, all right, fine. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I'm done.
Commissioner Vanderbart.
Yeah, just to follow up on Commissioner Tucker's question, everything he said was a value, but also you're a very large energy consumer. In other words, you don't have that many employees in North Carolina. You consume a whole bunch of electricity. If you heard the discussion we had a little while ago, North Carolina right now has a ceiling on the amount of electricity we're going to be able to generate if we rely solely on solar, gas backup until we do something else. So in terms of dollars per billions of standard cubic feet per day of gas, manufacturing folks would tell me that their jobs we'd get more bang for our buck. We would be, 10, 20, 30 times the number of jobs per unit of energy. So that's another restraint, another consideration. Do you have anything to say about that?
I would say at a high level, that's a metric that seems more applicable to an economic development rider or tariff and less applicable to the actual service that's going to these companies, how many jobs per megawatt or whatever metric that you want to look at. I think, the majority of my presentation today talked about why we are where we are, why demand growth is going up. And it really is everybody in this room and our uses of the devices. It's your children, it's the kids, it's schools, it's universities.
Look, I love
everybody
data
else.
centers.
So I would just say that
I get it.
I just think that it's not a good metric to identify the value that data centers bring to the broader economy. And then when you start looking at, the White House and others are very focused on the national security implications of making sure that data centers are located here in the United States, and also in winning the AI race. And if we do not build, then we do not compete.
I get that. It's not that
So,
I'm against data centers. It's that unique to North Carolina is this cap we've got on the amount of electricity we can generate over the next 10 years. And so, you may be better, sir. I mean, we need you. We need you. I just don't know whether we should have you here in North Carolina compared to, 10, 20, 30 times the jobs for the same amount of electricity. We have a limited amount of electricity here.
I would propose that in all states, we need more electricity to meet the demands of the modern economy as we go into the next 10 or 20 years. And I will also focus on the fact that data centers and our member companies are leaning in and from a technological innovation standpoint to help put out things like the grid enhancing technologies, dynamic line ratings, things like that. They are helping support those to bring more capacity to the current grid and then also to add on additional generation. And they're really, footing the bill for a lot of that, whether it's 75% or 80% or whatever the number is. They are going to drive that build out of the new infrastructure that is necessary for us to move into the modern economy. Now, I will also say that China does not have the same restraints that we do right now. And so as we meet this moment, it's not just about data centers. It's about building out the transmission, modernizing our grid, and really building out the resources to not only fuel data centers, the energy needs, which they are vast. I'm not going to sit here and hide that fact. They are vast, but it's the first wave. There was a Lawrence Berkeley National Lab report that was put out in December of last year, I believe, that identified that data centers may be the first wave to the shore right now with the increase in the amount of demand for electricity and the build out needed for the grid, but they are not the only wave. And we are going to see subsequent waves. We may not know what those waves are: onshoring, advanced manufacturing, electrification of buildings and vehicle fleets, but those waves are coming. So why not meet the moment now and lean in while we have very capital intensive technology companies and others that are willing to put up those upfront costs and pay their full cost of service. Why not lean in now to build the grid for the future?
Thank you.
And Commissioner Tucker has one more question.
Mr. Fikes, just a comment. At that meeting last week, a number of the commissioners were there, and I feel the same way. The hyperscalers, the guys that have got the rich bottom lines, they have not done a good job communicating with the general public as to what is required, just like what you just mentioned about what's coming and the wave that's coming, and then the different stages of that wave, and that they don't want their healthcare records being in China or their iPhones being tracked in China through the AI. So we need you, and we want to, this is a matter of national security as well. But the folks that you sit down with in the Data Coalition need to know that they are doing a very poor job, in my estimation, of letting the public know the importance of data centers and what's coming and why we need to have these data centers and their attributes in the local economy and why the power generation needs to be there, and Duke and or any other utility needs to build. They need to do a better job because people don't understand. And I was reading the Wall Street Journal a week or so ago, and they're just now briefing AI with the Congress. So they don't know what's going on. Of course, I was up there a number of times, so I know why they don't know what's going on. But, you know, I'm just saying, please take that message back to your folks and the big boys that are there sitting at the table, or the big girls that are sitting at the table making the decisions. They need to advertise. They need to make the public aware of what we need. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
And
Kimberly.
Commissioner McKissick has one last question.
Yeah, and you speak about data centers wanting to pay the full cost of service. So obviously it's just the generating capacities, additional transmission capacity, but do data centers think about the additional, say, reserve margin that has to be created because of this new demand that's on the system that conversely is impacted? Is that, in your mind, a part of that cost of service that should be appropriately considered as well?
And you're speaking of the secondary market for, say, generation?
Well, I'm thinking about the utility having reserve margins that they have to have.
Reserve margins.
Yeah, reserve margins. So, I mean, it's perhaps not, it's impacted because you now have this new entity out there that's creating this additional demand. And if you want to continue to have the same reserve margin, you have to increase that capacity as well, conversely. So would that be, in your mind, appropriately part of that cost of service that the data centers ought to be putting to pay their own way?
Sure. I think it is a consideration to take into account. But again, cost allocation measures should be handled in rate cases, should be handled by evidence on the record. We are willing to pay our full cost of service. We want and expect to pay our full cost of service, but we need to see the analysis, and we need to see the evidence on the record to identify what that full cost of service is. And again, the additional margins, and making sure that that's maintained is part of that consideration, but rightly handled in a rate case.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and the answers to all of our questions. We will move on. We'll have one more presentation from Environmental Defense Fund before we take our lunch break.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I'm Ben Smith again from Environmental Defense, or representing Environmental Defense Fund, presenting Karan Pol and Jeff Bauer from Daymark Energy Advisors.
All right. Good morning. Daymark Energy Advisors is here, is pleased to be here on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund, contributing to this important proceeding. My name is Jeffrey Bauer. I'm a principal consultant with Daymark Energy Advisors. And here with me is Karan Pol, a consultant with Daymark. Daymark provides integrated policy planning and strategic decision support services across the North American electricity and natural gas markets. And with our broad geographical reach, we are involved with efforts by utilities and regulators across the country, considering the implications of rapid large load growth. Daymark was pleased to submit a report in this docket on behalf of EDF, discussing a range of issues related to large load forecasting and integration. What we've prepared today is a high-level review of the key themes in our report and some of the best practices we've seen, and we'll dig in on a few representative examples from other jurisdictions. We do not plan to cover every example or item from our report, but of course, we're happy to answer questions. So the plan for today, we'll start with a brief note on uncertainties and risks of large load growth, large load forecasting approaches and best practices, tariff design for large loads, and implications for resource planning. I'll start with just some brief notes on the broader context, and I will probably shorten this to avoid repeating some comments that have already been made a few times today. But obviously, the acceleration of large load growth is presenting new opportunities as well as risks for utilities and regulators. The timing and magnitude of large load growth is uncertain. We've obviously seen some eye-popping estimates of large load growth, but we've also seen large project cancellations, and there's evidence that large load customers do location shop to find lowest supply cost or fastest interconnection. And this uncertainty yields a couple of key regulatory and planning risks. First is obviously the sort of overbuilding to meet overestimated load forecasts poses a financial long-term risk to customers. And then another big risk is related not to the amount of new load growth, but to the speed of growth. In the rush to meet customer demand, utilities may resort to resource portfolios that do not cost efficiently serve the load that actually materializes and may hinder some long-term resource planning goals. With these risks and uncertainties, there can sometimes be tension when it comes to utility regulation. So on the one hand, utilities and regulators are responsible for pursuing reliable, affordable, clean energy, depending on policy, that protect ratepayers from unnecessary costs. But on the other hand, the utilities do serve a role in enabling and facilitating economic development from new load. It can be challenging to find that balance, and as we will discuss today, there are a few interrelated elements that can help with that challenge. Load forecasting, again, tariff design, and then least regrets resource planning. So our first item to discuss load forecasting, I'll pass this off to Karan.
Thanks, Jeff. So what we're looking at here is an overview of the different approaches to load forecasting, large load forecasting across the country. We've bucketed these into three categories primarily: contract-based, probabilistic, and econometric. Contract-based load forecasting is you take all the projects that you have in front of you, their requested load ramps, any relevant information and customer intelligence, and you have the opportunity to provide a number of discounts, whether it be for project delays, the level of materialization that you're expecting, or the level of project success overall. Next, we have the probabilistic model, where you're typically running a Monte Carlo simulation, and you can incorporate a number of those same uncertainties with probability distributions and more refine how you're defining that uncertainty with these statistical practices. And you'll see this used in places like Georgia Power. And then finally, you have an econometric approach that Dominion is using. You can incorporate a number of economic indicators like GDP or housing starts, things of that nature, to understand how development may change given broader economic conditions. And so again, Dominion is an example of that. Now, utilities provide varying levels of specificity on exactly what their methodologies are in each of these cases. So, ERCOT in the contract-based approach very clearly defines what discounts they're providing, how they're calculating that data, but other utilities may not follow that same level of specificity or transparency. The more transparency, the better, easier it is to understand exactly how that forecasting process works. Now, there's no clear best way to forecast large loads, and oftentimes the path that a utility might choose is contingent upon their unique situation. So Dominion has a large history of data center operations, a lot of data to use, and as such can use an econometric forecast. This may not be the best way forward for jurisdictions like North Carolina or Georgia, where there is not 10 years plus of data to feed into an econometric model, which might require you to use a forecasting approach more akin to a probabilistic or contract-based approach. You also have to consider legislative constraints. So in ERCOT, you're required to consider all officer letters. So we think of these as requests for service as opposed to full contracts. That is a bit more difficult to do in an econometric model, where you have to consider how many of these are actually going to come online, what discounts do you have to provide. It's a bit more straightforward to take all the projects, apply a level of discount based on what you've observed, things of that nature. And of course, there are unique characteristics to each jurisdiction, what you expect in each how each data center customer might behave, or any other large load customer for that matter. There are also a number of drawbacks to each approach. The primary across all of them is the assumption that past performance is indicative of future growth, right? When you're using a contract-based approach, you can modify the period over which you are developing your assumptions and potentially be a bit more nimble in changing what your future forecast looks like. Same can be true of probabilistic and econometric approaches, but all of this depends on model validation, transparently communicating all of this data, and refining your model over time as you iterate. So ultimately, the more transparent, more clearly defined your process is, and the more you make sure that you're using real-world data to inform the assumptions in each of your modeling approaches, the more opportunity a utility has to refine its forecasting process. And in turn, the more opportunity a regulator and the public has to understand that forecasting process and ensure that it's properly being executed to most accurately forecast future load. Of course, forecasting is the job of mostly being wrong, and a number of other ways to manage and increase certainty. So I'll pass it back to Jeff.
So the next main issue we'd like to discuss is the tariff design for large loads, which we've already discussed quite a bit today. In our report, we discuss a few key principles that are discussed, and these are not new concepts by any means for tariff design, but they do take on somewhat new importance given the scope and scale of large load growth and some of the sort of customer specific characteristics. And I think it's important to note that while we talk about best practices in our report, they really do vary by utility and by circumstance. The tools and mechanisms that we discuss here, they're really the different levers that are available to help achieve these principles. There's not necessarily one perfect set of rules that can be applied to all jurisdictions and circumstances, but the utilities, regulators, and in some cases the customers themselves can work together within this toolkit to find a combination that achieves the overall goals. So the first principle that we discuss is customer certainty. Obviously, that's important for both the utilities as well as the customers. Customers don't want to invest unless they are clear about what their obligations are long term. Utilities don't want to invest in new infrastructure unless they're clear that the customers are going to be there and are going to be contributing meaningfully to the cost of that infrastructure. So there are some tools that enable this certainty. We've talked about several of them already. Contract terms, defined rate classes. I think it's maybe one that hasn't been discussed as much today. But defined rate classes for a specific customer segment acknowledges the sort of specifics of that customer type. Termination fees is another key element of that toolkit. The next principle, which has been discussed a bit, is the equitable cost allocation. And so that's obviously a fundamental principle around cost causation and allocation, which protects existing customers, creates fair rates for new customers, and aligns the incentives for efficient utilization of grid resources. Several tools for equitable cost allocation include the direct assignment of costs especially for interconnection facilities for the new load, these specialized rate classes, and then another element of this toolkit is market-based or the optional clean energy tariffs, which we've seen in many jurisdictions can directly tie cost causation, including customer supply preferences with tariff rates. And then the last main principle is enforceable commitments, because in many cases, in many jurisdictions now, the grid is at a place where the surplus has been used up. New large loads require significant new investment in infrastructure, the enforceable commitments are helpful to ensure that the load actually shows up and fully utilizes the infrastructure that it initially requests. So I have a few examples, and there are several more in the report, just a couple that I want to highlight here. First is the AP Ohio data center tariff. This tariff is tailored not only to the load class, which follows traditional cost of service rate making, but it's also tailored to the industry which does recognize unique characteristics to serve this group of customers. The tariff was approved earlier this summer. It includes upfront study fees, minimum monthly bills, financial assurance, and exit fees. Just last week, AEP announced that since enacting the tariff, its pipeline of data centers had fallen from 30 gigawatts down to 13 gigawatts. And so this is clearly a big impact of the tariff design. It's up for debate whether that is whether this drop signifies a reduction in economic development or if it's a decrease in speculative interconnection requests. And that's a question that I'm sure the utilities and regulators will be looking into and helping hoping to balance. But this example does help demonstrate how tariff design can impact the marketplace. Second one here is the Northern Virginia Electric Cooperative. They have a market-based rate, which essentially allows for direct pass-through allocation of energy prices to the customers. This is a market-based rate, and so it's a direct link of cost causation and cost allocation. It applies in a market context. You can take lessons from that in a non-market context with something like a time of use or marginal cost type rate structure. The last example we have a Dominion GS5 tariff, which is the tariff used in Virginia. Virginia obviously has the largest data center market, and so that's really focused on enforceable commitments to ensure that as the utility builds out the supply portfolio to meet the load, that the load is committed. So I think I'll skip this in the interest of time. Again, I want to leave enough time for questions at the end here. But the last section we'd like to review is implications for resource planning. And so this period of large load growth has implications for resource planning processes, which traditionally have not had to consider these unique conditions, or at least not really since the advent of integrated resource planning. So there's a few points to consider. First, uncertainty in load growth materialization is distinct from conventional load scenario analysis. IRPs have typically included some sort of load growth scenario analysis, but these are often pretty simplistic with a reference high and low with a 0.5% or 1% added or subtracted from the reference case. And it's a pretty smooth impact over the forecast horizon. But with this large load growth uncertainty, you're talking about plus or minus multiple gigawatts in a single year over the course of a couple of years in some jurisdictions. And so you might be significantly high or significantly low for multiple years based on how the load actually materializes. Structuring scenarios within an IRP context that can actually capture that uncertainty is very important for understanding the impact on resource decision-making and on risk as the utility deploys and proceeds through the action plan for the IRP. And second, this high degree of uncertainty can drive some suboptimal portfolio results because the optimization models are highly sensitive to the assumptions. So those optimization models used by all utilities, they do a lot of complex calculations, and they are very highly sensitive to some of those inputs. Forecasting a large load increase with a flat load shape might push one solution with more energy resources, and a large load growth with a peakier load forecast would push a different set of resources like combustion turbines or battery storage. This sensitivity is a challenge when you combine it with load uncertainty. So if you had a prior optimized portfolio that called for certain portfolios with storage and solar resources, and then you later on a large load forecast, if the new solution comes up with a different portfolio that you're going to pursue with combined cycles or something else, and then the load forecast does not materialize in the way that it was forecast, then you have to decide what to do. And so some of that scenario analysis can help you understand the outcomes in those circumstances. And the point here is that exploring those dynamics on the front end during the IRP process and doing that what if analysis will help the utility design the portfolio and will help the regulators and stakeholders understand the risk trade-offs. And lastly, policy compliance compounds this challenge by adding another modeling constraint to optimize around. So optimizing around a greenhouse gas portfolio constraint or policy constraint. It's important for meeting those goals, but the model only knows to build the lowest cost resources given all of the constraints. So it will include an emitting resource in a portfolio, even if that resource is no longer needed once you hit a point of policy compliance. And so if you blindly trust the model, you may end up with some suboptimal decisions, or specifically around the GHG policy compliance. So there's a few best practices I just want to cover quickly here. First is that scenario analysis that I discussed, it really needs to be designed to quantify the specific impact of the large load forecast on resource portfolio optimization. That will help the utilities and regulators understand those trade-offs, understand the breakpoints where a certain amount of load switches the optimized portfolio to a different resource type or advances a resource or delays a resource. All of those questions are really helpful when developing that action plan. And that scenario analysis really contributes to that, to kind of unraveling some of those questions. Second is that when you have sufficient scenario analysis, you can conduct some more analysis outside of the model to identify some of the common resources that form the sort of least regrets, what you call the least regrets investments. And coupled with that is the third recommendation here we have, which is that when there is some uncertainty in the forecast, that the resource planning should consider the value of options to delay large investments or fill in the gaps before larger resources or long lead time resources can come online. So smaller resources that are quicker to develop, like battery storage or virtual power plants or some of these other, even contracts, some of these other options to extend the life of existing resources, those sorts of things that can form a bridge between where you are now to give time to see how the load is materializing, whether load forecasts are growing, sort of the directionality. That can help buy time until there's more certainty about the load growth pipeline. And so, yeah, so to wrap up, I think this obviously this emerging era of significant load growth provides challenges and opportunities. Tapping into these pools of best practices and really combining the lessons around load forecasting, tariff design, and resource planning can help balance economic development with customer protection. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentations. I have a few questions. First question relates to the best practices that were on your last slide. And number 3 of the best practices was to consider the value of options to delay large investments. And I think you mentioned that those options would be filling in the gap. And I think you mentioned battery storage. Would filling in the gap or options to help delay those large investments, would that also include a co-location or self-supply option?
It could, and especially if those options are sort of developed in a way that de-risks regular customer, the non-large load customers, that supply portfolio. Yes, I mean, building co-located resources, especially if you're going to be done faster and meet the specifications of the customer, is certainly an option for that, yes.
And in your comments, you raised an interesting concern about self-generation or co-location. I think it's on page 3 of your comments, and you talked about the scenario, and I'll just paraphrase what your comments were. You talked about the scenario in which a data center would self-supply and build its own generation. And then the scenario in which, for whatever reason, the self-supply generation would fail or would not be present. And the utility, as you stated in your comments, has the duty to serve its customers. And so the self-supply could be, 100% of the power needs or some portion of it. And in that scenario, the utility would have to allocate or provide some amount to a very large customer some amount of power that had not been planned for or anticipated. So that was the scenario that you mentioned in your comments. And so with that concern, do you know how other jurisdictions or how North Carolina should handle it? Should it be handled through a larger reserve margin, or potentially something I was thinking about, the more in the contract, a curtailment of the data center? So I'd like for you to speak a little bit more about that concern.
Yeah, it's definitely a significant concern in regions where you've got the duty to serve, like you have here, where and we've seen in other jurisdictions, and I don't have a good example of exactly how that's being implemented. We'd be certainly happy to take that back and try to find an example and submit it if that would be helpful. But I know that in some of the regions where this kind of co-location primary power is another way another term that's used, where data centers build their own generation to supply their operations until they can get through the interconnection process, and then those generating assets become essentially their backup generation going forward. My instinct would be it would have to be coupled with some sort of either interruptibility, provision, or some sort of short-term agreement during that interconnection process where that duty to serve is not absolute for the full amount of the load. I think that would have to be that would be the only way that I can think of to accomplish both of those. Allow them to co-locate, self-supply, and not put the obligation on the utility during that time period to also be capable of supplying them in the case of an interruption of their co-located resource.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that information. I have another question about, that was discussed a little bit in your comments, also on page 3, relating to interconnection issues. And my question is specifically about the cost of transmission or network upgrades. And the witness for the Data Center Coalition mentioned, provided information that the data centers want to pay their full cost of service. But when it comes to transmission that's needed to provide the power to the data centers, and I think he said that there could be an allocation methodology or method, because perhaps more than one customer would benefit from the transmission or the transmission upgrades. How does the utility, or do you have information about how utilities correctly assign the full cost of the transmission that is needed to serve these large load customers, so that existing customers, that cost is not socialized among the existing ratepayers?
Yeah, that's a hard question, just given the nature of transmission, right? Once it's built, electrons are flowing, they're serving all the load, they're moving all the generation simultaneously. During the interconnection process, you can identify some of those. I do know of instances where network upgrades can be assigned to customers for a period of time, or be refunded later when future transmission studies show that the need is not driven entirely by that load. But I think that that's certainly a part of this process that should be monitored and engaged in as well, is how the transmission, because that's often a pretty kind of black box type of analysis. It's not something that stakeholders get involved in at all. But if that's driving a significant portion of transmission build and increased revenue requirements, then that's certainly something that should be investigated as well. But I don't have a lot of great examples of exactly how that's being done quite yet.
Okay. And then my last question deals with load forecasting. And you talked about some of the significant concerns is making sure that we have correct, accurate load forecasting. And did you have an opportunity? There are a lot of comments that were filed in this docket, but did you have an opportunity to read the public staff's comments and their recommendations regarding load forecasting?
I did. when they were filed, and I don't recall them as we sit here.
So I'll just briefly summarize. Their recommendations were very briefly is that more advanced notice needed to be provided, and that more information about load ramp schedules be provided. Do you have any comment about whether you agree or disagree with the public staff's recommendations to obtain more accurate load forecasting?
Yeah, why don't I pick this up? So in general, more transparency and more communication from these projects will improve both the utility's ability to forecast accurately, as well as the commission's ability to provide oversight on that process. I'll refer to Georgia Power Company's quarterly process, where every quarter they provide an updated look at all large load projects that are in the pipeline, so to speak, the status of their contracts, how the load ramp has shifted from quarter to quarter, and whatever assumptions are being used for each of those projects in the overall model.
Yeah, and just to add onto that, I mean that's a theme that, as I think about the changes that are coming with this large load growth, we've seen commissions in other jurisdictions get involved in multiple places in the process where you might not have before. So Mr. Pohl's example of the Georgia Commission requiring quarterly reports on the pipeline of large load forecasts, large load projects on a project by project basis that are coming. That allows the commission to understand who's joining the pipeline, who's leaving, why are they leaving, how is it affecting the megawatts? So they're not just getting, with every IRP, a total megawatt number that keeps growing significantly. You're getting an understanding of, okay, of those megawatts, how many are projects that are all new, how many left, how many grew, how many shrunk. All that information, I think, is going to be really helpful to commissions as sort of enter this period of really needing to build quite a bit. Understanding those dynamics, I think, will be helpful. Another example that I'll give is I think it was in the Indiana large load tariff approval. The Indiana Commission required that sort of a settled tariff agreement, but required that the commission has to approve early terminations. So if a large load is going to cancel their contract early and pay the termination fee, it still needs to go through the commission review process. So that was an interesting way to gain, again, more insight into by the commission into what's going on with these large load projects, which can help you in your role of understanding the dynamics better and assessing those risks. So.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see if any of the commissioners have any additional questions. Okay, there's no additional questions. Thank you for your presentations and the answers to the questions. So we will now take our lunch break. We will take a lunch break for an hour, and we will return back at 1:45. And next up is Google. So thank you, and we'll go off the record. We will proceed with a presentation from Google.
Good afternoon, Heather Fenella Brooks Pierce. With me today is also Marcus Trathan. And presenting on behalf of Google is Rachel Wilson. She's the Southeast lead of the Energy Market Development for Google Inc. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brawley and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Like Ms. Fennell said, my name is Rachel Wilson, and I am one of the Southeast Energy Market Development leads at Google, supporting the company's business interests in the Carolinas. To start with a little bit of context, Google's data centers power all of our products that our customers use every day. So when you look up directions on Google Maps, send an email from your Gmail account, or buy something on a credit card. And if your child is anything like mine, when they're watching a YouTube video, when they should be submitting a homework assignment on Google Classroom. So we've heard a lot in the media and today that new large loads are challenging the grid, but I'll also highlight the opportunity that data centers can bring if done appropriately. Google has had its data center in Lenore since 2008. And beginning in 2007, has invested more than $1.2 billion in North Carolina's digital infrastructure, bringing both jobs and economic development to greater Caldwell County. Electricity fuels Google's data centers, and reliable electricity enables Google to deliver our products and services without interruption. Low-cost, carbon-free energy allows us to be responsive to our customers, invest in innovation, and maintain our reputation as good grid citizens. I'll quickly just highlight Google's commitment to carbon-free energy. We signed our first renewable PPA in 2010. In 2017, we met our target of powering our operations with 100% renewables, in part through the purchase of RECs. Our 2030 goal is to operate on carbon-free energy around the clock, and we're investing in new technologies around the country to help us meet this goal. So this next set of slides highlights both our utility partnerships and different investments around the country. So Google's commitment to being a good grid citizen means paying our share of the cost to serve our load, and you've heard that several times already today, both from the Data Center Coalition and other presenters. We advocate for 5 principles for large load energy supply agreements, and these principles are going to be a bit duplicative to things that have already been said, so I'll do my best to go through them quickly. So the first principle is that the same rules apply to large loads above a certain threshold, and we've heard a few numbers thrown out as to what exactly that threshold should be. We believe that it is going to be jurisdiction dependent, and so may look different depending on location. Second, we believe that energy supply agreements should be long-term in nature. Third, we think that large users should pay a minimum demand charge. Fourth, customers should pay collateral upfront for financial assurance for utilities that costs will not wind up being unallocated fairly, or that there's a stranded asset risk. And then lastly, we believe there should be appropriate fees for cancellation or capacity reduction. Another way that Google seeks to innovate is through our utility partnerships and our clean transition tariff. We pay a voluntary premium for clean, reliable power to serve our load without impacting other ratepayers. Google can utilize this CTT to bring new technologies to the grid, which is of particular importance in many of the markets in which we operate, and in the position we find ourselves of being largely capacity and energy constrained across the country. In Nevada, we've used it for advanced geothermal. And in the future, we'll likely seek to use it for other things like advanced nuclear technologies, long duration storage, and other nascent technologies. I'll just further highlight some of Google's existing partnerships in these advanced technologies. We've partnered with Kairos Energy on small modular nuclear reactors. Our first project is 50 megawatts with TVA at its Oak Ridge site. And we have an ultimate goal of bringing 500 megawatts to the grid by 2035, or I'll call that not an ultimate goal, but a starting goal. The second partnership that I'll share is with a long duration energy storage provider called Energy Dome. And this technology can dispatch stored energy into the grid for 8 to 24 hours at a time, which is greater than the current capacity of lithium ion at typically 4 to 8 hours. And then lastly, Google has partnered with a company called CTC Global to deploy grid enhancing technologies, increasing the capacity of existing transmission lines through reconductoring. So this is just a sampling of the types of technologies and the partnerships that we're entering into to bring these nascent advanced technologies to the communities in which we operate. So next, Google's commitment to good grid citizenship leads us to invest in the communities in which we operate. We've made a number of different investments in energy efficiency and low-income weatherization across the US, and that includes with the Roanoke Electric Cooperative here in North Carolina. We've recently provided our 5th year of funding to the co-op, and in 2023, our results showed bill savings of $545 to $729 per year, and then energy reductions of up to 7,672 kilowatt hours per home in which they received weatherization assistance from Google funds. We've also heard a lot about demand response today, and Google continues to innovate via our own demand response capabilities, shifting or reducing power demand across different periods of grid stress. We first demonstrated those capabilities in a pilot with Omaha Public Power District in Nebraska. We're setting the industry standard for demand response and have included these provisions in recent agreements with Indiana, Michigan, Tennessee Valley Authority, and Entergy Arkansas in the deal that you mentioned earlier, Commissioner Tucker. And then I'll just conclude by reiterating my earlier point that growth from large loads presents a number of opportunities for North Carolina if done correctly. So this is going to require that hyperscalers like Google work together with utilities, regulators, and other stakeholders to continue to innovate to strengthen America's infrastructure and energy economy. And I'm happy to take questions if there are some.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wilson. I have a few questions. So kind of from an overview, can you talk about, since Google has been involved in development of data centers for some period of time, what are the challenges that you've the most significant challenges that you've experienced with development of the data centers and obtaining the power that you need in, across the country, North Carolina, any particular state?
It's a great question, and it certainly looks different today than it has looked historically. Google's prior strategy would be to find a community in which to locate, acquire land, build a data center, and then ask for interconnection with the local utility. And given the energy and capacity that was already in the grid, this worked fine for a really long period of time. Due to both the number of hyperscalers, the number of data centers that those hyperscalers want to build, and the increased size of those data centers, this isn't a viable strategy in most markets across the US anymore. So Google has decided to take what we call an energy first strategy, partnering with different utilities to make sure sufficient energy and capacity exists on the grid. Where it doesn't, partner with them on different regulatory mechanisms to bring those technologies to market, and then ensure, again, that we're being good grid citizens by making investments in the communities in which we're seeking to locate.
And for Google, speed to market is an important consideration. Is that correct?
That's right.
And for speed to market, what does that mean for Google? How quickly once you've decided upon a site, how quickly are you wanting to have the data center be constructed and be operational? In other words, how much time is there for the utilities to be able to provide build the transmission and provide the generation that's needed to power these your data centers?
I think that's going to look different again in every utility market in which we're seeking to locate, and then even within different sites on the same utilities grid. So there may be some excess capacity at a particular node, and that would enable Google to locate there at greater speed than a location in which new generation will need to be constructed on the system in order to meet Google's load. I think the things that matter to the company are optionality, and we've discussed that in terms of co-location and the option for resources to be either brought with data center load or procured through the utility. And then the second thing would be regulatory certainty. So we just want to be sure that we're going to have a social license to operate in the community for an extended period of time.
Okay, so I'll ask what I've been asking, a number of questions about co-location.
Yes.
How important is co-location? Is it a viable option for Google? How much are you pursuing co-location opportunities for your facilities across the country?
So again, it depends on the market, and there are places in which co-location is prohibited by state policy. There are other states in which it is expressly permitted by state policy. It's my understanding that in North Carolina, there would need to be some changes made to policy to allow that to occur. But I think about this in three different ways. First, there is the model in which Google is entirely connected to the grid, and I will say that that is our preferred method of operation.
Okay, and let me stop you there. Why is that your preferred method of operation?
I think both in terms of the reliability that we get for our data centers from being connected to the grid, and then the reliability that we can also provide to the broader grid when we locate in a community. And that reliability comes from both the resources that we bring from existing technologies, and then the resources that we can bring to the grid from these new innovative technologies that I mentioned, where we're partnering with different developers to increase the speed to commercialization.
Okay, thank you. So that's your preferred option, to be 100% connected to the grid. And what are the other possibilities?
So at the other end of the spectrum would be an islanded microgrid style, where we're kind of operating independently with our own resources and transmission. And then somewhere in the middle is this co-located model, where we are sitting behind a utility node, but with resources behind that node with us. We are exploring that as a possibility in the markets where we are allowed. We do have a partnership with Intersect Power, who is an IPP, and they are working to bring some of those models to bear with us for our data centers in the places that it makes sense.
And for the third possibility, I think the possibility that's the least attractive
islanded
to you.
microgrid, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you currently have any of the islanded microgrid options? Are you currently doing that?
We are not, and that is a more challenging model to work on given Google's 24/7 carbon-free emission goals. And so that would really require these clean, firm technologies that can provide sufficient power around the clock to power a high load factor data center.
And for the second option, where there's co-located generation, in general, how much of the percentage of the electricity need does the co-located generation provide? 50%, 25%, 75%, or does it vary?
I think it's going to vary, and unfortunately, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. So I want to talk about flexibility, because we've heard a lot about demand response and flexibility, and we hear from some data centers that their position is that their operations are 24/7, 365 days a week, and that flexibility is not possible. What is Google's position about flexibility and being able to be called upon for demand response during times of tight grid conditions?
Mr. Fikes from the Data Center Coalition indicated that some companies are leaning into grid flexibility more than others. And so I will say that Google is leaning in. We started several years ago piloting projects for our cloud-based customers, and that involved shifting non-essential computing tasks to later periods of time when the grid wasn't constrained, or moving those computing tasks to neighboring data centers to relieve that pressure during specific hours. We've since taken that a step further and applied demand response to our machine learning loads. As I mentioned, we had a pilot with Omaha Public Power District, and we are now writing those demand response provisions into our energy supply agreements. The most recent being with Entergy Arkansas in the deal that we've mentioned a couple of times.
And for demand response, or I guess curtailment would be another way of describing it.
Sure.
Is that memorialized in the contracts with the utilities, as you mentioned. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Do they have assurance about the level of demand response that they can call upon, or curtailment that is contractually available to them? How have you done that in other jurisdictions?
That's right. And I can't get into the specifics of those individual contracts, but there are a certain number of megawatts and a certain number of hours in a year that are associated with those demand response provisions as they're written into contracts.
Yeah. And then in your presentation, you had information about Google's clean transition tariff. And in that that slide, you specifically, I think verbally mentioned new nuclear, but geothermal is also indicated.
That's right.
For the clean energy tariff, currently, is it renewables as well, like solar, storage, wind? Is that part of the resources for the clean energy tariff?
That's right. Those existing technologies can fall under the CTT, so storage, wind, and solar, as you mentioned. And then the intention of the tariff really is to provide a mechanism to bring some of these new technologies to market where it might be challenging otherwise.
Okay, so that led to the question that I was going to ask about these technologies, or the renewables that would be providing power for Google's data center. And you mentioned that it would be allowing these resources to come to market. Does Google, under this CTT, the Clean Transition Tariff, does Google ever use existing resources on the grid? And the reason why I'm asking about this is, for example, if there are existing solar or renewable resources that are currently providing part of, for example, utilities portfolio, does Google use those existing resources, or do they look to renewable or geothermal or nuclear that is yet to be developed, or could it be both?
Google's policy is toward additionality. So when we are bringing a data center online and adding those megawatts of load to the grid, any clean or carbon-free energy needs to be incremental to what's already on the utility system. And so the Clean Transition Tariff is really a mechanism to be able to do that, to meet those additionality requirements with new resources.
And just to make sure I'm clear, so that's Google's policy. Does that mean that that is a requirement for Google, that it's additionality, that you are not kind of taking renewable resources that are already on the grid?
I will say in all of the negotiations I've been involved in to date, that has been Google's policy, and one that we have adhered to in our negotiations with utilities.
Okay. And then Google, in the comments, there's some information about that Google has its own climate and sustainability goals, and that are similar to some of the other large data center companies. And can you explain how this commission should account for these private or internal commitments in regard to, we have to consider total resource planning. How should we consider Google's internal climate policies in the larger scheme for resource planning?
I think that above all, Google is considering its own policies when looking to locate in specific markets. And so, as I mentioned, those additionality requirements are things that we adhere to very closely. We examine the potential for those requirements to be met in any of the markets that we enter into. And we do that through those mechanisms that I mentioned, both in the comments and in our slides, our capacity commitment framework that makes sure that we are paying for all of the resources that we are using to bring our load onto the grid, and then the ability to contract for the type of energy that is going to allow us to meet our requirements and protect other ratepayers from any costs above and beyond, what might be reasonable and reasonably allocated to those ratepayers.
And you're referring to the Clean Transition Tariff in that regard. Okay. And one more question about backup generation. What backup generation does Google currently use, and is there additional backup generation that you're proposing to use that the technology might not be available yet?
We do have diesel generators that operate as backup generation at our data centers. Our air permits say that we're only allowed to run those generators if there is a grid emergency. So if the grid is going to crash, then we are allowed to turn those on. We do disclose the emissions from those generators in our environmental reporting. And then in terms of what we are looking to going forward, we have explored battery storage as a backup around the world, and we continue to do so to figure out where and whether that would make sense.
And then a question that I asked another witness about the diesel generators. With Google has its sustainability goals. How do you reconcile the emissions from the diesel generators with those sustainability goals?
It's a great question, and I believe there is more documentation given in that environmental reporting that I mentioned. We are looking to power our facilities with carbon-free energy, but that is a 2030 goal. And so there are still some emissions that happen as a result of both grid operations today and the backup generation at our sites. So we're looking to offset those in the future, but there are emissions today.
Okay. And one last question about the clean transition tariff. Is that a tariff that you're going to be requesting that the commission consider in the future?
Duke and Google have signed an MOU regarding that clean transition tariff. We are in ongoing commercial conversations around that tariff. And as you mentioned, it does have the potential to come before the commission. And so I don't feel that it's appropriate to talk about the details today, but I will say those negotiations are continuing.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Let me check to see if there's any questions from Commissioner Tucker. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimwright, and thank you, Ms. Wilson, for being here today. Just a couple of quick questions. In your comments, you talk about, or it's alluded to, Google views the Indiana settlement as a model for contractual requirements. What was favorable about that to Google and to the Indiana Commission that you think can be used as a model, and has that been demonstrated to Duke without sharing anything about the discussions with Duke to speak of?
Sure. So I believe Mr. Fikes also mentioned this, and a couple of other presenters did as well, but we've all kind of presented many of the same principles for these energy supply agreements. And so we found that the Indiana settlement really does align with the 5 key principles that show up on our capacity commitment framework slide. In terms of contract duration, specification of large loads, minimum capacity payments, those types of provisions. And the Indiana settlement really was in alignment with all of those. I believe Duke is doing many of the things that we've outlined here. It is, just because there is not a large load tariff, those provisions aren't necessarily as transparent as they are in other jurisdictions.
Okay, that's fair enough answer. Let me ask you this, for my own edification. It states in your comments about as AI increases that there will be machine learning and leveraging that helps to manage new energy loads. Can you shut some computers down, or is less market requirement for those computers to run 24/7, or what does that mean?
I think it could mean a variety of things, and there are, meanings that we don't even realize now because we haven't yet realized kind of the full potential of AI and the way that it can allow us to optimize the grid. So it can absolutely include greater efficiency at our data centers, better use of the power that we are procuring, better optimization of the grid and the ways in which we send power to different nodes or receive power from different generators, end users and how they might send information around or, curtail their own energy demand in response to grid conditions. So I think there are kind of myriad ways that AI can affect and improve the grid.
Okay, thank you. Last question. You heard me mention earlier about a percentage of 75–80%, which, I think I understand you would be willing to pay that. Have you heard those percentages or seen those percentages in public settlements that have already been made that you won't be disclosing any information that's confidential?
So I'm glad you asked that question. And what I will say is that Google is committed to paying 100% of our cost to serve. And where I think that 80% number comes is likely specific to the minimum demand charge that we would pay in a long-term contract with a utility. And so I think that that's where that number came in. I am aware of the roundtable event that you attended and the representation that Google had at that event.
Well, but the 20% that you perhaps would not pay, wouldn't that be based on whether there was utilization by other customers on the interconnection for your data center, and yet would therefore reduce your 100% down versus the tariff scenario you mentioned?
So what I'm talking about when I refer to that 80% is that, our data centers operate or have a specific megawatt capacity associated with them, and our energy use is going to vary slightly from hour to hour, and it might be less than what we've committed to, or rather less than our maximum percentage of megawatts.
Okay.
So I'll say if we have a 500 megawatt facility, maybe we're only using 60% of that on an energy basis. But in order to pay, our full cost that we've committed to, we would institute a minimum demand charge. And that's where we're suggesting 80% as a number that is included in our contracts.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just one more thing, where I was somewhat sharing my personal feelings about the lack of the hyper scalers educating the public on what data centers mean, what they mean to the community, et cetera. Those inside baseball obviously are aware of those taxes, et cetera, but what would, say, Google do, or have you had heard any discussions about them doing some advertising, some things like that? Again, I mentioned, nobody wants their health records stored in China, or iPhone conversations recorded or stored in China. So the AI industry and the national security repercussions from not being number one with AI are there and real, but are there any things that you can share with us in the future that would help us to be able to communicate to customers that they're not going to pay all the rate increase? The general things that people ask, because the public staff, again, the commission and Duke or whatever utility is left with trying to explain what we're not doing to impact the rate base.
Absolutely. And I'm so glad you brought that up. Internally at Google, we agree that there is a messaging challenge around our data centers, their energy use, how ratepayers do or do not pay for the costs of our data centers, and then the advantages that they can bring. And so we are, as I mentioned before, in terms of strategy about purchasing land, building the data center, and then requesting an interconnection, we haven't historically had to spend much time messaging in the communities in which we're locating. Like that kind of energy first strategy, that is absolutely changing. And so we are looking to engage communities early and often around both the requirements of the data centers and the advantages and protections that they can bring to customer data. So those are changes that you can absolutely expect to see in the markets in which we're looking to operate.
Okay, that was going to be my last question, but may I ask one more? Keros Power and Google have gotten into a partnership. And, when you look at the data from the Idaho labs, we're looking at 2033, 2034 for SMRs. And then I read that Keros can possibly bring them online in 29 or 2030. Number one, is that a real date? And number two, in North Carolina, if we continue with somewhat restrictive policy of not allowing co-location and going through Duke, if those SMRs are up and running and properly tested, would they be a market for Duke to possibly purchase them ahead of time to be able to supply your data centers and work in partnership with Google? You see where I'm coming from? In other words, if you've got an SMR that works and Duke can bring it in online, Duke can own it, and Duke can pay the power, just like the situation is now, is there an opportunity for that to happen?
So I think there would need to be some regulatory changes that would need to be implemented to make that a reality, but that is absolutely our goal as Google. And the problem, or one of the challenges I will say with these new technologies, is that you need to deploy in order to bring your costs down. And the traditional kind of risk-averse utility business model is not to make bets on new technologies, which might, risk ratepayers in doing that. And so that is the intent behind the Kairos partnership and others that we are looking to implement and build, is to deploy these technologies in places that want them and bring those costs down through these early deployments such that ratepayers across the country can then enjoy the benefits from these new technologies.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thank you, Commissioner Kimmerer.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We appreciate your presentation and the answers to the questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me.
So, Mr. Dodge, I think we're ready for the North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer. Our technical conference, I'm Tim Dodge, appearing on behalf of North Carolina's electric cooperatives. Our technical conference presenter is Lee Ragsdale, Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery at North Carolina's electric cooperatives. As we noted in our October 10th filing, Mr. Ragsdale does not provide slides or other presentation materials, but instead will provide some introductory comments and be available for commission questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lee Ragsdale. I'm Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery for North Carolina's electric cooperatives. I work in the power supply division of the electric cooperatives. The electric cooperatives are one of the power suppliers across the state. We have 26 distribution cooperatives serving 2.8 million people in North Carolina, and we are represented in 93 counties across the state. The North Carolina electric cooperatives are driven by our Brighter Future initiative to provide reliable and affordable power to our members with innovative solutions and improve the quality of life in the communities in which they each serve. Historically, we serve in rural areas that have historically been underserved by investor-owned utilities and municipals, and so that's our call. In your June 6th order initiating this proceeding, you said there was a rising prevalence of large electric load additions in the region, and the purpose of this conference was to receive information and recommendations on how to fairly and efficiently integrate those large electric loads. We agree this is a regional and a national issue. There's implications for all electric consumers and all electric suppliers within the state of North Carolina. We have seen a tremendous amount of interest and activity taking place on our member systems for large loads. Over 20 individual large load requests have come in. Those requests total over 8,000 megawatts of new load. If all of those requests were to come online at the ramp schedules that they have proposed, it would represent a tripling of our current peak load within the next decade. These large loads include data centers, which we've talked about a lot today, but also advanced manufacturing and industrial loads. We feel that these loads have a great economic opportunity for the rural communities which we are serving in. They have the promise of jobs, expanded local tax base, and these large loads often promise to add diversity to the rural electric cooperatives' predominantly residential load. That allows us to spread fixed costs across more units of power, to help stabilize bills, and to bring down costs for the rural consumers that we serve. So as we stated in our initial comments, NCMC and its members have proactively developed practices and procedures to manage these large loads, looking at the inquiries similar to the processes that Duke and Dominion have shared. Now, we understand and appreciate that we are responsible for supplying the power to the large loads that are added to our system. We've taken a very cautious and considered approach prior to making any firm commitments, managing the risks to all of our consumers. We have to ensure that we can serve these loads via our existing portfolio of assets, both solely and jointly owned resources, as well as the addition of new resources, the existing power purchase agreements with wholesale suppliers that are in our portfolio, and the possibility of adding new power purchase agreements to serve them. But the co-ops cannot entertain serving new loads entirely without adequate transmission service infrastructure And that is what I'd like to focus my comments on today, is that transmission infrastructure. We, as the co-ops, are transmission-dependent utilities. We depend upon Duke and Dominion to bring transmission to our members' delivery points so that we can then distribute that energy to the customers that we serve. We continue to pay our fair share of transmission network costs associated with being a transmission customer of Duke Energy and Dominion. We're here also because of your jurisdiction, the Commission's jurisdiction over Duke's Code of Conduct and its impact upon us. In that Code of Conduct, it says Duke shall process all similar requests for electric service, including transmission services, in the same and timely manner, and not provide any preference to its retail businesses as compared to non-Duke entities and their affiliates. We've been consistent in front of this Commission in the carbon plan proceedings that the North Carolina electric cooperatives seek fair treatment on the transmission service for serving our members. In our initial comments, we noted the measures being taken by Duke as a vertically integrated utility with production and transmission functions, serving both its retail and wholesale customers to manage its large load interconnection process in a reasonable manner. We further stated that any new process that Duke creates for managing large load additions must protect all customers and ensure that they do not adversely impact either existing customer classes or classes of customers through reliability impacts, disproportionate allocation of costs, or other disparate treatment. So we've engaged with Duke in conversations regarding this topic of non-discriminatory treatment of large load additions on wholesale customer systems over time. And this proceeding has helped to prompt additional constructive conversations. In this continued dialogue with Duke, we're happy to relay that Duke has agreed to address some of our concerns and help us to explore differences in transparency and flexibility between retail and wholesale loads. With more large loads exploring service in North Carolina, the differences between retail and wholesale requests for service can be more pronounced. And quite frankly, large load customers may not fully appreciate the differences between the various franchised utilities in the state of North Carolina. So Duke is likely to tell you that its treatment of retail wholesale customers is comparable, and that's enough. To be fair to Duke, we've raised our concerns, and they are considering them. And they're helping clarify their processes so that we can understand the nuances and address our concerns. But they will not be fully addressed prior to the conclusion of this technical conference. We believe that the Commission needs to strongly signal to Duke and to Dominion as well that their codes of conduct and statutory obligations are to study and build transmission infrastructure in a non-discriminatory manner, in a fashion such that rural communities have a fair shot at the economic opportunities presented by large loads. Our commitment to this Commission is to follow up with you and update you regarding our perception of whether our transmission providers' processes are adhering to this requirement and that they not preference their retail customers over wholesale customers. In summary, we appreciate you taking a serious look at these issues that are affecting all of us in North Carolina, both electric suppliers as well as electric consumers, and helping ensure that rural North Carolina is not denied a fair shot at the economic opportunity presented by these large loads. Again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that information and your perspective on behalf of the co-ops. I do have a couple of questions. I read through all of the comments, and I had some questions for the comments, but your presentation has led me in a different direction. So you started off by mentioning that there's a lot of interest from large load customers and data centers in North Carolina and in the co-ops territory as well. And you said 20 individual large load projects that would be about 8,000 megawatts of new load if all of those projects materialized. We've talked about accurate forecasting. Do you have any sense of what is a true number? What can you really expect to come in your territories from the large load customers?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We catalog all of the requests that come in through our co-ops to make sure that we understand. And we have had multiple requests come in that have been from the same developer looking at multiple sites. And so we have the opportunity to review across all of our service territories and make sure that we understand the loads that are being proposed. We also have gates that these requests go through to make sure that they are serious requests and are going to actually come to pass. believe currently we have 4 of those more than 20 requests that are in a study mode, where those customers have signed a study and deposit agreement, and they have put considerable deposits down to demonstrate the commercial viability of their project, and also to help support our efforts to study both the distribution, transmission, and generation requirements for serving those loads.
And in regard to the generation requirements for new customers, the large loads, so to supply the power, the generation, you could do it through building new generation, correct?
That's correct.
And then also from PPAs, where would those purchase power agreements, who would they be with to obtain the power to supply the large load customers?
So there are a number of entities with that we can make power purchase agreements with. In our portfolio, we have power purchase agreements with Duke, with Dominion, with Southern Power. We have agreements with independent power producers. So there are a number of wholesale counterparties in the Southeast that we could make agreements with to find the right value and risk mitigation for our members.
And if you, as prioritizing how to find the generation to provide the power to the large load customers, what would the mix of it be? Would you be first looking to purchase power agreements, or would you first be looking to build new generation? How would you determine what your first priority would be to supply the power for the customers?
So that's a complex question. In the resource planning context, we're looking at both the ramp schedule for when the generation is needed, as well as the risks associated with bringing that generation to bear, and then also the costs and how that cost can be most economically served. So it's a balance of needs that can be met from a variety of resources. We have owned generation that we could add to. We also have power purchase agreements that we could supplement. So it's a balance.
Okay. And then you talked about transmission, concerns about transmission, and your primary concern is to make sure that the transmission that you receive from Duke is that it is in a non-discriminatory manner. Can you talk a little bit more, help us understand what your concern, what the practical implications of your concerns about transmission are if it is not in a non-discriminatory manner?
We've had discussions with Duke about timing. If you're aware, the OATT, the Open Access Transmission Tariff, has specific timelines associated with it, and trying to understand the difference in the retail timeline that some of our customers have heard versus what we have in the OATT. Again, I said we've had conversations with Duke, and Duke has helped us to understand the nuances and the clarifications there. So that's one aspect of it. We also want to make sure that we can help our potential customers bring projects that are most efficient use of the system. So we are studying the system as well and modeling the system and trying to anticipate what locations and sizes of customer loads could be best impacted on the system. So having the information available from what's available on the public sites can help with, again, providing more context there.
Okay. And in your comments, one part of your comments that caught my interest was on, and I don't think you need to turn to it, that's on pages 8 and 9. And you talked about the interconnection process and the queue reform that was implemented in North Carolina in 2019. And as part of that discussion, you talked about how North Carolina, or the commission, or a recommendation that we should consider treating these large customer loads similar to the way that we treated the queue reform for the interconnection framework or essentially queuing or clustering the large load projects together. Can you talk a little bit more about what that would really mean and why that would be important?
So if you look at the interconnection process, we went through a time where the interconnection for generation was serial, and there was a logjam, I'll call it, in the process. Duke has done a good job, Dominion as well, of restructuring their generator interconnection queue to be more efficient at bringing projects to bear. There is a similar load interconnection process, again, in the OATT, associated with requests for load. Those loads are studied, and then they're processed. For a long time, load requests were not as frequently done as they are today. And so it was very easy to serially study those load requests. Now there's a number of requests. NCMC has over 20 requests internally that are that we're looking at. Duke has a number of requests that they're looking at. Dominion has a lot of requests that they're looking at. It's an interconnection process. How do you line those requests up? How do you study them? What do you do when a request is withdrawn? All of that is very parallel and similar to the generator interconnection queue that the utilities already have. And so it's the same transmission study process. It's just on a load side as opposed to the generation side.
And we would need FERC approval to make those changes. Is that your understanding? If you know.
I'm not entirely sure. There is a state jurisdictional generation queue as well. So, but making changes to the OATT would require FERC approval.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any additional questions. Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimwright, Mr. Ragsdale. Thank you for being here, sir. Full disclosure, I'm served by a co-op, Union Co-op in Union County. Do a great job for us.
Thank you.
Lights stay on all the time. We're all good there. You mentioned a number of things. Of course, your rural area, Duke had the opportunity in the 1930s to serve the rest of North Carolina, and they didn't want the rural, so there you are, and I appreciate you being there. But I also understand the relationship between you and Duke, and I sense, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that there's not that real element of cooperation when you're concerned about, I think you use the words fair treatment, non-discriminatory, and preference on powered electric generation and the North Carolina electric co-ops receiving their fair share of that new generation. And of course, if the relationship with Duke was not as reasonable as you feel like it needs to be, why would you have gone into a partnership agreement in Roxborough with Duke to own part of the natural gas facility up there, the CC? So I'm just asking you to give me feedback because it's incredibly important to me and to the consumers in North Carolina that the North Carolina co-ops and Duke have a very civil working relationship and it's not gamey at all. Kind of share with me that I was hearing it the wrong way or you meant what you said. Please share that with me, sir.
So thank you for the question and for asking for the clarification. NCEMC and Duke have a very good relationship and have a long-standing relationship. We are integrally involved in a number of projects, both in the generation space as well as in transmission. That relationship is a very positive relationship. We are so engaged, though, that we have times where we talk about issues and we talk about how we can reliably serve our member consumers and how Duke has to manage its system. That's an inevitable part of the process of working together. But I will say that the words that were chosen in here were due to the words in the codes of conduct and other regulatory space. We have a good positive relationship with Duke.
Okay, that's fair. You talked about, I guess, I don't know if they were ESAs, but you said there were 20 new loads in the queue with you guys. Is that correct?
That is correct. We've had over 20 requests. So
Okay.
Developers and data centers and industrial loads have approached our members and said, we are interested in siting in your service territory. And we've gone through the process of collecting from them details of the load, the timing, the ramp, the size, the characteristics of that load so that we could consider it. Not all of those have gone through to a study process and not all of those are going to be advanced, but there have been inquiries.
Okay. Duke, your concerns about interconnection, I guess your concerns also too on the grid about transmission, and you're well aware that Duke makes decisions about transmission, comes before the commission for agreement, and then it goes to another level of approval. You're aware of that? We don't approve all the transmission.
Correct.
So, I mean, it goes to the Carolina, I forget.
Yeah, the transmission planning.
CPCC, yeah,
Yeah.
and so that's not there. The interconnection, I understand where you're coming from on there. I heard from Duke late last week, that they need absolutely every electron possible through whatever means and new resources that they can find. Would that be the same scenario with the North Carolina Electric Cooperatives?
You're asking if we need new resources to serve new loads?
Well, that you need every electron possibly from whatever resource there is to be able to meet new loads.
Yes, we have a balanced portfolio that we're going to continue to utilize, but we need new resources to serve new loads.
Okay, in your presentation, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, I did not hear the term renewables. You didn't mention renewables. I think as I travel the state and go right by a number of co-ops, there are solar fields nearby, and you guys are engaged in the renewables of solar. What other renewables are you engaged in?
So we have a portfolio of resources, around 600 megawatts of distributed energy resources within our portfolio. That includes some renewables, solar. We have some swine waste generators as well on our system. We have microgrids that we do, and we have an extensive portfolio of storage as well. We request in our inquiry request of new loads, we ask, do you need a clean energy mandate, or do you need a renewable source as an option for them to select? No one has specifically said that they have to have renewables as a part of their power supply that they're asking from us. But we are innovative in thinking about ways that we can serve our member consumers, and those that have asked for renewables, we've been able to meet some sustainability goals. One instance is the Roseacre Farms microgrid, solar plus storage that's owned by NCEMC that is used to serve an egg farm in eastern North Carolina. They came to us with a sustainability goal. We met it with some solar, but it's a part of our portfolio.
Okay, so the egg farm, what about, you mentioned, I think, was it poultry waste or swine waste?
Swine waste.
Yes, swine waste. Share that with me if you would, please.
So there's Butler Farms in outside of Lillington, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another co-op member who covered his swine waste and his producing biogas, and we buy the power from that biogas generator, and again have a battery on site and provide a microgrid in that community.
Okay. Just one more follow-up. With your solar, or the new solar that comes online in your territory that you are involved with, do you require battery backup for that as well now, or is that not the case? I mean, in your area, especially in eastern North Carolina, tons of solar has been placed in eastern North Carolina in rural areas where you serve. Do you require battery backup now moving forward or not?
We do not require battery backup with our solar, but we do consider it. We have some solar plus storage that we have built and we own ourselves. We see the benefits of having batteries on the system, whether paired with solar or independent.
Okay, very well. Mr. Ragsdale, thank you so much for your answers. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. That's the end of the commission's questions. We appreciate your presentation or your discussion and answers of the questions.
Thank you so much.
So I believe that the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association is next.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite. Justin Simolovsky on behalf of NCSEA. I would like to bring forth Debbie Glick for the presentation and commissioner questions.
Good afternoon. It's nice not to have to stay and keep my hand up to get sworn in. Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Glick. I am a senior principal at Synapse Energy Economics, and I'm here today on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. My presentation today, it will focus on the size and the scope of the large load challenge we're addressing today. And I'll discuss how to leverage existing resources to help address the challenge in the near term and the long term, and result in lower system costs overall than just building out large central conventional resources. I want to thank the Commission for having this technical session. It's been wonderful to hear all of the experts and interveners' positions today. Do I use this to control?
Right now. me to.
So Synapse is a public interest consulting firm located in Cambridge, Massachusetts. We are engaged in a large number of large load dockets right now, focused on tariffs, resource planning, and CCMs. So I'm glad to be able to share my expertise with the commission today. So my presentation is going to have kind of three main parts and themes, three main findings. First, everything is more expensive to build now than it was years ago. Everything that's being added to the grid is more expensive than what is currently on the grid. And this is true everywhere. Absent action from commissions here and across the country, ratepayers will be impacted. To serve a gigawatt of new load, you have to build more than a gigawatt of new resources. So for reserve margins to take into account firm capacity accreditations. That means it can cost as much as $3 to $4 billion to serve a new gigawatt with just conventional gas resources. Second issue being the size and pace. You know, this is something that's not new to anyone in this room, but it's exceeding traditional levels of supply additions. And traditional supply markets cannot respond quickly enough to meet this load. Distributed energy resources, distributed power plants, increased utilization of existing resources that are currently on the grid can help to lower power costs, especially in the near term. And third, it's more than just generation that is driving up system costs. It's transmission, it's building out firm gas capacity, it's market prices, stranded asset risks, fuel price volatilities. These are all things that can be mitigated and that DERs, distributed power plants, can help to address. So Act 1, everything is more expensive and we need a lot of it according to any industry projection you look at. So these are some charts from a recent Grid Lab report that looked at how much utilities are spending to build new combined cycle and combustion turbine plants in the next 5 to 6 years. So with rapidly rising demand, the cost to build these new resources is going up. Supply chain challenges, inflation, tariffs are all being compounded by this really large demand. So that means that new combined cycle costs, they have risen at the rates that dramatically exceed normal inflation. So these charts show about 11 to 18% compound annual growth rate over the next 5 or so years for power plants coming on in the next 5 or so years. That essentially is a doubling of turbine costs in between 2025 and the early 2030s. So how does that compare to what's currently on the grid? I went to some public data. This is all from public sources and articles to look at how much did it cost to build power plants over the past 5 years. These are all combined cycle plants that came online between 2019 and 2023. So conservatively, new gas plants today, $2,400 a kilowatt. That's maybe at the upper end, but I've seen higher. But what's on the grid today? These plants that are listed here, that's what's in the revenue requirement today, right? These are all between, at the high end, $1,400 and the low end around $800 a kilowatt. So all around $1,000 a kilowatt. These are plants that came online in the past 5 years. That's what's currently in the revenue requirements in rate base. This is much, much lower, obviously, than anything that's being added today. This is part of the challenge. I think one critical thing to flag, though, is that just because everything that's being added is more expensive does not mean that everything that's on the grid is the least expensive. So especially existing legacy resources that utilities have already found to be expensive, already planned to phase out, to retire because of large capital investments needed to maintain them. Many of those plants are still uneconomic, regardless of demand. So I know in the last session, there was a comment about Duke needs everything regardless of cost. But it shouldn't be the case regardless of cost. There are some things that should be too expensive to be considered to stay online. So
do a little very simple math here. This is a very simple, oversimplified example, but why new resources, why this new load is driving up costs. If your revenue requirement of your existing resources is $100 and you're selling 100 kilowatt hours, that means you're paying $1 a kilowatt hour. But if you're now building new resources, you've got supply chain constraints, you've got higher costs, and that new load, now that costs $150 to serve. Now that new load, that revenue requirement of that new load is $1.50. When you spread that, when you add those together, when you look at your new 200 kilowatt hours of load, now everyone's paying $1.25. And unless you have systems in place, unless you look at cost allocation and tariffs to properly allocate those costs, existing ratepayers will be paying some of that. Spreading more money over more kilowatt hours only keeps rates the same if you have mechanisms to ensure that the new costs are allocated properly to the new load. What's missing from this is kind of the fourth scenario. So what happens if you take existing resources that are on the grid, existing distributed resources that aren't being fully harnessed, that can provide kilowatt hours at a low cost because they're already there. You need to control them, you need to aggregate them, but you don't need to build them. Well, now you're getting kilowatt hours for a lower revenue requirement, and you're counteracting that rising cost from new generation. And that's part of the value I'm going to be talking about of harnessing existing distributed resources through distributed power plants and controls. Second math example is just to illustrate the point of why you need more than a megawatt to serve a megawatt of new load. So you have a reserve margin. When you build a gigawatt, when you have to meet a gigawatt of new large load, you have to build enough to meet that gigawatt plus your reserve margin. That's going to be 22% for Duke by 2031. You also have to take into account how much firm capacity you have. I conservatively did my estimates with 100% for a, a combined cycle, but in PJM, that's 74% in the summer. In MISO, it's 91%. And so now you're not looking at $2,400 a kilowatt when you add in the reserve margin and the firm capacity. You're looking at almost $3,000 a kilowatt. And you've got a 40-year NPV of about $3 billion. And this next is just a table showing what happens if you have lower firm capacity accreditation. If you do an effective load carrying capability study to understand how firm capacity can actually be, how much can be relied on for each season, like PJM, like MISO, your costs can go up even more if you need to build more to get the same 100% firm capacity accreditation. And now you're looking at $2.58 billion to build a new combined cycle plant, but $3 to $4 billion to serve a gigawatt of load. It's not one-to-one. So absent action from commissions, these costs of this new load, of this more expensive new resources, will be allocated across existing ratepayers. Others today have, and we'll talk about large load tariffs and proper cost allocation. Special contracts have been used elsewhere as well to make sure that full costs are being allocated properly. And then distributed power plants and increased utilization of existing resources, harnessing resources that are already there, harnessing load flexibility, which Ms. Wilson talked about. It's clearly possible in some cases for data centers. It's harnessing the value of resources that's already there by controlling it, by aggregating it, and by managing it. So part two, talked about cost, now size and pace. So why is it that the size and pace of resource additions is making now the moment for really tapping into distributed power plants, distributed resources? And I apologize for the graphs. We're going to get into a graphs, but I promise I'll explain them. So with incremental new demand, this is pretending we don't have data center load. There's generally not a large, if any, change in supply costs. So you've got your megawatts of supply on the x-axis and your electricity prices on the y-axis. Original demand is in orange, incremental demand is in green. And your supply, that the stair steps, that's your supply curve. That's all the different resource options you can tap into. So maybe your zero marginal cost renewables at the bottom, your batteries and your natural gas, and then your legacy resources far on the right. And this is a massive oversimplification of what a supply stack look like. They're generally much steeper, but much easier to understand the example here. So typically, you've got surplus capacity to serve incremental load. There's not much change when you add a new segment of load, you add a new small data center, you add new customers. And when you add new large loads over time and the market has time to respond, new factories can be built or existing factories can build out all the supply resources you need, the supply curve can shift out. You can literally add supply. The market responds and says, oh, great, there's more demand, we're going to make money. You shift out that supply curve. And now where you're crossing the supply curve, where there's a small change in your supply price, you're not having a big jump, you're able to meet that demand because the load comes on with enough time for the market to provide economic resources over time. No shortages of turbines, no skyrocketing prices. Unfortunately, that's not where we are today. So when the market does not have time to respond, all the excess capacity that's on the grid, that gets used up first. And uneconomic legacy resources will be relied upon beyond when they should be. And demand for new resources will drive up the cost of these new resources. And that will look like this. So now the supply stack has not had time to change. You have not added anything new, but you've added demand. And so the only way to meet that demand is to buy really expensive things to meet that demand. And those costs are getting passed on to ratepayers. And that's what's going to happen if we just rely on central resources, if we just build out gas plants, and then on some solar and batteries when we can get it, but we just build what's easy and big. There is another alternative, though. Looking at an all of the above and everything solution, you can extend the supply stack. You add resources to it. Existing resources that are currently on the grid. I know that I personally have focused most of my career on supply side resources, right? I understand it's easier to envision, to imagine central resources, solar, wind. Thinking about distributed resources, it's always been a thing, but it's never had its moment. I would argue that when we are in a position like we are today, where there is such an outstrip supply by so much, now is the moment to tap into these resources that are already there and provide market signals for people to invest in more of them. So start with any batteries and solar that's possible, but tap into distributed power plants, distributed resources, peak management systems. This is about controls, about aggregation, about understanding the value of what is already there and using it instead of allowing it to continue to provide value to the individuals that have it, but not harnessing that value for the whole grid. So what are those resources? So there's grid enhancing technologies to optimize use of the existing transmission system, peak management and load flexibility, especially with large loads, increased deployment of efficiency in DERs where it's not currently being maximized, and then distributed power plants, virtual power plants, which is really about controlling and aggregation, educating people, enrolling people. So this is a graphic from the Department of Energy, US Department of Energy, about what is really a distributed power plant. So you're still connected to centralized grid, you still have your transmission network. But now rather than me having my EV charging at home and just buying power from the grid, now maybe it's bi-directional. Maybe the utility can tap into it. Rather than just having my battery at home, maybe the utility can tap into it. An industrial facility that does have flexibility to ramp up and down, now the utility can tell them, we need your power, and they can get compensated for that. It's things that already exist, but aren't being tapped into. And all of that has potential to lower cost in the short term. Previously, maybe it wasn't worth it for utilities to dive into that element. It really, really is today. really, we need all of the above. If Duke says it needs every resource possible, these are resources that are out there. So distributed power plants, when you do aggregation and you collect the value from resources, it can create a positive feedback loop. You monetize something, you create a market for it, people will see that there is a market for something and they will be more likely to deploy it. You can also design virtual power plants and distributed generation deployment in a way to focus on the value you need. Do you need peak management? Do you need peak shifting? Do you need lower energy generation altogether? You can target what services you need. And taken all together, it's not just breadcrumbs or pennies. It's actually large and impactful. The comments that NCSEA submitted provide some numbers on the gigawatts of potential from distributed power plants. They're already on the grid, so they're quick to deploy. You're not building anything new, no steel, no concrete in the ground generally. And because you're reducing how much generation you get from the central grid, you're reducing exposure to fuel price volatility. And you're also factoring in things from the start. So you're not telling a data center to retrofit after the fact. You're planning it from the start. You're planning it up front. So what are some challenges to deploying DERs, distributed power plants? Customer engagement is hard. Utilities don't necessarily earn a rate of return in the same way from that unless you have performance-based regulation or other mechanisms. There's not always regulatory incentives to invest in DERs. It's a different type of skill than what utilities traditionally focus on. They're good at building things. It's what they've been doing for decades. It's how they've kept the lights on and built the electricity grid that we rely on today. But we need to tap into the DERs. It's hard, but the value from tapping into distributed power plants and DERs has never been higher. So let me go quickly through the last part so I leave plenty of time for questions. The third important point is it's more than just generation driving up system costs. It's transmission, it's firm gas capacity, and all of these can also be mitigated and reduced, the risks reduced and costs reduced through distributed power plants and distributed generation. So incremental transmission is needed to support the build out of data centers. There was discussion already about who should pay for that. Well, sometimes it's like repaving your road. Maybe that's great. You don't have to repave your road now, but what if you didn't need it to be paved for 10 years? Now you've paid for that 10 years earlier than you needed. Sure, it provides value, but there's an opportunity cost. You want to spend that money on something else. How do you factor the fact that it's providing value, but you didn't really need it? New firm gas supplies are needed, and there's increased competition with gas and even electric and even gas utilities for limited gas supply. And market prices and bilateral contract prices are going up. Capacity market prices in MISO and PJM are record high. You have stranded asset risk, which I've heard discussion of today. You have large load contracts that don't line up with the lifetime of assets. So a contract 15 years, maybe these assets are on the grid for 30 to 40 years. You have increased exposure to fuel price volatility. If 40% of your generation comes from gas, and then with new load, that goes up to 60%. Now everyone's rates are exposed to a higher proportion of fuel price volatility. And for data centers and large load that want renewables, building gas is not going to meet their goals. It's also regulatory uncertainty that can impact building any new resources. So to close, all of these issues can be mitigated from distributed resources, distributed power plants. You're reducing how much you have to invest in transmission and distribution systems with distributed power plants by right-sizing, targeting, putting resources closer to where they're needed, figuring out where the distribution system is stressed, designing their deployment in ways that minimize the stress on the system. You're reducing reliance on gas and markets. That second to last bullet should say size and modularity. You're building more modular resources, and you're focusing on resources that are already there. So you're reducing the regulatory uncertainty. DERs, distributed power plants, this is the moment to consider them. If Duke really needs all resources, these are resources out there that should be factored in and considered. I know it's hard, I know it's different, but it is really important. And I'd love to take any questions now.
I have just a couple of questions, and thank you for your presentation. Then I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners. In regard to the distributed power plants that I'd always considered virtual power plants, but now the correct term to use is distributed power plants. Is that correct?
That's correct. They mean the same thing, but I think the industry is trying to shift toward distributed power plants.
And in your presentation and your comments, you say that the benefits of the distributed power plants are not being currently harnessed or optimized. And then in your presentation this afternoon, you talked about aggregation. What states or what jurisdictions or states currently allow aggregation for distributed power plants? Because some do and some don't. But so can you give us some examples of where that is permitted?
I don't have a list in front of me. I think that the comments, which I don't have a copy in front of me, list a few. I think California, I think, might allow it. Arizona, I don't have the list in front of me though on where they're allowed.
Okay.
It is a regulatory barrier, but it's something to be, I think, pushed for and addressed if it's important.
And can you just very briefly describe the concerns about aggregation? Why is it a regulatory barrier to your understanding?
So my understanding is that if the way it's being aggregated doesn't guarantee performance, or if you don't know how much you can actually count on it, if it's not high quality resources, because you're pulling from many different things, there could be a challenge there. But I would argue that in some ways you're holding a virtual power plant technology or distributed power plant to a higher standard than other resources. So no resource is available 24/7, 365. Every resource has outages, every resource has failures. And so I think it's about also understanding and vetting, making sure that the aggregators actually have proper technology, actually are doing it correctly, are good market actors, but not holding them to a different standard than other generation resources.
Yeah, I guess so. The concern about aggregation is also that you're relying upon customer behavior, and you can't always accurately predict or rely upon customer behavior. Is that one of the concerns about aggregation and use of that as a grid resource?
Yeah, so it requires proper incentives, proper customer education, designing a program that people actually understand what they're committing to and what the value is, and an aggregator that actually is able to communicate that or to take direct control, provide the proper incentives. So, I mean, part of it is if you just have a program where everyone has to opt in and people don't understand what they're opting into and they don't have the information and the Nest battery dies and that's not a well-designed program. It has to be thoughtful and well-designed to actually capture the value that's being promised.
Okay. And then my last question relates to do you have any specific recommendations? Because we're considering the terms that Duke has in its ESAs. Do you have any specific recommendations in regard to the contract terms or the minimum billing demand requirements? Have you looked at that, and do you have any input to provide to the commission?
For energy service agreements?
Yes.
So I think a lot of other people here are going to talk about like specific tariff provisions. The ones that I've seen that I think are robust have, at least 15-year terms to ensure that at least the load is committed to for 15 years. And that includes, exit fees that aren't just 4 or 5 years, but are actually commensurate with 15 years. Minimum bills that are essentially equivalent to the revenue requirements of the new resources that are needed. So I know that in some places it's easier to directly connect the resources being built to the load. But if you just pick a representative load, kind of the way that markets have the cost of new entry for a representative resource, if you calculate what is the revenue requirement, take into account a reserve margin firm capacity to meet that load and make sure the minimum bill covers that load. Those are some of the key things that I have seen that I think are good characteristics. And also, I feel like there's lack of transparency with how flexible, how controllable load is. that's coming online. So I understand that we have a lot of data centers that are party to the docket here and to the carbon plan, but in many dockets, the data centers are not parties. So there's no understanding of how big the load is, how controllable it is. So every data center is different, has different amounts of flexibility they can tap into. And we're being asked to just kind of accept at face value if they say they can't do it. And I think good, robust terms would force some more transparency on that and would force them, I guess, more understanding of what level of flexibility can actually be committed to by the.
Yeah, and if you have not reviewed Duke's proposal for its ESAs, that's fine. But if you have, my question is, the terms that are included in their ESAs, if you've reviewed it, do you believe that they're sufficient to provide protection against risk and ratepayer protections? Are they sufficient if you've reviewed it?
I haven't reviewed the specific terms, no.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Let me see if there's any additional questions. Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimwright. Ms. Glick, thank you for being here. I'm trying to understand some of what you've done because in previous presentations by the utility, some of the things that you're suggesting you're already doing, advanced connectors, managing load, transferring resources. I'm not a big fan of the DSM or the virtual power plants because you're dependent upon someone else. So, you know, I hear what you're saying, but you're really, if I understand this correctly, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and you're welcome to, but my gist is here that you are pushing or trying to get us to take a look at what's already benefits that are already existing on the grid.
So not necessarily. So I understand that Duke already has a lot of smart meters or AMI meters deployed.
Right.
Having those meters deployed without actually tapping into their value, that's like having a Ford F-250, but using it just to drive around town. You're not pulling a horse trailer or like ATVs or just, it's like, what's the point? You've paid a lot of money. In this case, ratepayers have paid a lot of money, and you're not using it to control anything. You're not using it to actually collect information you're using. They're there, but they're being underutilized. So I don't actually think that Duke is fully tapping into the potential that's out there. I think that it has a good first step by having some of these smart meters and having some programs, but those are best expensive resources that are deployed until they're actually utilized to their full potential.
Okay, you mentioned expensive resources, and I'm just looking at this. We have a number of coal plants on the system. You're not advocating for upfitting those coal plants because those assets are already paid for. Certainly have no cost to them, already connected, all of the above. You're not suggesting upfitting the coal plants and utilizing that, are you? I mean, your focus is on asset management and those assets are there. Why wouldn't you include those in your presentations other than, I guess, well, not as clean as wind and solar, which I think you're advocating for. Is that correct?
So the challenge with a lot of the legacy plants is the utilities had planned for the retirement for a reason. They're expensive to operate. They're not necessarily competitive anymore. It's like, I'll do another analogy. You have a really old car and it's breaking down and you're having to repair it regularly. Like, it's one thing to keep driving it because your new car, it takes 6 months on order, but it's another thing when the transmission dies on your old car. It's like, does it make sense to put a new transmission in an aging car? You're going to just be paying that back now when you have your new car and you're paying your car payments for your new car and the transmission for the old car. So I think what I'm cautioning on is, I understand in some places that utilities are asking for maybe 3-month extensions on their coal plants. That doesn't involve a significant investment in additional capital. I think what doesn't make sense is doing large investments, large extensions, because then when we talk about stranded assets, large capital investments for existing resources that retire, that becomes a stranded asset as well. That's something that ratepayers will be paying for. And a lot of these legacy plants, you can't just go to the store and buy a part when it breaks. Like, I was involved in a docket in Indiana where a coal plant was offline for about a year because they had to go to another coal plant like in Montana that shut down to pull a good part off that coal plant to fix the old one. So part of the problem is if you're relying on these coal plants that you plan to retire, and then they break down. Now you are relying on a resource that you kind of knew was becoming unreliable and old and expensive. And then that breaks down and it leaves you no better off. So it doesn't seem like a prudent and low risk plan to rely on it as a plan when there are alternatives.
Okay, very well. I don't mean to elicit any argument here
Sure.
with you. I'm just trying to state facts and get
Sure.
feedback from you. The Obama administration started the shutdown of the coal plants. And of course, I think, President Biden's administration actually went, added more reference to that. But I mean, what you're saying to me is the new car is 2.4 billion and the coal plant is nothing, but it breaks down or you got to go get a part for it or whatever. How do you magically work those costs out when you're talking about the new car and the old car as your example? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, so let's add another part of that. Your old car also, because it's so old, it's burning, your miles per gallon is 7 miles a gallon. So you're buying a lot.
So let your response, because I think that we are with your answer, we're wading into some of the issues that we're going to be litigating in the CPIRP docket.
Sure.
And so let's just be careful and make sure that we are not addressing any issues that we're going to be litigating.
Yes, ma'am. One more question, and I don't think this will be out of the way at all toward that. So you said, no matter what the cost or regardless of the demand is the term you used, I guess, in your presentation. What is it that we should do other than the virtual power plants and the DSMEs and all of that? What are you seeing in the presentation that we should replace or depend upon to meet this massive demand that you agree on the growth side is coming at us? A gas plant bad or a gas plant is something you can count on for sure. Can't count on the coal plants as you alluded to. So what are you advocating in your presentation to replace it with? Solar, wind? I mean, what?
So I think those should be the first resources that you go to. I understand that when a data center wants power, other fossil resources might end up being built. I think the key is there was a discussion earlier about the tariffs and the tariff that was passed in Indiana and how the data center queue went down once that tariff became clear on the cost. I think the point is that the cost of whatever is being built has to be transparent, good tariffs, clear, so that whatever is being built, the new load customers, they understand that and they're committing to pay for that, to cover the cost of service, so that you're not building something really expensive and then they're seeing the bill and saying, oh man, no, we'd like other ratepayers to help subsidize that. The cost of it needs to be clear if it's going to be that really high on the supply stack resource.
Commissioner Vandervaart.
Thanks very much. You're very energetic. I read you're as optimistic as your report. So that's nice. It's consistent. And pursuant to Commissioner Tucker's line, we have about 8 gigawatts of coal that's paid for. It's still running really well. But Duke doesn't make any return on investment on keeping those things running unless we capitalize certain bits of it. I think that I would hope that in accordance with your statement at the beginning, we would very definitely look at what we've got in the ground. They're very much cheaper than anything else. A new coal plant, granted, very expensive, but we're not talking about that. They'll be gone by 2050. But for a while, they'll be very, very cheap. But to get to and I think you were talking about stuff that's out there, the distributed or the virtual power plants, there's still, and that includes people's batteries in their cars, hooking them up through a smart system, which you're going to need AI to try to manage that for sure. But you still need, even in the best scenario, you're still going to need backup power. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, you're not going to shut people. I mean, we can get very radical about DSM to try to even out that. But I don't know if you were here earlier, but we're still going to need some backup. and that's going to be gas typically, because that's the only thing that can respond fast enough to the kind of ephemeral generation you're talking about. But we're limited in gas capacity here in North Carolina. And so I'm very intrigued in using stuff that's in the ground. But it's a very, and I think you alluded to this, isn't it an extremely complicated chore of herding these cats who all have a little bit of power to provide to the grid? I mean, there's costs associated with that, isn't there?
There is, but I think the thing to understand is that it's not all one animal, right? There's lots of different types of resources. And you're saying
Well,
backup.
give me just a few there, because I'm intrigued. I know we've got solar, which it gives us maybe watts sometimes, and we got very little wind. Other than that, we've got what? We've got a lot of batteries sitting in garages, maybe, although after the tax incentive went away, I don't know. But you have something else that I'm missing?
So batteries, and actually batteries still get tax incentives. They weren't, it wasn't.
I'm talking about EVs now. I'm
Oh,
talking about,
yes. So,
because they're in garages right now. We can use them to smooth out things. But is there something else I'm missing?
so there's a distinction between all distributed resources and, you mentioned solar, which is an energy resource, and then distributed capacity resources. So those are things that you said backup power. I assume you mean kind of firm and dispatchable. There are distributed resources like batteries, like EVs, like some industrial load management systems that are actually firm capacity, so that you can actually count on the megawatts. You can turn it up and down. So you can't turn on and off solar and the sun, right? There are resources you can do that to. People that
Right, but there's only a few we're talking about. EVs are one. There's some industrial generators that generate electricity, and there's a lot of load management that you can tap into. Is there something else I'm missing?
So
It's not a lot.
There are more than you think out there, and I think the NCSEA comments quantify the quantity. And even if you're really conservative, so you say maybe we'll only tap into a quarter or a third of what's out there, the numbers that are thrown around are in the tens of gigawatts across the country, tens to hundreds. And that's really looking at only maybe 10, 25, 30%. So it's understanding that it's really hard to tap into that, and not everyone is going to participate or have the ability to. But I mean, people that have batteries, they've made the conscious decision to invest in that battery. That's not a flippant thing that somebody does. They're probably quite interested in monetizing that value. And the utility itself is probably quite interested in tapping into that value as well in many places. So.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Glick, thank you for your presentation and the answers to your questions. We will now take our afternoon break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back on the record at 3:30. Next up, I believe, is SACE et al.
Yes, Presiding Commissioner, thank you. Nick Jimenez with the Southern Environmental Law Center on behalf of SACE et al. And they are sponsoring Jeremy Fisher of the Sierra Club to present to you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Commissioner Brawley. My name is Jeremy Fisher, and I'm Principal Advisor for Climate and Energy at Sierra Club. I'm here to present on behalf of Sierra Club, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and Vote Solar. Sierra Club is engaged in numerous large load tariffs across the country, including some of the aforementioned tariffs in Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Michigan, Nevada, Virginia, West Virginia, Wisconsin, probably a couple others that I forgot to list here. And we appreciate the Commission's interest in understanding the potential impact of data centers and other large loads on utility systems and the role that regulators can take in ensuring that that growth can happen without harm to ratepayer affordability, climate, or the communities that will be hosting these industries. And in particular, today I'm going to be addressing some of the risks and costs associated with highly concentrated, extremely large loads and our observations from other jurisdictions that are dealing with these same set of issues and some concrete steps that we might actually take here. I want to start off with a sense of scale, if I can figure out how to use this. Awesome. That's often missing from these conversations. For the last decade, the largest single loads on electrical systems were often measured in the tens of megawatts. And the current generation of data centers coming online now are being measured in the hundreds of megawatts to gigawatts in scale. For scale, this utility that serves Orlando, Florida is just over a gigawatt. It's a utility serving 200,000 homes, 25,000 commercial customers like business schools, and 5,000 industrial meters, and a major airport. So when we're talking about some of the large loads that are coming online in the form of data centers, think about that as being effectively a modestly sized utility unto itself. Now, one of the things that's been represented to this commission is that North Carolina is uniquely situated to attract large customers from economic development, and throwing barriers in the way of that development will only hinder that pace of development. But it's helpful to put that growth potential in a bit of perspective relative to some other states. As you've heard from other interveners here, including the Data Center Coalition, there's not a ton of transparency on where data centers are actually being proposed and built. And even for states that are starting to track data center load, there's not really consistent measurements for what should reasonably be expected. We're pulling data that you see here on the screen from 451 Research and S&P Global, and they estimate that we may be on track to hit close to 110 gigawatts of data center load by 2029, more than double today's operational data center capacity nationwide, which itself is almost twice as much as it just was 4 years ago. The largest concentration by far right now is in Virginia, which looks like it's on its way to be able to host around 28 gigawatts by 2029, almost a quarter of US's capacity. But other states are also moving quickly with huge new clusters in Texas and Ohio and Oregon and Georgia and Illinois and Arizona. And that's rapidly, of course, changing as we learn about new data centers that are coming in and out. This data set tracks North Carolina growing to just shy of 2.8 gigawatts, which is significant, but it's closer to the middle of the pack for rapidly growing states. I don't know where to click this thing. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Also populated with numbers. Sometimes I forget that it's animated. But what I actually want to really dig into here is that the economic development claims are sometimes really overstated. That tracked growth doesn't really hold a candle to what utilities are telling us are knocking at their door, which is one of the reasons that I think we need to be concerned and some of the reasons that this commission needs to actually be involved here. A few months ago, we ran a deep dive on utility reporting about economic development pipelines, and the numbers that we found were flooring. We found just 23 utilities that reported 700 gigawatts worth of data center economic development in their pipeline. To put that in perspective, that's the equivalent of if we served all United States energy to data centers alone, and then another 30% on top of that. That would be that 700 gigawatts. Clearly, there's a lot of speculation in that overall pipeline. That speculation and the lack of transparency results in real risks for incumbent ratepayers. By the time we're looking at a small number of customers that have the potential to consume more than 20% of the utility's energy consumption, we need to start about wondering what the implications are for other customers in the system. The graph that I'm showing over here shows a series of Duke's load forecasts from the last FERC Form 714 filings. And not only the startling jump from data centers and new large industrial load customers, but that forward pushing on the curve as we get nearer and nearer to today, indicating that real speed to power. And it's the lack of transparency about what underlies those forecasts that actually creates the real risk on our system. And that's the risk that we're getting our forecast wrong about what new infrastructure needs to come online, and the risk that we're structuring rates inappropriately for the way that energy and capacity are actually being used in our system. So to combat this lack of transparency, we recommend that the utilities be required to provide detailed information about large load customer requirements, where those customers are in the pipeline, and what the utility system looks like with and without those customers in the system, similar to other proposals that you've heard already today. Sorry, flip through. Okay. But to really go a little step further, we need to talk a little bit about the asymmetric risk that we get from data centers. While the state works to attract economic development, it can't be done in a vacuum with respect to our cost and risk. And in particular, data centers and other highly concentrated large loads are definitive drivers of cost and risk. I'm highlighting just 3 particular causal pathways over here, but there are, of course, others as well. First, that rush to get data centers online drives up both capacity and energy costs. Virginia, the center of data center growth, is already providing us with some really key examples here. Back at the end of 2024, a bipartisan commission working on behalf of the Virginia legislature, the same JLARC study that DCC referred to earlier, concluded that data center energy demand was likely to increase costs in the future for all customers by tens of billions of dollars. And that was already starting to transpire. In just the spring of this year, in 2025, we saw Virginia's Dominion Zone hit day-ahead wholesale market prices that exceed PJM prices by 50% or more in almost a fifth of all hours. Local congestion prices in Northern Virginia that exceeded $1,000 per megawatt hour in multiple hours of the year. And just last month, the PJM Market Monitor found that data centers likely contributed to $9.3 billion in increased capacity costs in the PJM market for the 2025-2026 year, which translates to about $120 per year for the average residential customer. Second, while we've typically thought of generation and transmission as infrastructure that serves all customers and should therefore be socialized, we're now starting to see transmission lines and generation facilities that are getting built to specifically serve customers or clusters of customers. A recent report tracked over a dozen transmission projects in PJM that are being built just for data centers and concluded that $4.4 billion had been socialized in those transmission costs. And finally, there's a very real risk that we end up building all of this infrastructure for customers that don't actually eventually transpire, either because they can't find tenants or because this rapidly moving industry takes a turn and the demand just isn't ultimately there. This exact risk was articulated by Duke's former director of rates in a recent podcast, where he'd asked about, well, if these don't materialize and they're in business for 10 years or more and they go away, it fundamentally creates stranded risk for all the customers. One of the most effective tools that we've seen in combating speculative risk are large load tariffs, which you've already heard about a couple of times today. These are commissioned approved rate structures for large load customers that are designed to be protective of all the customers. We've heard about these a few times already, but I want to repeat some of the key issues and happy to answer questions about these later. These include extended contract terms, often 15 years or more, that guarantee a minimum recovery from the customers with clear early termination charges and collateral. And importantly, they're mandatory. These terms are designed to ensure that these large customers are effectively bound to their word. In other words, that the utility has a very clear assurance that the customer will stick around and pay their bills, which provides for some confidence that new infrastructure costs won't fall exclusively to other customers. For clarity, this is a lot more than an agreement to pay for an interconnection study or even line extension costs. This is a financially binding agreement for the majority of a customer's expected bill over an extended period of time. More recent versions of these tariffs include riders that provide incentives for on-site capacity and flexibility. And now we're seeing versions that allow customers select their own energy and pay down the cost of those energy resources. We believe it's in the best interest of all customers for the utilities here to establish robust large load tariffs that protect the utility and customers. In this last segment, I want to address an issue that we've just started to touch on in today's proceedings, which is really trying to prevent cross subsidies from residential ratepayers. So the large load tariffs that we've been discussing really reduce risk, but they don't necessarily reduce cost. And unfortunately, tamping down on speculation alone isn't enough to ensure that non-data center customers are being treated equitably in the face of these large loads. Again, Virginia is the proverbial canary in the coal mine here. Over the last decade, Dominion Dominion has seen commercial demand increase by nearly half, while residential demand has dropped over that same time period. And while many utilities have seen rate increases over the course of the last few years, residential rates in Virginia have increased by over 30%, while commercial rates rose slower than inflation. And we see that represented in these two sets of lines over on this graph. On the left side, you see commercial demand increasing dramatically. On the right side, you see residential rates increasing dramatically. One thing that might be going wrong in Dominion is that the utility uses a rate allocation scheme for production cost called average and excess, which is largely driven by peak requirements of each customer class. As you heard some other interveners here earlier today describe, data centers are not particularly peaky. They use a large amount of energy relative to their peak demand and may be able to reduce their peak requirements on coincident peak days. Relative to the rate allocation schemes that better account for energy consumption, very large load customers may be underpaying. And here in North Carolina, Duke uses Dominion's methodology. We already know that there's a distinct potential that new infrastructure built for data centers may get socialized inappropriately. And even with load flexibility, data centers are pushing us towards higher marginal cost resources. In 2022, Duke ran a cost of service study using 2018 data that actually showed there was a substantial difference in how the largest customers would see cost allocation between the current methodology, which on this graph is labeled A&E DOM on the left side column, and the newer methodology meant to take advantage of different resources being allocated differently across different time periods of the year. In this case, the base intermediate peak methodology. What's on the right side of this graph? Using the energy-focused methodology, the one on the right side, saw the rate allocation to large customers shift by 35%. So the very largest customers actually would have 35% larger allocation under the scheme, while residential ratepayers would have had a lower rate allocation under this scheme. So there are substantial differences between the allocation schemes and mechanisms that are chosen to be used in terms of what they impact customers. From the graph that's here, large customers are a relatively small percentage of the overall. But as we start growing into a space where large customers are a very large fraction of overall demand, those rate allocation schemes are really going to make a difference. Final slide here is where I really want to talk about the clean transition tariff concept you've also heard discussed a couple of times today. And the concept here is, and I don't want to repeat things that have already been said, but an opportunity for those large corporate customers to buy into new clean resources that meet their corporate demands and really reduce the requirements on other customers, increase diversity, and decrease fuel cost risk. We see great examples of this in Nevada, really neat emerging examples in Evergy, Kansas, and Missouri, as was described by Data Center Coalition and Google previously. And we are also seeing a real neat opportunity for these to be able to really change the way that the utilities and large corporates do business. North Carolina's efforts to create this kind of pathway may be stalled for now, but the utility and other customers would be well served to prioritize that effort. So in short, we encourage this commission to take the risk of data center speculation seriously, enable leading practices like large load tariffs, reassessment of rate allocation mechanisms, and clean transition tariffs to protect the state's ratepayers and position the state effectively for future growth that does transpire. Thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I'm going to start with some questions, and I'm going to begin with the end of your presentation.
Please.
With the clean transition tariffs. In your the comments that were filed on behalf of SACE et al., they were described, I assume it's the same tariff, but the fast forward tariff, are those the same? Are we talking about the same tariff?
We are.
Okay. And what is the correct terminology then? Should it be fast forward tariff or clean transition
I
tariff?
think we've yet to land on a great branding here, so recommendations are still welcome, but they are the same.
Okay. And for consideration of the clean transition tariff, I'll call it that rather than the fast forward tariff, what would be the appropriate forum to be considering a new tariff like the clean transition tariff? Should it be the carbon plan proceeding or the CPIRP proceeding, a separate docket, or a rate case? Where would that be appropriate to be discussed?
I suspect, and I apologize that I don't know North Carolina's procedural mechanisms as well as some other states. So on a whim, I would guess that it's either the equivalent of a standalone docket or it's wrapped into a rate proceeding. In Nevada, it was wrapped into, it was its own standalone proceeding. In Kansas, the construct of the clean transition tariff, what there was called the clean energy rider, was actually wrapped into the large load tariff as a subcomponent of that same tariff. There's a sort of similar mechanism that's being rolled out in Wisconsin called the bespoke resources tariff, also standalone, but part of the large load tariff mechanism. So it seems that the easiest mechanism is a standalone docket that just allows for that tariff and similar tariffs to be developed.
Okay. And I'm going to refer, I'll tell you what's stated in your comment, so you don't need to pull it up. But on page 56, in regard to the clean transition tariff, one of the reasons that it was stated that a new tariff like the clean transition tariff was needed was because North Carolina currently has some customer programs, but that the large customers have not been satisfied with the current tariffs or that are available in North Carolina. Can you talk about what is lacking in North Carolina? What are customers dissatisfied with, and help us understand what we're missing in North Carolina?
Yeah, so my understanding of the GSAC process is that it effectively taps into the same resources that the utility is otherwise already procuring as part of its renewable or low carbon plan, and that the slate of resources that are otherwise being procured can then be subdivided into those that are being allocated to all customers and those that are then eligible for this particular program, which provides no additionality to the large corporate customers. At least that's my understanding of what that process is looking like right now. And so for customers who do have a requirement of additionality and have a strong corporate target to be adding no new emissions to the system or increasing the amount of clean energy that's on the system in conjunction with their load, that process wouldn't work well for them.
And this will not be a question because I don't want to go this deep into the weeds with this particular tariff. But one of the concerns that Duke had expressed about additionality was that we in North Carolina we are already working, or Duke is already working to interconnect as many new generation resources as quickly as possible to meet the mandates of House Bill 591. And having additionality would put compliance with the requirements from our legislation at risk. So I think that was previously an issue in regard to additionality. But I see your point about that this is a tariff that a number of the interveners are asking that the commission or could be a solution for being able to provide renewable resources or clean energy resources for large load customers. Would you like to respond at all about that?
If I may.
Yes.
So at least one element that's associated with the potential for the clean transition tariff is not only the applicability and availability of new resources, but going in above and beyond what the utility itself thinks it's able to otherwise do by being able to help pay for the interconnection of those new resources that the utility isn't otherwise able to justify on a cost-effective basis. And so if it turns out that there's much more available in the actual queue, then the utility is able to otherwise give a checkbox next to that would be cost-effective for its standard customer classes. The clean transition tariff allows it to not only as Ms. Wilson talked about, break out new technologies, but also allow for existing clean technologies to come to market faster by allowing the corporates to pay for those costs that are harder to justify for the utility itself.
And I won't ask any more questions because we may have a docket in front of us with the clean transition tariff. But understanding the tariff for the clean energy resources, that would be the generation for that supplying to the large customer as part of the tariff. Would it be, is it 100%? What's envisioned? Is it 100% of the customers energy requirements, or is it some portion, or could it be either? How is it envisioned?
And if you're talking about the idealist to me, I'm looking for 100%, but recognizing that that's probably going to be fairly tough to achieve. What we are starting to see so far are clean transition tariffs that allow for an element of incrementality of buying into this next resource, buying to the next tranche as it becomes available, and buying to the next tranche after that as well. So I believe in Nevada, for example, the one that's so far been approved is associated with an enhanced geothermal facility that is I understand, a fraction of the overall demand of the data center that's working with it, but it's the first tranche, or hopefully the first tranche.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm going to ask some other questions from your presentation. I think I'm now on page 9 of your presentation, and that relates to cross subsidies. And of course, the commission is very concerned about making sure that retail customers and existing ratepayers are not burdened with costs to provide the electricity for data centers. But in Say All's comments and then in the slide, you bring up a good point about ensuring that there's not cross subsidies. You mentioned that a new cost of service study should be performed. I'm not sure what your timeline is, when you think a new cost of service study should be performed, or what your expectation about that would be.
And so we've made recommendations in other jurisdictions that in association with large load tariffs being filed, that within a time certain after that, that a cost of service study is performed that allows the commission to understand what those constraints are prior to the next rate case. Again, I'm not entirely sure what your pacing is on next rate cases, but it seems that it would be helpful to have that information in hand prior to coming up to the next case.
Okay. Thank you. And you probably were not involved in Duke's last MYRP rate case, I assume?
I unfortunately was not.
Okay, and you didn't follow it?
I did not.
Okay. And you may not have the answer to this question, that if you weren't following it, but in the Duke's last rate case, an issue of cost of service methodology was raised in that rate case, and Say et al. Was an intervening party in that rate case. But my recollection is that Say et al. Did not dispute the cost of service methodology. I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to add to that or explanation.
I know just little bits and pieces about it, just in having reviewed the record in coming up with this material that I provided for the slides. My understanding is that the cost of service study was based on 2018 information provided to interveners in 2021 for 2022 proceeding, and then basically settled prior to the remainder of the case going forward. And I think at that time, my guess is that parties like Sierra Club weren't really tracking that issue as something that we understood as being important to the way that things were going to potentially fall out. And as we're starting to see this expansion of large load customers, we're increasingly observing from our experience elsewhere that that's a likely area that we all need to pay attention to.
Okay, thank you. And on page 6, just for some clarification, on page 6 of your slides, you provide some information about socialized costs of transmission, and you reference customers in the 7 PJM states paying about $4.4 billion for data center transmission in 2024. Is that just general information, or help me understand how that's directly applicable to at least Duke Energy, because they're vertically integrated, and the proposal at this point is that data centers are going to pay for their allocated cost of transmission, and that cost will not be socialized among other customers.
Right. So I think one of the questions that it raises, and this is still tricky in fully vertically integrated utilities, is which of those transmission costs are you considering something that's directly associated as an incremental cost of service to that large load customer, and which of those costs are larger socialized costs. So we may have a new transmission line that is intended to be able to relieve a constraint that's been known about for the last 5 years that now needs to be substantially upgraded because there are large load customers who are coming into a zone that was previously had a constraint, but not as constrained. Complete hypothetical, right? And so then there's an open question about what component of those costs are fully socialized across all customers and what component of those costs are associated with the data centers. This particular study is raising even though it's PJM associated, I think it's still relevant to the questions that this commission should be asking, because the transmission lines that they're referring to here are not just end of the line transmission lines. These are network upgrades, but they're network upgrades that are specifically associated with new data center customers and written into, like in many cases, the CPCN, or written into the scope associated with that transmission line, says this is to be able to serve a new data center. Those are then being socialized up into PJM and then across all customers within PJM. The same type of process would happen here, even though it's not going through an RTO styled process. Network upgrades, even if they're being used to serve data center customers almost exclusively, may still get socialized across all customer classes if they're not separately pulled out and said, this is going to be a network upgrade cost that we're specifically associating with this class of customers or this specific customer.
So to make sure I understand what your position is that you're saying that in North Carolina, we're vertically integrated, but we have to do a very careful analysis to make sure that all transmission costs or upgrade costs that are triggered by having to serve a data center are in fact paid for by the data center as opposed to being socialized among all customers. So you're advocating for a very precise analysis and ensuring costs are properly allocated.
That's correct.
Okay. And one last question about transmission upgrades. On page 40 of your comments, you stated that there are, and I'm going to just paraphrase what was stated in your comments, there are additional ways that large load customers may not pay for their full cost of service. You state that they could trigger transmission upgrades that are outside of state jurisdiction, but not accurately recovered through federal cost allocation methods. Can you explain in a little bit more detail what you're referring to there?
I think in that case, that's actually referring to the RTO equivalency, right? Where there are, the cost allocation mechanism is a federal mechanism, right? And so there's not transparency at the load distribution or at the rate making entity's end about which costs are actually being incurred as they flow through that RTO.
So this would be applicable to the PJM region
that's right.
of North Carolina. Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any questions from the commission. Okay, no questions. So thank you for your presentation and responses to the questions. So I believe that next is the is SERC.
Thank you, Presiding Chair Kimmerer and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you today. On behalf of SERC Reliability Corporation, I'm Rebecca Polson, attorney. Allow me to introduce Stoney Martin, Manager of Reliability Models and Studies, to discuss non-traditional large load integration, which is one of the most critical emerging risks to the reliability and security of the bulk power system.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and my name is Stoney Martin, and I'm the Manager of Reliability Models and Studies at SERC, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today. So today I want to talk about some challenges facing our grid as it relates to large loads. Also talk about the growth we've talked about throughout today, the challenges associated with those large loads. What are we doing about that at the ERO level and SERC level? And a few things for you to consider as you move forward. So before we jump into the large load discussion, I just want to give you a brief summary of the ERO, also known as the Electric Reliability Organization. So the Electric Reliability Organization consists of NERC and the 6 regions, with each of us having our own unique roles and responsibilities. NERC provides oversight for the North America with a focus on seasonal and long-term assessments, while the regions take a deeper dive into their geographical areas. For example, SERC We collect and validate reliability data. We conduct transmission and resource adequacy studies. We develop seasonal and long-term assessments. We also have an outreach program that hosts webinars, seminars, such events like this. And we also monitor and enforce reliability standards. So the SERC footprint covers the Southeast with these 16 states. And as I mentioned, the ERO covers North America, with NERC providing the oversight for reliability and each of the regions having their own geographical region. Although we have somewhat unique responsibilities, we have a common mission, and that's to ensure the reduction of risk to the reliability and security of the grid. The ERO provides independent and objective assessments of reliability and security risk and strive to address those risks. So now let's take a step back for a second. Some things have been mentioned already today, but I just want to reinforce them because I think they're pretty important. The AI race is at the forefront of ongoing competition between the US, China, and other nations throughout the world, with each nation viewing the artificial intelligence as the key to future technological and economic leadership. And we've heard many times over that AI is also seen as critical to national security. So what risks do AI and data centers pose for electric reliability and security? Although I'm going to talk about a few challenges later on, I do want to highlight one right now, which is resource adequacy. There's been some discussion about that today, and I just want to dive into it a little bit more. North Carolina experienced firsthand the impacts of insufficient resources during Winter Storm Elliott. Based on the 2024 data and preliminary 2025 data, the Carolinas, combined North and South Carolina, are an elevated risk of not having sufficient resources to meet their forecasted load during extreme weather events. Again, that's primarily cold winter mornings before the sun rises and in the evenings when the sun sets. The risk is only going to get worse when we have these large loads to our footprint. Why not just build more resources? And I'm sure that's been the conversation some. That's a conversation for you and the entity to discuss and find a way forward. But understand, as many people have talked about today, those resources and the transmission infrastructure to support those resources take longer than to get these data centers online and operational. Also keep in mind the entities are fully aware of this and they're working to develop strategies and mitigations to address these challenges. There's one thing I also want to mention that came to mind as I was preparing for this was in my day when I was at the utilities, we relied on our neighbors when we got into emergency situations, or our neighbor's neighbor, like Winter Storm Elliott. Those opportunities are decreasing. With the retirement of resources across the United States, the reliance on our neighbors during those types of Winter Storm Elliott, Winter Storm Uri, those are becoming very limited. They are using their resources to meet their load demands. So I'm going to just touch on this because we've talked about this a lot. We all understand that across North America, we're seeing this large load growth. So what does this mean for us in the SERC footprint? As much just like North America, SERC is seeing the rapid load growth in our footprint. As some have already talked about today, Dominion Energy up in the Virginia area is home to the data center alley. It is considered one of the largest concentrations of data centers in the world. And as somebody mentioned earlier, what is the priority for these data centers? Is speed to power. They want to connect as quickly as possible, and I understand it. So why do we need to support this growth? Economic development comes to mind immediately. Jobs, revenue, all the prosperity, all the things that we've talked about so far today. These facilities also serve as the backbone for our modern economy. The current administration has made no surprise about their support in being the leader in the AI race. As someone mentioned earlier, and I want to echo, this is a pivotal moment for our industry. We must determine how to meet these challenges and remain reliable, but also consider, and someone mentioned this, there are other challenges that we're facing as well. Supply chain constraints, change in resource mix with generation retirements and the integration of IBRs, queue backlogs that we've discussed, and also I have not heard anyone talk about, but workforce considerations as we move into the next generation. So before I dive into these recent system events, and I'm just going to touch on them, I do want to mention a few things about the power system that I just want to ensure you have some grasp of and just to understand a little bit. So first of all, the North America is split into 3 regions, if you will, Western, Texas, and the remaining is the Eastern connections. And we operate somewhat independently. We have DC ties pretty much, but pretty much they're independent grids. Another thing I want you to recall and note is a power system is designed to respond to events. So if a problem occurs on the system, power system is designed so that it identifies that problem and takes action to remove that problem as quickly as possible. Things happen sometimes, but that's the ideal case. Also, when these problems occur on the power system, there's an expectation that the resources as well as the load remain online and connected. We've had these discussions with the IBRs in the past where when we had issues on the grid, inverter-based resources would disconnect at times. We call this ride-through. We want the generation as well as the load to ride through these system events as the system is responding and taking action. The final thing I want to mention about power systems is it's real time. We're producing generation or electricity that is consumed by the load every second of every day, and we're constantly balancing that. There's a mismatch, of course, but that mismatch is small. When that mismatch starts to grow, it causes challenges on the system, and then additional action has to be taken. So we just got to keep that in mind as we move forward. So let's turn our attention to some of the events that have occurred recently. And I'm going to focus on the Eastern one because I'm very familiar with that one. Very similar situation that I described with the power system. A routine event occurred on the power system. The power system responded to remove, isolate that problem, did it as expected. And what happened was the load recognized that as an issue and reduced that amount or transitioned that amount from the grid to their backup power supply. The problem is, as I mentioned, we're constantly trying to balance gen to load. When that load transitioned from the grid, we have an imbalance. We have more generation than we have load. So now we've got to do more actions to balance that gen to load, which means reducing the generation quickly. The one thing I also want to mention, because as many people have talked about, we've built this system over years and years. We've learned, we've trained people, all of those things go into making a reliable system as well as the equipment facilities. Well, now this is somewhat of a new issue with us. Losing load that much versus in the past, we've lost a generator and we know what to do with it. We've lost transmission, we know what to do with it. Now we're losing load and large amounts of load potentially, and that's a concern. So, and we're addressing that, and I'll talk about that later, but that is something that we've recognized that we'll need to ensure that we have mitigation steps and train our operators in the future. So finally, before I leave this slide, I want to mention that when such events occur, because again, power system is designed and expected to respond, and we know when it responds what should happen. When something doesn't happen like it should, so it responds and something else happens that we didn't understand or didn't plan for, then we take a deep dive. We do a root cause analysis. We collect data, we evaluate the situation, we talk to the members involved, and then typically we will create a white paper and provide recommendations on how to mitigate this going forward. Sometimes, however, in this example, it was to the point we felt like more action was needed. So NERC decided to form a large load task force. And I'm sure I heard a reference to this earlier, so you're familiar with this. So again, the goal for that task force is to understand reliability and security impacts from large loads on the bulk power system. And the task force took a 3-prong approach. The first prong was to create a white paper. That was published earlier this year, and it outlined the characteristics and risk of large loads. There is a gap analysis due out early next year, and that gap analysis will focus on what gaps are in the existing reliability standards and practices that we can address. And finally, next year, we're going to have a reliability guideline out, and that reliability guideline will include guidance on how to mitigate those risks to large loads. So I just want to take a quick dive into that white paper. I am going to try to stay high level. This gets a little technical, but I'll try to keep it to at a summary level. So people mentioned speed to power. there's a misalignment between getting data centers connected to the grid and getting resources and transmission to meet that need. We've talked about it at length today. Forecasting uncertainty. Many conversations today, good conversations about the forecast uncertainty. When should we include these loads in our forecast and at what demand level? Which of these projects will materialize and which will not? Is there a specific maturity level that a project must demonstrate before it is included? And finally, also, there's been experiences of multiple interconnection requests for the same project. I've heard this mentioned. So how do we know that we're not double counting projects? I'm going to mention Texas in a few minutes. Other technical challenges that we need to be aware of and have discussions about is the load pattern. How does this load behave? Does it ride through or does it disconnect during a problem? What's the ramp rates? How quickly does it come on? A ramp up to its normal operating parameters. When is that its normal operating demand? Does that power stay constant? The consumption stay constant, or does it fluctuate? All things that we need to know. One of the things, and we'll talk a little bit more about this on the interconnection process, is information. So this interconnection process, power system engineers need information to study the reliability of the system. So they will take this information and put it in with their computer programs, and they will run the power system model through various scenarios and determine under those various scenarios, is the system reliable? Part of that is having information from these data centers, models, if you will. Also, if large load task force group the risk into 7 categories, and they range from interconnections, long-term planning, as well as operations. I've hit on long-term planning, so I'm going to jump over to the operations, which includes the balancing, the ramp rates, reserve margin, operating reserve margin. If something happens, do we have resources online to ramp up or down? Also, stability is another issue that we are very serious about. Do we have frequency response? Do we have voltage support that is needed? There are many other challenges. That's just a flavor from that white paper, so I would encourage you all to go and take a look at it when you have time. So what is SERC doing? So that's kind of the ERO level. So SERC is kind of taking a 4-pillar approach. We engage with the ERO, as with, for example, the Large Load Task Force. Our second initiative is through collaboration through our SERC technical committees. We have several technical committees that each one focuses on a specific aspect of the power system. One of those working groups is the Reliability Risk Working Group. They create a risk report every 2 years. In 2024, they published a report which included the top 10 risks for the SERC footprint. One of those top 10 risks was, as you would expect, the rapid non-traditional load growth, which are the data centers, large loads. I mentioned earlier about training our operators. So SERC has 3 or 4 times a year, we have system operator conference where we bring in system operators and we have a training workshop, 3-day workshop with them. As part of that training, we've included these challenges, the large load challenge, in that training effort. Also, we are collaborating constantly with NERC. NERC come in the fall and in the spring for our technical committee to collaborate with our engineering committee on the large load, the challenges, and what are we doing going forward. The third prong is the outreach and training. As I mentioned before, such events like this, we have webinars. We're also hoping to have a large load workshop early next year. And finally, our last prong that SERC is doing is monitoring, staying engaged with the industry. We have NERC alerts, so NERC sends out data requests, and they just recently sent out a NERC alert for large load data information. We will receive that data information for NERC. We will review it, pass it on to NERC, as well as analyze it for our footprint to see what things are going on in our world, make sure we have our finger on the pulse. And I mentioned earlier about Texas Senate Bill 6, and I confirmed it is in law now, that among other things, it tries or attempts to address the double counting. And so I'm not an expert in that bill, but I would encourage you, if you have time, to reference it or take a look at it. The bottom line is, this is a top priority for the industry right now. SERC is taking action on this issue, and we're staying plugged into everyone else that is as well. So finally, in closing, some takeaways. And again, I'm kind of talking about some things that I talked about before, but I just think they're very important. Resource adequacy. We got to have the resources to meet the load demand. I understand the load pattern that we see in the spring and fall is great, but that January morning is tough when it's very cold outside. We've got to have the resources to serve that load during that time. Interconnection requirements. Another area where I think this body can help with us moving forward, need to potentially consider large load criteria. So getting data from them, getting models, other things that you want to establish in that interconnection agreement that we need as power system engineers to ensure the reliability of the grid. Also balancing, and we talked about that, that is so important in our world. So what do you need to understand? And again, these are no surprises, we've heard them today, but the pace of change. We live in a very dynamic world. We have so many challenges, you can just turn around and there's another one. And they're all competing for our attention and our resources. Resources to meet the need, exactly what it says, load characteristics. We need to understand how that load is going to behave. I can't stress it enough. And that starts with the interconnection process. If that fails us, then we're setting ourselves up for failure. That is a key to success in maintaining a reliable system. You know, and one of the things I didn't mention, but I want to highlight here because it gets kind of complicated, is the essential reliability services. In addition to having generators that produce sufficient energy, there are other aspects to maintaining power system reliability, such as support and frequency response. And somebody mentioned to me this maybe a year ago, and I thought it was a great analogy, so I will share it with you. It's trying to compare it to a baseball team. The pitcher is the generator. He's doing most of the work. You know, if it's a good pitcher, he may throw a no-hitter into the 6th inning. But at some point, that batter's going to hit that ball. And so it depends on the catcher, the infield, and the outfield, all making that team effective. And so that's what the essential reliability services do. So you rely on the generation to produce the power, transmission to get it there. There's other things that are involved to maintain the reliability of the power system. And there's one other story that I think is really appropriate for this, and I'll be done. So, and I pretty admire Steve Jobs, so that's why I'm going to mention him. So Steve Jobs, a gentleman was telling this story about Steve Jobs back when there were flip phones, and he was talking to the gentleman, and he made the comment that one day we're all going to have phones that not only call and text, but it's a mini computer, and we'll all have one in our pocket. And of course, they kind of laughed at him. Now we fast forward to the iPhone age, and whether you have an iPhone or equivalent in your pocket, and if you're like me, I could not live without my iPhone now. So I wonder if we're at a flip phone moment looking into the future of the iPhone age. Regardless of that, flip phone, iPhone, we could be heading into an era where we know we have challenges. And to meet those challenges, we need a reliable grid that's going to be available to help us meet those challenges. It's critical. It will take effective collaboration from all sides to meet this moment and create a win-win solution for everyone. That includes keeping the bulk power system reliable and secure. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions, and they are technical, as your presentation mostly was. I'm going to start at the end of your presentation on your last page with key reliability takeaways. And you stated that one of the things that we all need to understand is about essential reliability services, and you talked about support and frequency response. Is that what you, that's what I wrote down that you mentioned for reliability services?
Those are just examples. There are others, but frequency response and voltage support, yes.
Okay, voltage support, that's what I was going to ask, because especially in light of some of the issues, voltage support seems to me that it would be critical.
Would, yes, ma'am.
And then got a couple of questions related to the incident with the data center that was in Virginia in 2024. It was in Virginia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And NERC did an analysis of the incident with that data center. And they provided beginning of an assessment about the reliability risks for data centers, and basically had a strong alert for concerns about reliability with data centers. Is I think a very general explanation of what NERC had said about that event in 2024. Is that right?
I don't know exactly what they stated, so forgive me, but I would say they were concerned and wanted to raise awareness and to have people, the entities, aware and looking into this.
And NERC has not yet done, according to your slides, the gap analysis or the risk mitigation. That's to
ongoing
come.
right now. Yes.
Right. One of the questions that I asked for counsel for SIGFR and CUCA was specifically related to this data center event in 2024. And so my question, and we don't need to get into whether this is legally permissible or not, but the question was, should large load customers, including data centers, should they be required to have reliability requirements at their facilities to ensure that the bulk power system remains reliable? Do you have a position about that, or is that an issue that we can expect to hear more from NERC about when they publish their upcoming reports?
I don't have a position on it right now, so I think that is evolving. There are conversations. I think there's concerns about taking that position, so there is conversations about that specific topic. In the meantime, there is, I think, relative expectation that entities will understand the potential risk. So when we model these data centers or loads or anything on there, we rely on the models to determine if during these situations, various situations, adverse situations, how will all the components respond? We should be able to see under the condition that we saw in Virginia, those loads reducing their demand, transitioning. If the model is correct, we should have seen that and been able to have a conversation with those data center. And so I think that was a part of the lesson learned, the collaboration effort that's needed between the entities and these owners, making sure. I've heard transparency, collaboration a lot today. I think that's a big part of it.
And I was taking notes quickly as you were speaking.
Sorry, I hope I didn't go too fast.
So can you explain again, my notes were that you're recommending that the data centers provide information about their operating characteristics and agreements with the utilities or the ESAs or in the through the interconnection process. What did you actually say about what the large load customers should be providing to the utilities in regard to their operating characteristics?
So I'm suggesting that there's a conversation made about the interconnection requirements. So do you want to establish certain requirements that require them to provide data? That data, I would recommend the entities be involved in that conversation and decide what data is needed from the data centers in order to evaluate the data centers and overall power system reliability. But me specifically stating what I would yield to the entities and the commission for that.
Mm-hmm. And would that expand to other large load customers that other than data centers? So would it be specific to data centers, or would it be to all large load customers?
So I heard the conversation earlier today, and when we say large loads, we include crypto mining, the AI, the traditional industrial. So we have a wider net.
Mm-hmm. And then my last question is, do you have any concerns or any recommendations about implementing demand flexibility for large load customers from a power system reliability perspective? Are there any concerns from a reliability perspective with demand response or load flexibility?
I think one of the commissioners asked this today, or maybe it come up in the conversation. How do you ensure that those megawatts that are assumed and be included are going to be curtailed or reduced when it's needed. That's the challenge. And I think that's the conversation to have. Because I think the planning system engineer, just my opinion only, is they're going to study that full load because they've got to assume worst case. What will happen if that load doesn't reduce? If you call for demand side management and it doesn't reduce, does that cause problems under these other conditions that are going on? So again, will it happen? That's my biggest concern.
Okay. And then I actually have one more question related to co-location or self-generation or self-supply. Are there, if a large load customer did provide self-generation, are there concerns from a system reliability perspective about co-locating generation? That's probably a complicated question, but if you have any information that you can provide about reliability concerns.
And there are concerns because you want to study the system. Okay, and I keep going back to that. The power system engineer is going to study the system under various topology configurations. Part of that could be if I've got a load center behind a meter, but I've also got generation behind that meter. Can that generation feed back into the grid? We need to study that and understand, is that a problem? Vice versa, if that generation trips offline for whatever reason, is there an expectation to serve that load? Well, I will tell you, even if they're going to curtail that load, there's going to be a short period of time where the grid is serving that load. It may be small, but it's going to serve that load for some period of time. The power system engineer is going to review that, analyze that, and make sure there's no issues. Did I answer your question?
You did, and that was that was an answer to a question I'd asked earlier this afternoon about, or sometime this afternoon about what happens if the self-generation comes offline or does not provide the power. What are the implications for the utility about providing service? And from a reliability perspective, in regard to a resource perspective. So I think that's helpful. Thank you.
And may I add that if you look at the language and the words, that is the ideal world. But in reality, when things are changing, there's a period of time of unknown. They're studying all of those time slots to ensure that the system can remain reliable throughout that period until it reaches a new stable, steady state.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any questions from the commission. Commissioner McKissick.
And this is just a follow-up dealing with NERC's large low growth task force and this gap analysis which is being conducted. I mean, based upon your vantage point, do you have any intuitive thoughts about what likely will be the findings or recommendations coming from that?
No, sir, I don't at this time.
Okay.
I would, again, it's focused around looking at the risks and characteristics that were identified in the white paper, and then comparing those risks to our current reliability standards and best practices and seeing if there's any gaps. So that's the ongoing analysis they are doing now, and hope to have some paper out early next year with those gaps identified.
Okay, and you mentioned Texas Senate Bill 6 dealing with the double counting. Can you, are you familiar enough with the content of that legislation? You said it was recently enacted, to be able to state what it essentially does in terms of an approach to address that issue?
No, sir, I do not. I'm not that familiar with it. I'm glad to take an action item to look into it and provide some feedback.
If you could, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimwright. Mr. Martin, thank you. Your agency is well respected. And I have no doubt that you, as a power engineer, understand what's going on. The situation in Virginia with the data center, that happened in 24, was or is it forthcoming, the report about what happened there? You talked about NERC, I think, or did you?
I did, and as a result of that, they formed the task force. I should know this. I apologize. I don't know if if there was a report produced, I will get back with you. I know that the task force was developed and we have the white paper out now from the task force.
Yeah, I see that LLTF white paper. You know, I've had very limited exposure to SERC, but I would call you an after-the-fact agency. You guys seem to have great data and understand exactly what happened in the past with an event. Winter Storm Elliott, your reporting there. I know you have discussions with the utilities on reserve margins and all that. But forward thinking and where we sit, what is your projections for North and South Carolina as far as load forecasting and what should we create? Have you done that?
I don't have, yes. And so just to reiterate, we are forward looking as well. So we do seasonal assessments. So we look at the summer as well as the winter upcoming, and we produce reports or assessments prior to those seasons. So the winter should be out on the street very soon. We also do a long term, which is looking out 10 years for the SERC footprint. And that should be out around January. And we do these every year where we're collecting data throughout the year and all other trends. And then based on all of that information, creating assessments, especially the long-term assessment, looking out 10 years, where do we think the industry is going? Where do we think the biggest risks are? And what should we be doing about it? So we are being proactive in that sense, as well as the studies we do. We do studies, long-term studies as well, as although the entities are doing more, we're doing some as well. But to answer your question though, I don't have the numbers in front of me. We do have those numbers though.
Okay. Commissioner Kimright, don't let me get over into the carbon plan at all, but I guess my question is, so I can take the metrics that you have, the load forecasting considerations that you have on your large load characteristic slide here, and I can understand what we need to do and how we are to share that with Duke as far as what they build out. Because prior to you coming up here, SACE et al. And Sierra Club gave a very detailed report. And if you read their report, there are some very definite misgivings about the opportunity for the power utility to I think the term they used was overshoot the mark, build too much, that the data center forecasting is not coming online. So can I look at your data, your forward thinking data about load forecasting consideration and get some sort of optimum balance between perhaps the one that says, you know, too little or too much and one that says not enough?
And I think that is going to be an issue that is going to be litigated in the CPIRP proceeding in regard to forecasting for load that's going to be coming to North Carolina.
Okay.
So
after the fact, you're off the hook.
thank you for your presentation and answers to the questions.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Vanderbart has a question.
Sorry about that. I was just thinking about your answers. I wasn't quite sure why we didn't get yours, but my concern about our these data centers is it seems, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it going to accelerate our rate toward being gas transport limited? Because we're taking on big chunks at a time. You know, however, what we're doing right now in North Carolina is primarily adding solar, and every time you add solar, you got to add, you know, out of 100%, you got 80% of that is natural gas. And I've seen your reports, natural gas transportation into North Carolina is an issue. This is just going to accelerate that, would you say?
I appreciate the question. Thank you. What I would defer to the entities and to the states. Our focus is reliability. We have identified that there's insufficient resources during extreme conditions in the Carolinas. I live in South Carolina, so that concerns me personally. So those are challenges that this commission, as well as the entities and other stakeholders, will have to wrestle with.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Again, thank you for your presentation. And our last presenter is Tyler Norris.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to present today. I know I'm in the enviable role of being last and standing between you all and happy hour, so I'll try to make this as quickly as possible. My name is Tyler Norris. I'm a James V. Duke Fellow at Duke University, where my PhD research focuses on bulk power systems with an emphasis on large generator and large load interconnection. I'm actually co-teaching a course this semester with former Commissioner Jeffrey Hughes, and one of the themes that comes up there is just the complexity and the importance of the issues that are in front of the commissioners every day, especially in this critical moment. And so I just want to thank you and your staff for holding this technical conference and digging into these very important and consequential issues. So I'm here today in my personal capacity and to represent a body of research that has been developed by the Nicholas School and the Grace Lab there in particular, which is a research laboratory focused on bulk power systems research, in collaboration with the Nicholas Institute, which is a think tank attached to the university. And actually this research was prompted by conversations last year with utility regulators and their staff and state agencies, and conversations hosted by the Nicholas Institute, which it holds several every year. And actually in September, there was one held specifically on the topic of load growth. And one of the key themes that came out of that was the inquiry into what might be possible with respect to large load flexibility. And so that is what led to the publication of our study in February. It was called Rethinking Load Growth, Assessing the Potential for Integration of Large Flexible Loads in U.S. Power Systems. And so my presentation today is primarily based on that study. Our goals for this were to support regulators and stakeholders in identifying strategies and tactics to accommodate this load growth without compromising reliability, affordability, or progress on decarbonization, to provide informational resources and what we want to be clear is a first order modeling exercise to estimate the available headroom in power systems via flexibility, and then to motivate additional and more precise modeling exercises for each of these balancing authorities. Our analysis encompassed 22 of the largest balancing authorities in the US, which covered about 95% of US peak load. And we've been very grateful for the opportunity to engage with policymakers and regulators across the country on this topic since the publication, including testimony to the US House Energy and Commerce Energy Subcommittee, engagement with the National Association of Regulatory Commissioners and NASIO, as well as the Edison Electric Institute, several of the ISOs and their executives and others. And so we're excited for the opportunity to share some of the findings with you today. We've already covered a lot of this context, so I won't spend much time on this. Just think it is helpful to state specifically that based on the latest forecast for US data center electricity load growth, among which one of the most credible is the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab Data Center Energy Usage Report from December 2024, that current expectations are that AI specialized data centers will represent the single largest share of US electricity load growth over the next 5 to 7 years, and could represent up to 44% through 2028 alone. And that it is primarily hyperscale and large scale co-location data centers that are driving this growth. A lot of what is driving this interest in data center development and a variety of additional locations is the fact that more of these data centers are AI specialized, which has different latency requirements that are not as restrictive as they used to be. And then combined with the additional build out of fiber to more locations and higher speed telecommunications, this is what's resulting in all these additional data center load requests. There are other factors, but those are some of the key ones. And as you can see on this map developed by McKinsey, that North Carolina is considered one of the kind of emerging, fast emerging secondary markets. And so the backdrop to all this, as we know, is that we now have a very, very high forecast for US peak load growth over the next 5 to 10 years. This is an estimate from Battle pulled from FERC, actually. And this estimates that when you combine reserve margin, that we could be looking at peak load growth of up to 180 gigawatts by 2030 alone. I consider that to be on the high end, but to show what's possible, to give context, the US aggregated peak load right now is about 700 gigawatts. So we're going towards 850 plus by the end of the decade or the early 2030s. And even if the objective was to meet as much of this as possible with new gas turbines, as we know, there is a supply constraint right there on that side. And we don't know exactly how many turbines will be available. The current estimate suggests 60 to 80 gigawatts by 2030. Mitsubishi says that they are ramping up production. But even with the most optimistic forecasts, there appears to be a significant gap in gas turbine supply versus this peak load growth. And so the question is, what are the other capacity resources that can be brought to bear to support this? And as we know, there are limited options, right? We can tap battery storage where it's available. If we're fortunate, small modular reactors and other nuclear resources will be available by the early to mid 2030s. Perhaps offshore wind in a couple small, locations. And then we're going to have to get creative with other solutions. And so that's why for us, there's an emphasis here on bringing the demand side into the equation more, so that we can utilize the existing grid that we've already paid for. And I will say, I think, we hear a lot of sort of comparisons to the 1960s and how we can build out the system as fast as we did then. I think it's important to recognize the limitations and that the 1960s were a very different period, right? We didn't have nearly as high permitting restrictions. We had much less population density. We just had less development overall and less demand for very high electric reliability and other services. And so I think it's hard to compare our ability to build as much to the 1960s. And of course, we heard today the limitations on the supply that's available to North Carolina, including gas supply, given that we're so dependent on Transco. And of course, if Mountain Valley Pipeline is completed, that will bring additional supply. Nevertheless, there are supply constraints there. So the good news story here, though, is that outside of a small number of extreme peak hours during the year, during heat waves or winter cold snaps and polar vortexes, there is headroom available on the system. And I think it's worth recalling, right? We built the whole system out to serve these extreme swings in demand. And we can visualize this through something what we call a load duration curve. And if you'll bear with me for a second, I think it's worth familiarizing ourselves with this. And I think it's a chart we're likely going to see a lot more in the years ahead, especially as affordability becomes more and more of a challenge. But what this represents is for all of the utilities in the Southeast, the balancing authorities, it represents their actual realized hourly peak, hourly load, not peak, sorry, over this 9-year period from 2016 to 2024. And it shows the share of hours in which that represented a share of their maximum peak demand that was realized over that 9-year period. And what we can see is that on the upper left, it's a very, very small portion of hours in which the most extreme load occurs. And we can quantify this, and so we can generalize that 98% of the time, more than 10% of the power system sits unused, and 95% of the time, more than 20% of the system is unused, and then 80% of the time, over a third of the power system is unused. And this is because we build such a large portion of the system to serve a very small number of hours, and that varies from system to system based on its particular load profile. But generally, we're talking in the range of 50 to 200 hours per year that we're building the system out to. And so one way to think about this is that the lower the curve on this chart, the more untapped opportunity there is to utilize the existing assets on the system to meet load growth. And so you can see here in the bolded lines, the green line is Duke Energy Progress, and the blue line is Duke Energy Carolinas compared to the rest of the Southeastern utilities. We can go to the next slide. We can also look at this in terms of the load factor. And all the load factor means is you take a given balancing authority, a given power system, you take its average load over a given period, and you divide it by its maximum realized peak load over that period. And so what we're looking at here are the 22 largest balancing authorities in the US. You can see DEC there, you can see DEP, and this is over this 9-year period based on their actual experienced load, hourly load. And what we see is that the average and the median across these 22 balancing authorities is 53%. DEC is a little above average. So DEC has a 55.6% load factor over this period. And DEP is on the lower end, it's at 48.4. And so what this means is that, there is available capacity in the system to serve, or at least energy to serve more load. And you can see how that varies on a seasonal basis. And we would expect generally the load factor to be higher in the winter and the summer. We can also think about this in terms of our existing combined cycle natural gas power plants. And so the US does have a very large combined cycle fleet. And a lot of that actually was built out in the early 2000s and probably overbuilt at the time, but it's ended up becoming useful. And it actually operates at an overall capacity factor of less than 60%. So even with the most efficient natural gas combined cycle units in service now, they achieve an average utilization of around 64%. So what that means is there is a lot of energy available on the system. It's just this constraint on the small number of hours during the most extreme periods that we're trying to solve for here. If we go to the next slide, actually, what does this sort of mean in terms of the broad implications for power system planning? I think it's useful to think of this as a spectrum of flexibility. We used to call it, you're either firm or you're non-firm. And that's a very sort of binary, simplistic way to think about a load or a service to a load. I think really what we should start thinking about is that it's a spectrum of the number of hours in which a load might be able or willing to provide flexibility to the system. Because we should remember that even firm service actually means you're planning for 1 day and 10 years of outage just for resource adequacy purposes, let alone other drivers of outages. And so an inflexible load, a load that demands 100% uptime in all hours of the year, is more likely to put additional burden on those existing system peaks, more likely to trigger the need for more generation and transmission capacity, and therefore it's more likely to take longer to interconnect to the power system. To the extent that a new load is more flexible, it will put less burden on those system peaks. It's less likely to trigger the need for that additional capacity, and it has the potential to accelerate its interconnection to the power system. And on the next slide, we can see what are the types of flexibility here. And really, what we're talking about is from the perspective of the grid operator, when they see this load on their system during these critical peak hours, is it able to reduce its draw from the grid? And in a sense, the system operator should be indifferent to what that source of flexibility is. And so it could be a wide variety of possibilities. So in the case of data centers, right, that could be on-site power storage. We've used the term primarily here of co-location. And that's generally the preferred option. And there are a lot of those arrangements that are happening in data centers across the country right now. And we can talk a little bit more about that. Temporal flexibility. So especially for some of the machine learning or AI workloads, these are more deferrable and batchable than traditional CPU, cloud computing real-time services. And so in some cases, you could actually defer a workload by a few hours, right? The duration of these stress periods on average are 3 to 5 hours. But the other way to look at it is, and this is what some companies are working on right now, is you can actually, with precision control, change the clock speed of the chips themselves so that you're still actually processing that computational workload. It's just occurring a little bit slower than it would have otherwise because it's drawing less power. So that's another option. Another, which is sort of generally considered a more advanced capability, is spatial flexibility. The ability to shift the computational workload from one data center in a region that's experiencing a contingency event to a data center in a different region that isn't experiencing such an event. Google has documented examples of this. I think they've characterized it still as a relatively limited application, but it is possible, and there are some data center owner operators that have developed this capability. The last category we could just call reduced operations, and obviously it's less preferable for the data centers, but I think it's worth thinking about where options like this could emerge too. For example, in the Southeast, where a lot of our loss to load expectation is concentrated on winter mornings or in polar vortex events, the cooling systems for the data centers might not actually be drawing anywhere near their maximum utilization. And the cooling system, as you know, is a substantial portion of the overall power consumption of the data centers. And so you might actually be able to plan around that lower utilization during those winter polar vortex style events for purposes of system planning. And so you sort of ask, why would any data center ultimately, though, sign up for this, right? So the first is this theme that we've talked about here today, speed to power, this ability that they could actually connect to the grid faster. And as we know, those interconnection timelines are adding up, especially as more and more loads are coming on the system. And as the resources of our utilities are being used for a variety of different grid upgrades, including proactive transmission planning, other reliability upgrades, the system itself is aging and requires a lot of this. So it's very taxing, of course, on their own capabilities. And so to the extent that this load could be a bit flexible, it might be able to connect faster. The other is you can think about it as curtailment, but another way to think about it is that under a normal planning paradigm, they would just actually be able to access less power in most hours of the year than if you adopted a flexible service contract where you could rely on them to reduce their draw during the most extreme periods. And in the rest of the hours, and we're really talking about 99.5% or more of the rest of the hours, they could actually access more interconnection capacity than they could otherwise. Mandate compliance. You can look at this as an incentive or not, but of course there are more mandates coming, and we're not opining on whether that is advisable policy, but the fact is they are coming. Texas has already enacted it, and there are other proposals emerging. So to the extent that there are mandates, this would allow, of course, those data center owner operators to comply. And then the fourth category, which may not be sufficient to incentivize the behavior, but is still a benefit, is that to the extent they're willing to offer this service to the grid, they may be able to secure revenues either via existing demand response programs or other incentives. So if we go to the next slide, this just quantifies the amount of headroom that we found across the US, across these two balancing authorities in aggregate. And so what we're saying is that to the extent that a new load is able and willing to be flexible for 0.25% of its maximum possible uptime, that you could add up to 76 gigawatts of new load across these 22 BAs. And the more flexibility, of course, that those loads are willing to offer, the more that you could add. And so that scales, as you can see, to approximately 100 gigawatts at 0.5% and then beyond from there. We can also look at this by individual balancing authority. And so you can see here each of the 22 balancing authorities based on new load offering 0.5% load flex. And you can see that for DC and DP, that aggregates to approximately 4.1 gigawatts, which isn't everything, of course, that they're looking at in terms of their load forecast, but is arguably a meaningful share. The other thing I think we should note here is that, of course, if the data centers or the other large loads are unwilling or unable to provide that flexibility, they could possibly procure that flexibility from other existing customers. And so that is a structure that's being explored. Actually, just a couple of weeks ago, a company named Voltus, in collaboration with a data center developer called Cloverleaf Infrastructure, actually announced such a deal where they will be, the data centers will actually be procuring flexibility from other workloads to help accommodate their load via this third party called Voltus. And so on the next slide, just a summary of recent developments. There's a lot going on in this space, so this only is sort of a sampling, but just a few sort of key things I think to note. One is that there are programs like this that are being developed. One is in PG&E. They actually have an existing Flex Connect program, which provides this type of service for accelerated interconnection in exchange for flexibility. That's primarily for large EV charging stations, the distribution scale. But now PG&E has so many data center requests coming in. I think the last number I heard was somewhere in the range of 10 gigawatts that they're scaling that program to the transmission scale. And PJM, there's obviously a lot of dialogue on this topic. They've had a whole docket around co-location arrangements. One thing I think that's been revealed through that docket is that PJM doesn't actually currently offer flexible, non-firm transmission service to large loads that either want to co-locate or have other sources of flexibility. And so that's been part of the exploration, is to see what is the additional transmission service that might be necessary to do that. And that's exactly what Southwest Power Pool concluded about their own existing service offerings. And so they are now developing a non-firm service option called the Conditional High Impact Large Load Service, or CHILLS is the acronym. And that, I think, is generally expected to be approved by SPP in the next few months, and then it will go to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission for approval. I'll skip the New York ISO example for now. And then I'll just note that the PJM critical issue fast path is, there are a lot of different proposals. Initially, PJM was proposing this concept of non-capacity backed, essentially fully curtailable load for the large loads. There's obviously been pushback on that because there wasn't an incentive that was tied to speed to power. And so my understanding now is PJM has actually repealed that proposal, and they're now considering a variety of other proposals. On the legislative side, a lot of it, we've already talked about SB6. I think most of the conversation on SB6, though, was around its documentation of duplicate requests. But arguably, the even more significant portion of SB6 is that it would require the large loads to actually be curtailed first during system emergencies. And that was the preference of the Texas legislature and the governor. And we'll see if other proposals like that emerge elsewhere. I'll just note, I think we've been gratified to see that there's been strong bipartisan interest in this. And so in the U.S. House Appropriations bill that actually did pass a little over a month ago, they actually called on the Department of Energy, and this was Republican passed, called on DOE in collaboration with FERC and other stakeholders to assess the opportunity for this demand flexibility to help address affordability and reliability issues. And so we'll see if DOE proceeds with such a study. And then I'll just note on the market participant side, there's a lot of interesting activity. So the Electrical Power Research Institute has a whole initiative right now called DC Flex, focused on data center flexibility. They are sponsoring a number of early stage companies that are demonstrating this capability. And so those are being released as they occur. Other examples, Beacon AI is a major data center developer. They're developing about 4.5 gigawatts in Alberta, and they have reached agreement with Alberta that they will provide flexibility to the grid during periods of system stress. Veris is it's an early stage data center developer, owner operator. They are led by several veterans of the hyperscalers, and they're developing a fully flexible data center architecture using 4-hour lithium-ion battery storage, and they're close to announcing their groundbreaking on their first data centers here in the next few months, targeting in service by 2027. So this is real commercial activity. It's happening as we speak, and there's more to come. Google, they've already discussed, of course, there are 3 existing flexibility contracts. We see other examples. Iron Mountain Data Centers has just announced that they're developing battery storage size to 100% of the nameplate capacity of their New Jersey data center that will allow it to fully island for up to 2 hours at a time, or if it's at a lower curtailment rate, they could go for longer than that. And then we just saw last week, for example, a new company called GridCare with Portland General Electric announced that they, using flexibility assessment, had unlocked 80 megawatts of capacity for a data center to get online more quickly than it would have otherwise, and they're moving forward with that. So I wanted to sort of underscore that this is real activity. It's happening and it's coming. I also thought it was worth emphasizing. I mentioned that PJM critical issue fast path. There are interesting proposals and discussion happening there. I would of course defer to the hyperscalers themselves to represent their positions, but I think it's worth noting that they did in their last proposal to PJM, which I actually think they were discussing perhaps today, was voluntary time-limited demand response for large loads between 24 to 100 hours as a solution or a partial solution to the capacity constraint that PJM is facing. And then we'll wrap this out. I thought this was helpful. This was actually a piece published last week by the chair of the board of the California Independent System Operator, Severin Bornstein. And he's also a well-known economist and a professor at Berkeley. And his sort of conclusion is that the key to making data centers a benefit to other customers, to create incentives for these new loads to restrain their peak demand and to avoid discount pricing, so the new loads significantly contribute to covering system fixed costs. And that last point he makes, I think, is really important because there's actually a large opportunity here, right, to use this new load as a way to offset or mitigate the other pressures that are being put onto rising electricity rates. And so to the extent that we can integrate this new load in a way that doesn't trigger excessive system upgrade costs, we can actually put substantial, potentially downward pressure on those other drivers. And the last, I just wanted to...
Mr. Norris, I may cut you off because we only have about 8 minutes left for questions. And I think that there are going to be some questions from the commission. So to make sure that we can get through the questions, and unless there's something that you want to wrap up very quickly.
That's the last slide, so that's perfect timing. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a number of questions, but in an interest of time, if any of the other commissioners want to ask their questions first, I'll let them go ahead. Chair Brawley.
Thank you. Is it Dr. Norris?
Not doctor yet.
All right. I spent some time in technology, and I was listening to some of your ideas, data center. I apologize for that. I suspect most of the people in the room could hear me, but not necessarily the folks outside. I spent a number of years in technology, and you raised some things that kind of piqued my interest. You were talking about deliberately slowing down processor speeds, declocking the processors, which would, of course, reduce the throughput and the productivity, but it would reduce the power supply. Or basically, for a while, give up the advantages of using the latest chips at their maximum capability. Did I understand that correctly, sir?
That's right. You can precision control the clock speed so that they reduce their power draw, but still continue processing their computational workloads. Yep.
I understand. And then you were also talking about redistributing the load elsewhere. And that would mean rather than continuing to process in the North Carolina data center, they might offload it somewhere else. Now, if we were doing this nationwide, that somewhere else could actually be offshore, could it not?
Well, I suppose that would be a question specific to that data center owner operator. And to the extent that there are national security concerns or restrictions, of course, that would have to come to bear on that.
Well, I think that is one of the things, and that was kind of where I was going, because, you know, we also talked about reducing their workload, and then curtailment, or they'd have to buy curtailment. And I was looking at this, and to a certain extent, we are encouraging people to move the work the data center was designed to do somewhere else. And there could be the possibility, perhaps on the non-national security things, where that might actually be somewhere in Asia. Is that not a potential unintended consequence of this policy?
So I should say up front that the spatial flexibility thing is generally considered an advanced capability that is not being practiced at scale yet. Second, I mean, I think to the extent that there were any concerns regarding national security implications, that those standards should be put in place. It may be worth noting that it's the policy of this administration to encourage data center development abroad, including in the Middle East. And there's been major deals announced in terms of chip sales and exports of U.S. manufactured gas turbines to the Saudis to support data center development there. So I guess you'd have to sort of look at the arrangement of possible locations. But I also don't want to put overemphasis on spatial flexibility as an option, because at this point, I think it's still a relatively limited capability for most of the data center owner operators.
I don't know if that's a yes, it could, or no, it couldn't.
My expertise is less with respect to the national security restrictions of where workloads could be sent. But I agree with you fully that that is a concern that should be addressed to the extent that this is a capability that's going to be used.
Well, thank you. I guess in the interest of full disclosure, I worked with Sprint bringing internet into Western North Carolina at one time and was loaned out to the Hickory, or not the Hickory schools, but Wilkes County schools, and helped design their initial data program, and was talking about wiring all the schools and putting internet. And in my presentation to their Board of Education, I made the point that with the internet, it wasn't where you were physically, it was where you were logically. And if properly equipped, the children in Wilkes County could compete head to head with the children in Rome and Berlin, and not just worry about Greensboro. That argument worked. They came off the hip for a lot of money. And at one point, Catawba County was actually leading the school systems in deploying technology. But that point is still valid. And if the power of the data center can be more utilized outside the United States, even if it's Canada, aren't we at risk of losing some of that capacity by denying the data centers the benefit of all the power that they can deploy to these applications?
Yeah, and I want to make sure it's clear. I personally am a big believer that winning the AI race is important, and that we want to accommodate as much AI data centers as we reasonably can, given our supply side constraints. So in my view, this opportunity to leverage 0.1% or 0.2% flexibility is a way to actually enable us to better compete, because we can actually integrate more of this load more quickly and more cost effectively, given the supply side constraints that we unfortunately face. And I wish we didn't have those constraints, right? And I wish we could build as fast as the Chinese, right? But we can't build infrastructure as fast as the Chinese. And so I view this kind of system optimization and using technology to get more out of the grid we already have or whatever we're building towards is actually a critical source of national competitiveness, because we're just going to have constraints on how much we can build very quickly.
Sir, I will applaud your intent, and I will recognize your intent as worthy. I think part of the problem I have is the peak periods, like in the morning when people are starting up. I'm on my phone. I'm probably hitting the data centers more at breakfast than I am at any time I'm in this building, and I will be again when I leave. So we're talking about toning them down at the time when their requirements are going to be at their highest. At least I think that argument could be made. And would you care to comment to that, sir?
Yeah, and I also want to emphasize, there are a variety of options to support this flexibility. And so I think, at least based on where the interest appears to be from the data center side, that it's likely to be the case that they would be more inclined to use on-site storage or on-site power to support these critical periods. That's what Verus is proposing with the reliance on battery storage, and others with other types of fuels. So I just want to make sure we're not viewing flexibility as solely the option to have temporal or spatial flexibility, that there's also the option to tap on-site resources to do so.
Well, sir, I understand your concerns, and I think the concern I wanted to raise was that your presentation to me appeared too optimistic, and I wanted to temper that a little bit. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner McKissick.
Two questions. First, in terms of policies, tariffs that incentivize flexible load, can you identify where they've been effectively used by way of example and share those with us? And you mentioned Verus, and I'm familiar with Verus. And of course, the way they're approaching it, they have decided that they want to have on-site storage. So, it's self-initiated. It's not coming from some commission somewhere. But what type of policies or tariffs do you think might be used to incentivize both the flexible load and, say, the type of approach that Verus is using, which I think is innovative?
Thank you, Commissioner. So in talking with the hyperscalers, I presented Data Center Coalition's Energy Forum in August and engaged with a lot of the Data Center Coalition members. There has been an interest in this product, right, of faster speed to power, faster interconnection, in exchange for a little bit of flexibility. And so from our perspective, creating actual markets and options on a voluntary basis for that exchange, again, at least as a voluntary option, seems like a prudent step to take, because it might actually be able to help to get the loads online more quickly in a more cost affordable and sustainable way. And so I think, as I mentioned, we don't currently have transmission services in most jurisdictions that are tailored for this type of flexible load. And so I think one great example to look at, which has not yet been implemented but is being proposed and crafted right now, is the one from Southwest Power Pool on their chills non-firm proposal. They also have one that's designed for co-located or electrically proximate loads and generators called HILGA. The PG&E Flex Connect program that's now being scaled to transmission scales, I think another good one to look at. Looking at PJM's own proposals in the co-location docket, they came forward proactively in response to FERC's encouragement and proposed 5 new non-firm transmission services to accommodate different types of arrangements of generation and load. So I think those are a few examples. I mentioned the Portland General Electric grid care example that was just announced last week. So all this is new, and I think it's just worth recognizing we've never really planned the system for flexible loads, and we've had demand response programs, but most of the, or all of the loads that participate in demand response programs were planned as firm loads and then elected voluntarily to participate in demand response. So this is a different type of system planning approach, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get the structure set up. So I don't think we can sort of snap our fingers, but I think that's the opportunity we have in front of us. And I know Veris, just to your point, I mean, they are exploring this very carefully right now. I mean, there are bilateral deals that are happening like this of an exchange for flex for speed to power. They just haven't, to my awareness yet, beyond the examples I've mentioned, been pulled up into the public realm as a public tariff.
Last question in the interest of time. We had a lot of discussion today about co-location and the benefits of co-location. What do you see as the, I guess if you were encouraging co-location as a way of helping to resolve issues, what do you see as the negative, adverse potential implications of co-location, if any?
Sure, and maybe just to start with what we might not actually call co-location, but in a sense you could call as co-location, which is the existing diesel on site. And so there are some data center developers that have expressed a preference to sort of support flexibility by being able to run the diesel gen more often. And since he said it publicly, the CEO of Compass Data Centers, for example, Chris Crosby, has said that they're able and willing to offer that as a service to the grid if they're able to get the restriction lifted on their ability to run the diesel. I think the vast majority of stakeholders I've spoken with see that as a suboptimal solution for a whole host of reasons, including the fact that, from a reliability standpoint, they actually don't want to run the diesel that much more often, let alone the local pollution dynamics, et cetera, the public backlash, all of that. So if we set that aside, I think the general suboptimal aspect of co-location is if you're building out new generation capacity size to 100% of the nameplate of the load, when you already have existing headroom in the system, then you may be duplicating capacity, essentially. You might be building out capacity to serve the load in addition to building capacity on site. And so that's why, sort of from my perspective, from a systems optimization standpoint, where we can get more use out of the existing grid and actually putting downward pressure on rates, the better outcome would seem to be if we can use the existing capacity and whatever capacity that we're adding to the grid, so those costs can be socialized. So I mean, there are other sort of, I think in terms of like local pollution dynamics and access to fuel supply. For example, I mean, here in North Carolina, if there is a limited gas supply that's just physically limited by the pipeline capacity, if we encourage data centers to be, building their own natural gas power plants, that could put more pressure on our supply issue. So that's another one to consider.
Thank you.
And Mr. Norris, I had almost 3 pages of questions for you that I'm going to spare you those questions and ask about 2 because we're already out of time. And my questions were that I really want to make sure I fully understood your study and the report that you had prepared. But I'm going to limit it to what I think are the 2 questions that haven't been asked. Is in your presentation, you talk about headroom on the DEP, DEC system, and you say that there's approximately 4.1 gigawatts of headroom. Is that correct?
Based on our first order analysis, with a new load flexibility of 0.5%, it would be 4.1 gigawatts.
And what generating resources or generation resources are being underutilized or that could be called upon more when you're talking about that 4.1 gigawatts? And then if you can answer that, and then also my follow-up question to that is, can you talk about how you reconcile the 4.1 gigawatts of headroom on the system with some of the extreme events that we've had that caused tremendous stress on the grid? And specifically Winter Storm Elliott, and then the June 2025 heat dome event when conditions were very tight for Duke systems.
Yes, thanks for that. So I think it's worth acknowledging, right? If to the extent that we add any new load to an existing power system without changing the supply on that power system, you're necessarily going to be dispatching thermal units that are currently underutilized. And so that's a given. So in this case, I think generally you would expect to see more dispatch of the combined cycle units as well as possibly during peak events where those combined cycle units are already fully dispatched, that you would see some more dispatch of the gas peaker plants. Now, that's not to say that that's a permanent arrangement, though, because of course you still have your longer term system plan and the investments you're making to optimize thereafter. But I think if you're comparing, an inflexible load to a flexible load, a flexible load is less likely to cause more emissions, right? Because you're not having to tap into those most dirty peaker plants during more of those on-peak hours. So I hope that helps. But again, the optimum is not that you're running the gas peaker plants a lot more, but as an interim solution, while you determine the best and most optimal system investments, I think that's a possibility. So to your second question of how to square it, I think the basic thing we're talking about here is during these periods of most and greatest system stress, you would not be putting additional burden on those events. And in this case, we took the existing realized peaks from each system. So the whole constraint was we never want to exceed the existing maximum seasonal peak, both winter and summer, that each system has experienced. So again, the claim isn't that during the critical peak periods there's headroom. The claim is that outside of the most critical peak periods of 50 to 200 hours, depending on the system, there is headroom for new load.
But just to be clear, doesn't Duke and Dominion, don't they have a responsibility for planning for those most critical periods? Aren't they responsible for ensuring that their system is reliable and that they can provide power during those very extreme events like Winter Storm Elliott and the heat dome in June of this year?
Absolutely. I mean, the existing traditional approach to system planning is that you assume that essentially all loads are 100% inflexible, and that includes all future loads. So that's the way we've planned the system to date. And my concern is that we actually, in some jurisdictions, it is physically impossible to expand the system fast enough to meet all the load requests if that's the kind of system planning we're going to keep doing. And so the whole idea is that if the new loads are able and willing to be a bit flexible, we could plan the system a bit differently that would still meet the reliability constraints while being able to integrate those loads quicker and more cost effectively.
Okay. And I have one more question that I think Chair Brawley does as well, but I'm interested in the legislation that you mentioned. I think it's Senate Bill 6 in Texas that I believe you said deals with demand response. Can you provide a little bit more information about that? Is the demand response for the large load customers, is it mandatory? And what are some of the specifics about that DR provision in Texas?
Yeah, and I'll speak to my understanding. I wish we had a Texas representative here. So first I will say my understanding, and this is based on what the legislative co-sponsors said about the reason they wanted to enact this, is that they never wanted to experience another scenario like Winter Storm Uri, where they had entire residential neighborhoods cut off from power, while a few miles away they had large industrial loads that were untouched. And actually they passed legislation after that event to mitigate that possibility by actually making the curtailment prioritization and protocols more transparent and open to public input. But they never wanted to see that kind of scenario again. So they wanted to ensure that these new hyperscale loads would be able to shift to on-site power or pursue some other source of flexibility before other customers get load shed during emergency events. And so that's kind of the first and foremost requirement. And of course, it's under regulatory, implementation. So I'm sure there are a variety of details that are still going to be worked out in front of the commission. But the first and foremost is the large loads will be shed before the rest. The second is they're trying to create a voluntary market for this type of demand response service, so that instead of it being purely mandatory, they're hoping to encourage more of the loads to volunteer for this in exchange for certain incentives. And so that's another part of it. And I know that the design of that program is currently being hashed out in front of the commission.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman Brawley has, I think, one follow-up question.
Actually, I think you might have already answered it for me. It occurred to me that your plan might include load shedding if there were not enough volunteers. And from the answer that you just gave, but let me just ask flat out, do you foresee that one of the ways this headroom is realized is the recognition there will be days that utilities would have to load shed?
So I will say, I wish we were not in this situation. I really wish that we could build out both the generation capacity and the grid fast enough to accommodate all of this load request such that we wouldn't see an increase in the likelihood of load shedding. But unfortunately, that's not where we are. And that's what PJM is grappling with right now, the largest electricity market in the country. That's why PJM has proposed and now retracted this non-capacity backed proposal, because there's just a fundamental mismatch between the amount of load that's coming on the system and requesting to come on and how fast they can build out the system, even if they wanted to do it all with gas peaker plants. So, and that's, I think, what the Texas legislators and governor recognize in this case is that they may face a situation where there's going to have to be load shedding just because the load exceeds the available supply. And that could be in part due to the failure of supply side units, which of course was the main contributor during Winter Storm Uri. But that's why, I mean, to my understanding, that's why they enacted this law in part.
But your plan does, so the answer is yes, there would be load shedding.
There's all, I mean, there's no other solution. If you don't have supply when you have excess demand and those critical periods, you have to shed the load and the hope. So I think what's likely to occur in more jurisdictions is that we are going to add a lot of load, and there are going to be constraints in some cases into how fast we can build out supply, including the grid, and that there may be more load shedding events. And the hope would be that the large loads that are the largest contributor to the load growth might be able to accommodate that via on-site resources, on-site storage, or with a little bit of computational load flexibility, so that we don't end up allocating the load shedding more to the existing residential and small commercial customers. But I'm not the one wishing that that was the case. It's more that this appears to be a reality that is coming. And the question is, how are we going to allocate scarcity to the extent that it exists in some jurisdictions? And by the way, I wouldn't make any claim. Maybe that North Carolina DCDP doesn't face a situation like this. It's going to depend entirely on the resource expansion plan and how fast the load grows out. But I do think, I would say, if I was a regulator, I would want to make sure it's very clear as to what the load shedding protocols were and who's going first and who has the capabilities to accommodate that load shedding with minimal disruption to the extent that they're able.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris, for your presentation and your answers to the questions. So that will conclude our technical conference for today. We will start back up tomorrow morning at 9:30 with Dominion making its presentation. Thank you.